lot of these people really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
Envy's bad. Envy's bad.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent.
We kind of just threw at the end.
And just winning everything.
I'm with a better team now.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, MAD were winning 5 versus 3.
Corner, oh, lineup. I mean, take what, like, now over to the first.
And they buy themselves some time. It's Spaz that could do it.
Look how quick this point. Oh, especially now.
5 Rebellion Black, your Challengers champions.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another wonderful day of Valorant Challengers North America. It's stage 2, day 2, and already on the first day, a lot of fun, a lot of shenanigans. I cannot wait to get started with you and more. Sierra Dawn, Roy, and none other than my girl Gompers here. Gompers, how you doing?
I'm doing good. It's really great to be back. It feels like a refreshing start to my year, the 2025 year. You guys probably haven't seen me in a while. It's because I was saving the world, obviously.
And
That's
now you're
important
here
these
to
days.
save NA Challengers. Gompers, you're so generous with your time. I love you. I mean, Roy, we got to see an awesome stage 1, a killer playoffs, but now stage 2. This is an interesting one because, of course, now we have a little bit more expectation of a couple of these teams headed into it. And already a little bit of that expectations kind of shattered yesterday with their very first match.
Yeah, there was a lot going on yesterday, that's for sure. There's some upsets, there's some roster changes, there's some role swapping going on, the new map pool's kicking in. There's just so much going on. And as you can see here on the bracket, the match that we're talking about is the Ambrosia versus M80, the 2-1 upset by Ambrosia. That's really the only crazy result. Everything else was kind of in line with what we were expecting. The Envy showcase, the TSM showcase, as well as the Cuber showcase, they looked phenomenal. Of course, we kind of have an idea of what to expect from them, seeing how they performed in Split 1. Now our bars are set, our expectations are set, and I'm excited to see how these teams are going to continue developing and what level they're going to reach by the end of the Split 2.
Reminder, refresher for those with the format that we follow here in Challengers. 4 wins, you're in playoffs. Yippee, congratulations. 4 losses and you're out. So there's a lot of lines here, a lot of numbers, but that's how we're going to be looking at this. So 4 exciting matches yesterday, Gompers going into today. 4 exciting ones here, of course, 2 that we're going to be following, and then 2 on the side streams as well. But this is fun because today we get an opportunity to see not just 1, but 2 new teams that we didn't get to see in stage 1 for Challengers with Prosperity and Nonverbal.
Yeah, honestly, with Prosperity too, such a big surprise, right? Obviously, we know that the players trying to play in, I think it was Premier, attempting to make their up into Challengers prove that they're worth it. And Prosperity managed to make it happen, which is super, super exciting that we finally get to see, a breath of fresh air. I love when new teams come in and give us something excited to look forward to. And if anything, they could be running home with a victory today as well.
I love to see like that progression too, really showcasing like, hey, no matter what the path is, there is always a way to try and make the dreams happen. So I'm excited to see them, which is nice because we actually get to see them up first. It's going to be Winthrop University going up against Prosperity in the very first match to be starting off today. And it's cool to be able to see what this Prosperity esports team has to offer, of course, coming up through Premier. But Winthrop University was a team that their stage 1 in comparison to playoffs was so dramatically different. Like, they're still hard to believe. And I'm curious then now heading into stage 2, well, what's next? Are we about to see just a Winthrop University masterclass on the horizon?
It's definitely possible. I mean, we saw a huge run by them towards playoffs, right? Adding an alley towards the end, right before playoffs. They went on a miracle run. They finished 3rd place, especially with teams like TSM, Envy, Cuber, so many teams. So the fact that they finished 3rd is obviously an achievement in itself. But the thing that I'm looking forward to is I'm no longer considering this team underdog. From now on, my expectations are set. They've raised the bar, and their results will be judged as so. So I'm looking forward to seeing them to play. I'm so looking forward to see how they've developed, and of course they have to integrate a new map pool to see how are the roles going to change? How have they integrated Ascent and Icebox? What's that going to look like? So I think we'll see today.
No, and I respect that statement, right? You don't think they're the underdogs anymore. 2024 season came in, we were like, I don't really know about what's going on here. You know, collegiate coming into a space that's so dominantly known for the pros, right? So, you know, there were a lot of questions of whether or not Winthrop could replicate that success. Can they do it again this year? But they've proven themselves time and time again. They've come in, they've run everybody over with their success. And not only that, they've made some changes, which is super exciting.
This Winthrop University squad, sorry, I was caught up on the, oh no, the time and time again. We're dropping it 5 minutes into the broadcast. That is everybody's time and time again for the day, by the way. That also includes Nerds and Jen. You guys are banned from it. We've used the one, okay?
Yeah.
It's always me. I always do it. I always do it.
Someone has to rip off the time and time again band-aid, Goms. It's all good. But for Winthrop University, I love that we're not looking at them as the underdogs anymore. And that was kind of something that throughout the playoffs was always the thing. They would beat these top tier teams and we would still go into the next matchup. Winthrop University are the underdogs here, and they kept going on and getting those upsets. So I think this will be really fun going into today to see. It's been a couple weeks since the playoffs, but the one up from there. And talking about individual players, if we're looking back at playoffs and just masterclasses of a performance, especially in, unfortunately, it was the lower finals in their elimination match, but throughout this entire best of 5, Moobs was just on fire. I mean, Goms, you want to talk about a step up from a player? Dude. This guy, his stats, just crazy.
Dude, it's not only that. Like, I've had the opportunity of meeting Noobs. He's not a noob, I swear. Moobs in person, right? He's such a charming person, and his gameplay is crazy. I think I remember having a conversation with him, you know, his OG roster, right? With like Nossi, Moobs, and A77. I'm talking old school guys. Like, Moobs is, they talked about how good he is under pressure, right? When the pressure's on, Moobs is on. When the game is in trouble, Moobs likes to really lock it down, and it's so evident in his gameplay. It doesn't matter whether or not you're playing Initiator, Sentinel, whatever the case may be for Moobs. It's all about making the correct callouts and being that player that's reliable for the team. And that's exactly why IGL, I don't know, fits pretty well to me, to be honest.
Yeah, the form that Moobs was displaying towards the end of playoffs, and even in their last match versus M80, I mean, he quite literally almost took them to the finish line by himself. He had a monstrous performance in that match, and I think he's been a key player for this team. He's shown a great mix of lurking, and he's had huge heroic moments. So I think the shout out here is very well deserved.
And when you're talking about that consistency and the calm under pressure, to see that really come alive there within the lower finals, I think that is just but a showcase and, I don't know, just a complete snapshot of what he was able to provide for this entire team throughout their playoffs run and everything else. So I think that was just so good to be able to see a player like that really be able to step up. Not the only one either, because, yeah, we're talking about that lower finals and his electric performance. Infiltrator here, Roy, was someone that throughout the stage is someone that we talked about a lot, even when Winthrop was not so much rooted in these winning ways. Infiltrator has always been a bright spot about the team.
Yeah, he's definitely been the most consistent performer in terms of like results, right? His stats show it. He's very flashy. He's a flexible duelist. He can play the Jet, he can play the Raze, he can play the Yoru. That's very important in the current map pool. And I think overall he seems to be doing quite well. And what really makes him shine as well is he seems to be rifling very, very well, and he's able to pull out the op, which makes him really dangerous in the server. And he's sort of that player that you look to when you're thinking about X Factor. He's that player bringing that to the table for his team.
Yeah, I completely agree with Roy, right? Like, we've seen Infiltrator actually, like, live in action, right? Leading this team to a huge finish against I think it's Hakikimori. I don't want to say it incorrectly. With a 47 kill performance. Like, Infiltrator is not someone you really want to mess around with, right? They're bringing themselves back into that star power position. And I think with the alterations they're making in terms of synergy, in terms of trying to just really rework that mid-game strategy, it's making Infiltrator shine even more, and that is absolutely gorgeous for me.
Infiltrator too, just the consistency that he has across the board, no matter what look that this team has, is incredible. And a couple of those wins, and like some of the dominant ones too, I think is this good. This is exactly the play I was thinking of. That's actually crazy timing, but he didn't get the knife. But like with such dominant plays, like being able to have that confidence through and through, Roy, I think has just been really nice for an Infiltrator, and I'm hoping we get to see that yet again today.
Absolutely. And I think for me, what I appreciate a lot about Infiltrator is the fact that he seems to have good performances no matter what caliber of teams he's playing, whether he's playing, the lower end teams, whether he's playing the higher end teams. He doesn't really seem to struggle, and his confidence never waves. It's always there. He's always bringing in that ferocity, and he's always a force in the server.
And now we got to talk about the opponents that they're up against today. And a look at one of the new teams that are joining us here for Challenger Stage 2. Talk about Prosperity. This roster making their way up through Premier, so ready and capable of showing us what they got here. Gompers, I love the path to pro that we have going on here. Of course, once you get into the server with these Challengers matches, that's a whole different beast ahead of you. But I'm excited to get acquainted with these players. But one player actually quite familiar, Scary Shark, who we've gotten to see compete in Game Changers before.
Oh, yeah.
And honestly was just amazing there. So, I'm excited.
No, I'm excited too. I think this roster is the epitome of the fact that dreams come true through hard work and hard work ethic and a very, very positive mental, right? If you guys don't know, the storyline of how they came up is incredible, right? Like, actually, Scary Shark accidentally locked in Harbor because they came back too late because they were taking a mental reset after losing the first game, and they were the first round, sorry, and they thought, oh, whatever, like, we're not, actually, I think it was the first game out of best of 3, but they were like, oh, we're not gonna win. We have Harbor now, it's over, like, we're done. But they kept going and they won 2-1, and it is like, I think that it just shows no matter what you think, no matter how bad things are getting, you can pull through with results that you didn't even think were possible. Maybe they added Harbor into the roster at this point, like, I don't know, but that's incredible.
Dude, imagine you coming back from like a little meditation in between maps and you're like, oh crap, I'm locked Harbor. That's crazy. And for you to come back and win an OT is actually insanity. But I think the one thing about this team that we should keep in mind, and what we do know about this team, is their core has been together for quite a while. They're not completely strangers to the competitive scene. They have competed. They have a quite a decent map pool. So I think overall we're not expecting like a ragtag bunch of newcomers that are just ranked players. Like no, this is a drill team. They practice. Of course, adding in Nora will bring in that experience that they're probably lacking and a little bit of that structure. So I think overall we should be expecting a little we should be expecting something from this team. They're not complete noobs.
Yeah, I'm excited to get a little bit more acquainted here in the Challenger sphere, but already with the paperwork set out here, the groundwork, I'm excited. But let's talk a little bit more about the series ahead. As of course, we don't really have stats for them yet. That's something that, after the first map, we can start to focus on a little bit more. But we do have our map picks and bans and where this series is going to be taking place. Of course, it's been a couple weeks since we've seen Winthrop University, but Lotus was one of those maps that we got to see highlighted within that little reel. We've gotten to see great comebacks, great games from Winthrop University on Lotus, so not too surprised there. And then second up, Roy, will be Ascent.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see the Lotus pick coming on from Winthrop University. They've had some pretty decent results on that. 13-1 against YFP, 13-5 against Burger Boys. I think at 13-9 as well in a different tournament. But yeah, they had a close match versus M80, who finished second in the league. They had a pretty decent game versus Shopify Rebellion Black, and they seem to be running a lot of different compositions. They're pretty flexible. The thing that I'm looking forward to seeing is whether they're still running the Sova variant on this map or whether they've swapped into something completely different, because that'll definitely play a factor in this matchup.
I feel like there has to be maybe a little bit of a change, because we get to see them bring us to Lotus a lot, and there's definitely been some really strong victories, and there's also been some defeats even when they're the ones picking the map. Then again, those have also been against some of the top teams that we have here in Challengers. Do not get me wrong, like that, those are respectable losses. But still, there's a confidence here that really cannot be broken despite those losses. So I'm excited to see the look that they have today. And overall, Gomps, like, this should be a really fun series that we have ahead of us.
Yeah, I think more so fun, because now we get to build the storyline of, who Prosperity is, but then also, Winthrop, you're going against a team that started to elevate themselves out of the underdog position. So you're with some really, really strong composition. And not only that, they have Pearl as their last map. That is their strongest map by far that they could ever have, as that in case something happens to Cider map.
The Winthrop University, this underdog to overdog, it has been a lot of fun to see. And pulling up the predictions for today, I think this might be one of the first times that we have just had a clean sweep for Winthrop University. Gompers, I've missed you because I know no matter what, you would always bet on Winthrop University. I was all by myself in the playoffs, betting on them every single time, and they kept winning, and now everyone's on board. They're just a bunch of bandwagoners.
Listen, I promised them no matter what, I would always pick them, and I can't break a promise. And not like, listen, there were times where I cooked, all right? Like I cooked. So Winthrop, they have my heart. I've given it to them. They can do whatever they please.
They were cooking. They did not let me down at all during the playoffs, let me tell you. But I mean, across the predictions, it's always a scary thing, Roy, when we all predict the same way, because first, it's not fun on the desk because then we can't really argue with each other. Second, there's always the caster curse. I don't know, but agents are ready, so let's head on over to that. But yeah, Roy, we're definitely putting all the stocks in Winthrop today.
Listen, guys, I'm flaky. Listen, if Prosperity wins the first map or even the second map, I'm swapping. I'm jumping ship. I'm just letting you guys know. I'm not committed to anyone, but here we go. We're seeing the agent select. It is going to be a swap. It's actually a very interesting swap. They're getting off the Sova. They're bringing in the Breach, and they're swapping their Duelist for that Neon, for that extra speed. And it's Neon on both sides as well, so it's going to be an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, I'm liking. Oh, sorry, Sarah. I'm liking. No, I'm really agreeing with this composition as well. It is interesting that they're now kind of diverting from the Rays back into like the, I mean, not back, but like switching over to the Neon positioning. But I think that works well with Infiltrator, especially with the confidence now arising within the maps and them trying to fix up that synergy in terms of how the Duelist is starting to play alongside Nasi. I think this might actually work even better with the Breach and Neon composition.
I know there was lots of talks about Clove with nerves, etc. And Ali always stayed true afterwards, and then now is finally swapped off the Omen when we actually do see the Clove on the other side. So, oh, Ali let me down there, but no, I like the Infiltrator Neon. I think this is going to be a lot of fun, and I'm excited to see what Prosperity's got. So let's get to it. First map, Prosperity's Challengers debut. It's time to head on to Lotus to see what they have to offer and what Winthrop does after a couple of weeks. Time to head over to the casters. Jen and Nerds, have fun, you two.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Yeah, first match of the stage for both these teams, while Winthrop is carrying the weight of their school's legacy, reputation, and oh my God, Roy's high expectations against Prosperity, who rose from Premier, and they want to gain respect with an upset against one of the big three.
I mean, there's a lot that goes riding on this line. When I saw the predictions, honestly, 11, I was thinking to myself, is this going to be the same thing that happened yesterday, where all the predictions were in favor of one very interesting team and now it gets swapped up entirely? And hey, all jokes aside, I'm actually super excited because Moobs has the thing that has changed for Winthrop a lot of times was that Moobs kind of lurking around, changing up their meta. They used to run the Sova. I like that they're going for the Tejo Breach. It's been super meta. It's been super honestly, it's been super consistent on Lotus. So I think this just reaffirms our beliefs more than anything. And I don't particularly want to give it to Prosperity just yet. All things considered, we do see a lot of pressure out of Winthrop University here, setting up early for Rebel control to kind of kite them towards the C site where, look who's already set up. It's Moobs, ready and waiting.
And he's just playing off his camera, playing off the initial cage, while, of course, Prosperity seem aware of this flank. And now there's kind of a crossfire built, and it's already Prosperity that exchange blows with Infiltrator getting one for the road. Now Prosperity are just gonna send their lurk of this Clove just running around B. This is gonna pull so much attention from Winthrop, and with that opening pick, it's just gonna full send the objective in that direction as Winthrop hope to emerge from the small door. Ali hoping to play off of the Tejo. Bombs just thrown in. This Prosperity still haven't planted, and now Winthrop are starting to converge. Great pick from Scary Shark. Two more on the way from Winthrop. Finally, the spike is planted, and it's just Ali. And Winthrop, we're around the corner to keep this closed, but Prosperity, these opening picks from Manny have been everything.
More than just that, I mean, we saw how Winthrop did a really good job. They fought for Rubble. They kind of encapsulated Prosperity. But near the end, the fight towards B site out of Baby Door, when Nashi lost that fight, it became so difficult for Winthrop to really converge back onto the B site. B site, very good for retakes, right? You kind of pinch around all the different angles. But when you lose your anchor, when you're down in players at a disadvantage, alongside Prosperity having deep control and taking fights before the post plant, it made it very, or I would say, just impossible for Winthrop to recover there. And now they're forced down to an eco. They were a team that we expected to do really well and start off hot, but they have not done that here.
At least Prosperity are just aware, okay, Winthrop may just try this again, and Prosperity are just going to play this slow default, and that's what led them to that B-site plant. It's just what picks, what seems the weakest, and Winthrop are showing face on all sides. It's a big win for Manny yet again, a 3K in the pistol round, and the anti-eco going just as well, not dropping a single body yet, and Prosperity is just getting kills from spawn.
Yeah, and that's fair. And again, right, Prosperity, they have a lot to prove here, and they're proving, at least early on, that you know, this core works really well. Nora has been popping off. She's doing well as well. Nora slotting in here. All together, though, I mean, at this point, you just, if you're Nashi, you're just looking to see if you can find a player or two, die to that spike. Prosperity getting a really good start early here also sets them up for the future, considering their buy-up is, I would say, really solid. Manny can buy up. They have 3K creds themselves. I love seeing. Give us more of that.
Just hoping to go down with the spike. Yeah, Winthrop. Okay, are they going to kind of dial things back a little bit? Because just this creep up towards spawn, they have not put too much of a dent until now from Nasi, and you know, being able to, well, trying to shake things up from Prosperity is always nice, but Prosperity, I think, are fine playing a more reactive style against Winthrop.
And that makes sense. Being on the attack side, Lotus, they can be really slow and really inch their way into space. We did see Winthrop do pretty well in terms of, like, they wanted to fight for Rebel control. They wanted to get proactive. With the Neon, you kind of have to, but look at the other side. Prosperity's also running that Neon. They've just come from the trenches of Premier and Ranked and all that other fun stuff to make their way to VCL, to Challengers here. And they're not going to be giving that up anytime soon. Now, for the setup here in this round, it is going to be a fast exec B, it seems. They have Neon running up alongside the initiators, ready and prepared.
Oh, Prosperity just get to put the red carpet down, and 2 huge picks from Magic. And I think this is why this team wants to run the Neon. This is one of Magic's best agents, the most time on it for a reason, and Winthrop just not able to keep up, at least in these early rounds. This first rifle round from Winthrop sees very little signs of life. At least they are on the site where the spike is planted. Prosperity, though, are happy to play on the other side of the wall off their breach util. And Scary Shark surely is stirring things up as Nasi wasn't able to carve around the corner and really dislodge the problem. So now it's just moves, hoping to draw fire towards them for an exchange. But Prosperity have a really strong start.
Honestly, the fast exec towards B really works for them, and it's something I even talked about in the previous round where they bought up a good amount of weapons. Manny was on the eco weapon of a Ghost. That's why they were the ones that were hunting early on, got caught off by Nashi. That doesn't matter because now they have such a good economic role against Winthrop University, who, you know, they were the favorites to win. They were the ones that came into this with high expectations, but Prosperity truly, I mean, living up to their name in terms of their not only wealth in economy, but wealth in mental rounds, whatever you want to call it here. Prosperity, speaking of, they are very close to some key ultimates in this game, and if they farm on these ecos, it'll be that much more interesting for them going forward.
Just a slow walk from Boops through his own cage while he's getting shot. Like, I'm surprised he lived through that. Wanted the early peak, Winthrop wanting early intel, and now kind of dialing things back, not knocking at the front door of the A lobby this time, and off the door opening, the Omen Paranoia thrown out from the defense, but also matched from Vantic to keep Winthrop in their place. And now that all the smokes are down, all the cards are on the table, Prosperity just get wins across the board. You cannot underestimate teams coming out of Premier. And Prosperity doing a great job. They've already faked their approach towards A, and now they're going to C.
It's empty. They're going to get it for free here. And Winthrop, right, this is going to be such a blow, right? 4-0 start here, very similar to the previous stages where they had a slow start into a faster finish across the entire stage. And they're hoping to not have that here. They're hoping to not fumble, but with Prosperity starting so strongly, you know, I don't think it's too early to say it, but I do think that there needs to be a change, a potential timeout, a potential Nashi call to really work together. Flare opening things up, though, on the site. Isn't going to do much, though.
What? You did not put enough respect on Ali. What an addition. No. What a turnaround.
They had such good
the eco round. Holy cow.
I'm flushed. My face is red here. What? Well, that just is going to surprise me. Their holds have been really good. The fake was well done. I guess Prosperity over aggressed. I feel like a fish out of water here.
Yeah, I mean, Ali drowned him. That's all it took. I mean, he was the one who popped off the most and came through on the, was a huge part of their success in playoffs, the last 2 weeks of groups. And it's crazy how Winthrop were able to clutch up. So now that gets them around on the board. No need for a timeout. We go into the next with Prosperity. Just seeing if Winthrop are going to do Winthrop things of challenging them early.
I have a shock Pikachu face, but that was clean off of them. And headshots do matter in those close engagements. Winthrop proving me, I mean, I voted for them as well, but they're proving me wrong here in this moment and doing so well at that. And I'll look a lot slower out of Prosperity, even more so. Their starts have been exploratory, but now they're waiting a little bit more before that exploration starts.
Now you can have Manny who can play a lot more aggressive with that ult, and already heard some steps over at B, and Manny's been lurking a lot around that middle of the map, and that can be a good way for Prosperity to give themselves options. And now that Prosperity have kind of forced Winthrop to play a more passive style, Prosperity are going to take advantage of that map control, and now Winthrop are going to teleport over, knowing the action is already hitting at A, and you got the Taeho ult at the back, a response from Winthrop, and moves up close and personal. A big double kill to really dismantle this offense before it even gets set up. The spike is down. Prosperity, all the spaghetti's on the floor too. It's just Yuki and Manny, who still has the ult, the Clovo in the back pocket for that extra life, and will be able, not wanting to use it, I guess, not really believing that this is winnable in the 2 versus 3, not with the time that's left. So Winthrop showing us what they can do.
Bringing it back, and something that you said that I really want to highlight here is that they're doing it before the exec starts. They're getting a little bit preemptive with it. Winthrop doing a good job now, forcing Prosperity to take that first time out in this half. They're going to be changing some of their stuff up, talking about these ultimates. Manny didn't want to pop that because of the amount of eyes that they had on them. So now Manny, he's going to be able to hopefully use that as a good entry alongside Scary Shark, who has her ultimate. Generally, though, because they've had 3 rounds in a row that they've won, they're going to be pretty comfortable with this buy-up. It's just more of how are we going to readjust against this new and aggressive Winthrop University that has been able to beat us on our retakes. Not only to mention the fact that Ollie is now definitely, I would say, refreshed, hyped up after that beautiful round that they managed to swing in their favor on a Thrifty.
Yeah, that Thrifty has to hurt your brain, because I'm sure Prosperity are coming in like they really have to prove something. These are not the level of teams they're used to facing, and they're really shaking things up. Winthrop getting their first round on a Thrifty and are now on a 2-round win streak, forcing Prosperity to take a step back. And again, how can you really enable Manny? Manny has to just be relentless, go in with the ult, see what they can do. Rolling Thunder if you want it to be a little bit easier, but the way Winthrop are setting at the barrier, my eyes are on Infiltrator. What is he cooking? And he's cooking up a couple of kills, I guess. It's just with Flare by his side, too. I didn't think they were just going to immediately slide into Prosperity. That didn't work out in the past. And Winthrop just keep changing up how aggressive they want to be, how much they want Prosperity to work for that map control. What a clean round from Winthrop.
Good. Oh my gosh. They just fought into the spawns. And you can even see they had people set up towards B. They had people set up towards C. I was half expecting them to go a little slower than that, but the speed at which they did it just proves that Winthrop is not out of it just yet. Like, they have the ferocity, whatever. I think Roy was saying ferocity, and it's here. It's proven by a round like this. In the replay, we see it. Even while they're stunned up, the entire squad's working together in such a clean way, and it forces Prosperity down to an eco. Wow. They're just doing it again.
Oh, Infiltrator's got the ult out. He's ready to zap. And Vantic is gonna be hiding in the smoke. But guess what? Infiltrator also has a shotgun. Now the jig is up. The Rolling Thunder is thrown from Scary Shark. And geez, just the overdrive double kill exchange. Ali, he is the X factor for Winthrop that keeps this close. With Vantic just looking away at the worst time. Nasi will get a good backstab and even gets two for the road, leaving this in a 1v1 Moobs versus Manny.
And they went for a fast exit out of C Mound again for a really quick play to try and trap them in. And just good read out of Prosperity, even more so to be like, okay, they might try it again. Let's kind of group up towards A, bounce back against them. But again, the weapons were there. The players were just as quickly found. And now, because of Nasi, they got it down to that 1v1. This trip breaking gives all the information for the rotate. The Spike's going to go down regardless, and slow crawl coming through here. Moobs needs to be that X factor to continue the Winthrop roll.
All depends if Manny wants to be proactive with this. Just playing from tree, playing as safe as they can, because sometimes you can extend out of the site and try to play in a way to surprise your opponent before they really know you're set up. Now just playing off the tap of the spike and a straight from behind. Manny will give Prosperity the lead back.
Hi. Some recovery in this game. Some good tit for tat. And I mean, they invested in ultimate of the Rolling Thunder. They invested Magic's ultimate as well, the overdrive. So now it's a little bit lackluster for Prosperity. The reason I say that is because there's an Armageddon on the flip side available here. Not to mention the counter overdrive for both these teams. It's interesting to see though, at this crunch, Nasi was truly the player to bring them back. Getting two there in that position, it felt like a one and done. But the fact that they got two is really what allowed Winthrop to be back into it.
Oh. Watch this. If Winthrop go through the B door, Rolling Thunder is going to be from behind, and Nasi is not even going to wait for the door to open. Throws the ult out for a Scary Shark in the corner. Prosperity just farmed them off of their own ultimate. Prosperity defend even better than they attack sometimes. And speaking of that, they got the spike planted, and it's all up to Ali, and he was instrumental when it came to that thrifty win from Winthrop at the very same site. But now he has to cross through smoke. Maybe he has the element of surprise because Prosperity is looking at every type of angle, and even the teleporter. Vantic tried to be cute with it, or Ali tried to be cute with it. The 2-for-1 is a great effort, though.
Now Prosperity find the double. They're going to force Winthrop down to bare none. I mean, honestly, it feels like bare knuckle boxing between these two teams where they're just going at it. They're entering fast. They're playing even faster. Now that we have some ultimates out of commission, hopefully it'll slow down a little bit like we saw at the beginning. But regardless, something that I really want to highlight on Prosperity is the fact that they're able to recollect in moments of chaos, that Winthrop starts to swing the momentum back in their favor, but Prosperity is able to cool it off.
Prosperity have played this clove so many times, and Manny always gets value. Goes down there, able to pop the ult, but still is going to go for the re-challenge when the rest of Prosperity were leaving, hoping to dodge the paranoia out of Ali. So, and he doesn't want to overcook either, but hey, at least it was an opening. Prosperity have equal numbers. They're headed over to C.
Going to be equal numbers retake, which last time I was saying it, right? The last time on this C side, I was doubting Winthrop, but now it's weapons, it's guns, it's players, and you have 2 initiators up for Winthrop for the retake.
Sharp, she's just been so pivotal at the setups for her team, whether it's deny the Rolling Thunder last round to a fantastic fault line to set up Prosperity in this round for a good post plan.
And Prosperity playing further up this time because of the weapons, being a bit more controlling of the site to prevent that retake, to stall it out ahead of time, shows the change of pace from that Thrifty that we saw round 4. So they're getting a lot better and cleaner at it. I think Manny going for this is honestly, I'm going to say it's beautiful. It gives them a lot of info. Obviously, it does stress out the fact that you don't have smokes going into it, but it's Lotus, so kind of walk up towards the C site that's empty.
Oh my gosh, it's the immediate emergence from Magic. The 1v1 against Infiltrator to take down one of the best duelists that we have in Challengers, a top performer statistically. I think it's a statement to make. And Magic, this Neon is his bread and butter, and almost forcing Winthrop off of their game to try and match the pace. And Prosperity are really surprising us. It's not an insane lead, but it's one that is going to keep Winthrop humble as Prosperity. We're hoping to beat Winthrop to see, and Nasi couldn't put a dent into those forces, leaving Flare in a 1v5 retake. It's just not going to happen. Oh? Wait. Yeah, I didn't want to jinx it like we did last time.
Listen, if I had a moment like that too. So to be fair, we have seen some moments of brilliance out of these Winthrop players, and it's totally valid to believe it. But at the end of the day, all is right in the Valorant world. The eco does not get carried over. The one thing that is interesting is that the 2 players that were left alive were the players with the weaponry. So in my mind, I was like, maybe they come back, honestly, because didn't want to be wrong.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, though, the huge eco frags here for Flare as well, picking up their ultimate. That Armageddon being online for the defensive side is huge to deny post plans. Brawl, though, is going to get stalled out of B, forces them back. They're going to use that ultimate?
They thought that Prosperity are more forward than they are, and not going to get much out of that, forcing them back. And yeah, Flare, I mean, Prosperity just don't respect this Tejo. I mean, look at the way that Magic got first blood. They were just in the middle of Tejo salvos all over. So Prosperity will keep things slow, and this has been what's worked out for them before. But Ellie will have to teleport out to avoid the drone. And Moves is also swapped over to a C hold to play alongside that breach. It'll just be up to Ali to go for at least the 1. How many is he good for, though?
They're going to be holding on to the C site a lot stronger because of how good Prosperity has been able to hold the C site post-plant. Ollie's just waiting here for the exec.
Oh, Paranoia out. Reaction from Infiltrator not immediate as Prosperity are going to teleport forward. They just don't respect this util out of Winthrop, and they will force Winthrop to cower on the other side of smokes as the Paranoia from Vantic was thrown out. And it's an exchange as Prosperity are still looking for targets. The smokes dividing both teams as the numbers are equal with Prosperity. It's just okay to play time, but now there's 12 seconds left and Magic has to make a move. Doesn't get the win. 8 seconds for the spike to be planted. And Yuki thinks all the util is gone. Gives him a moment to breathe. But Ali and Nasi have exhausted everything just to prevent that spike from getting planted. But Ali and Nasi will converge from both angles and walk it through the smoke. Ali does not care. He has to lead with confidence. And Yuki wants to put a stop to that. And Ali wins it again for Winthrop.
Ooh, hard drop moment there near the end. I just want to give huge credit to Winthrop, especially to Ollie, who stayed on site, played that sort of angle. They were waiting for the exec to have the Paranoia to stall it out as much as possible, so they can have those rotates coming through. Stall was the name of the game, and it worked, especially in this meta with how Prosperity has been playing it. We saw all that chaos falling on top of Ollie, and he still managed to stay alive in those crucial moments, even with all of the fire being traded back and forth. More than that, Ollie creeping up through the smoke here was instrumental in allowing Winthrop to just win this. And that double swing. Now Ollie's got the defuse, and they've got themselves a 4th round here.
Oh my god, Ali's gonna do it again, but will he be able to teleport out? He actually gets away with 2, and he's still gonna stand there and almost gets the solo ace. Ali, what did they feed you this morning? A flawless for Winthrop.
I mean, that's gotta give you so much confidence here. Ali is truly the unexpected player of the game because they are now 18-7 in the server. Not to be a kill count, Kathy, but that is crazy. From the thrifty we saw previously on round 4 to a near ace here on round 12. And look at the confidence, just being able to stick in this position. Infiltrator coming in near the end for support of fire.
Yeah, what the heck?
Stealing the ace.
It's kind of crazy.
But it's going to set them up here for this pistol, give them a lot of confidence going forward. They might be down here, but if they could, obviously they pick up the pistol, that's 2 rounds up. The deficit is no more, and it builds them into this attack side Lotus.
Okay, Manny. Knife out. Just hoping to just get information. That cage kind of blocked things off, and now Manny has been caught by some util. Fades into the waterfall. And is very thankful for the offensive smoke there, but now has been locked out of the party. Is Winthrop are even going to extend out of the site? Infiltrator has to have a bigger impact. And he's already got pushed back by Util and Manny. That hiding spot has been discovered, and Yuki is not even going to try and trade off of this. Finally does, but now the numbers from Winthrop will trade it back in their favor. Now here's the retake from Prosperity. They're set up and now giving bear hugs to the offense here. It's not going to work out. Winthrop with the pistol.
Winthrop showing some of that firepower that they have been known for super consistently here. And like I said, you pick up the pistol, you get yourself that second round bonus buy up, you get the 7-7. It's going to be an even game. Makes things spicy here, especially on their map pick. It matters. And Winthrop, right, they have such a good synergy altogether. You have Ollie coming in as that second frag coming in on the entry. Infiltrator just fully being the martyr for the cause of like, I'm going straight in here. I am going to distract, and allow Ollie and the rest of the squad to follow around me. And even then, Infiltrator's still able to get so many kills and pick up players on those first bloods and those first engagements. So with that, you have Lotus, a map that's really exec heavy. It's a recipe for success for Winthrop. I can see why they picked it and why they have so much confidence on the second half.
And the delayed salvos from Yuki. Winthrop just playing hopscotch around it. Very slow map control grind as Winthrop have their bases covered with trips, and they'll be able to spot this flank. And this will be the go sign for Winthrop, depending on what numbers they can read in their own spawn, to get a move on, to get the spike planted. But who can emerge out of the smoke too is Yuki, which is kind of is staying put right now. And Moves is keeping this flank in check and is able to call numbers. And Winthrop now have their backs turned. They have to worry about Prosperity coming up from behind. And Yuki picks the timing so well. And now Winthrop have a lot of fires to address. One fire extinguisher, and it's Flare. For now, it's about just protecting the spike with what you have left. And Prosperity able to even pick up a Guardian off of that is awesome for Scary Shark, but is not getting the long distance fight she was hoping for.
I was expecting to back up for a second, but no, they're going back in.
I was wondering if they wanted to just go down with it, but Scary Shark thinks it's winnable. It's going to send Yuki with the pistol up first. Scary Shark to clean up. A 1v1. Spike ticking down. An Infiltrator is just not going to be found. Scary Shark just did not play that fast enough, but hey, all good. No, I can't even get the ult orb.
No,
but hey, 7-7.
That's huge. That's huge for Prosperity. No guns carried over. They bought straight up into it, and they leave with 0. Now they either buy to empty here, like, look, they have no economy. You know, we have some players that didn't buy up specifically in these cases of scenario, but you have such a good stall out of Prosperity to keep them trapped in on the site. Not only that, but Scary finding a double is going to be really good for them in terms of the ultimate economy and also just straight confidence going into it. Because now Prosperity have a full buy up to a Bucky, 2 rifles.
It was awkward because like 2 people from Winthrop just had pistols and didn't buy anything. So Magic with a big 2 to open things up. It's gonna have Winthrop feeling a little awkward, all depending on what Moves can accomplish here. But in a 1 versus 2 with a Sheriff, this is gonna be a tough challenge. So Moves has to play the mind games, and that's now gonna recruit more people to try and overpower Prosperity on the right side of the map. Now this Tejo drone from Prosperity They're getting information. No one is home. And look how much respect Prosperity are giving, just hoping to keep Scary Shark alive and well to have part of this retake.
I feel like, again, Prosperity, you have your initiators up for the retake. You still have two very aggressive controllers online that can really be that entry, like straight up. Obviously, you know, Manny does not have that ultimate up this early in the game, but it's still really huge for them. Spread on the site holds works really well for them, and now Manny knows that they're hitting the C site.
Got the Tejo drone left this late, so nobody to worry about except who could be just at the very back. Now Manny is going to shift things up, and you got the Tejo drones and a fault line. That's why Scary Shark played her life, and look how valuable it is to have Yuki and Scary Shark still here. 7 seconds. Flare with a big pick, but you need time, you need space, you need a spike plant, and there's no time. Flare has to go for a 1v2 kill now, but it's just hoping to keep the Vandal instead. Winthrop really trying to minimize risks, and they'll drop the round as a result.
And it's crazy because we've had 2 back-to-back rounds where economy and the damage that has been dealt from the losing team has been really impactful, surprisingly, because Prosperity lost so much in terms of player count. Now, that is supplemented by the fact that they picked up a round that they needed to pick up, as well as carrying 2 rifles over. That being said, though, Winthrop went into this with 2 rifles, and now they have full weaponry. They have an Armageddon on Flare. They have so much to set up for success for these coming rounds.
Oh my god, just so much early util. The Tejo drones from Prosperity. Now the smoke up close too, and this will keep Winthrop in position. But what I'm wondering is how much Manny wants to test out Mound and to push throughout that. We're just going to focus down that line of sight with the Guardian. Winthrop need to work through this map control. They're just going to wait for the smokes to expire, see what the Tejo drone is going to find, and the fault line as a result, as Prosperity turned away to shoot the drone. They get caught by a wave of Winthrop util, but Prosperity just have numbers in the angles and cover to play off of. Not the same advantage that Winthrop have, and the spike is down, and this round is pretty over, depending on if Moobs can work his way around in a 1v3.
Yeah, I mean, there is an isolate though, but the timings here for Scary are huge, and now that they have info, it's pretty locked in. The thing for me that's kind of surprising is that Vantic was spotted by the drone, if I'm not mistaken. Vantic shot at the drone, so they had at least some read, and unfortunately just wasn't caught off on that angle towards Rubble. And because of that, they kind of just got collapsed upon towards A. Moves. Okay. Finds one, but it's a trade. Still really solid. These rounds are getting close. And speaking of that early util that we see to fight out in space, it's just a matter of the compositions that we've been seeing out of Valorant to begin with. They fight out towards control, whether it's Mound or whether it's A, and it allows either you fight into it if you're on the attacking side, if Winthrop is like, okay, we're going to try and fight and break through it with our own utility, or you just get kited into a different angle. And looking at this replay, it'll truly see, right? Infiltrator is just not clearing Vantic here. Even though they dropped so much utility, that one really important angle kind of cost them a lot because you just get collapsed upon by the rest of the Prosperity roster.
And that's the beauty of maybe having a Clove in your lineup, just that extra layer of smokes, where that's why Prosperity don't play that Sentinel and moves relegated back to a Sheriff. And he's had a monster performance in playoffs. Roy talked at length about how he will around in his favor, in his team's favor, single-handedly sometimes. And you have Winthrop with just a 2-1-2 split, crossing the smoke. Her moves, and Nasi really feeling this. They got a flash to play off of too, but a crossfire from Prosperity. And Ali could be opening the door in Tree, which could force a focus split from Prosperity, and now a rolling thunder from the defense. Winthrop haven't dropped anyone. And Winthrop are just launching all these threats as best as they can in these isolated scenarios, but Prosperity had time to take angles once they realized where Winthrop were. Now the spike is down at an awkward spot once again, and it's just Nasi left.
30 seconds left.
In a spot where he's already pushed off by drones. This is just not going to be possible with the guns that they had. Prosperity are having really good reads.
Yeah, I think that ultimate though as well is just to secure the round. They see the group, they feel the group up. They stay towards A. They've just been keeping their positions. There wasn't a lot of util being dumped in anywhere, and you put up a smoke. You've cleared out other areas of the map, so they have to be there. It is also an eco to keep in mind, so the stakes of the round were kind of already in favor of Prosperity, but with how Winthrop has been playing and how close they've been getting in those ecos, it starts to add another layer. Oh my gosh.
What the heck? Okay, Magic's doing his Infiltrator impression from that overdraft we saw in the last half. And now the race is on, and Winthrop got to tie up their shoelaces and get it going all the way to A. And Manny's not even gonna really try to contest this. Yeah, he's just gonna hope to pinch at the right time as Flair has to cut them off, and at least is good for one. Being able to deny Magic 2 was always great, and now punishing Winthrop for overextending, and the numbers were limited, and this flank was activated. Winthrop needed to watch their backs, not keep looking forward. Now Nasi has to do it all and can't do enough. This will be Prosperity getting up to 11.
Oh man, 11 up. Got the 3 deficit. I like that they played for a pinch towards spawn out of B and C immediately off the rip, leaving A for retake. Their A retakes have been pretty solid, so it's nothing too crazy. Their A holds have been even better, so they're not super worried about it. I think the call that you said, like, oh, it's a Infiltrator impression, so true, because that's kind of how Lotus is playing. Like, just get aggro out of it. And both of these teams have such a similar composition that it makes sense. I think Prosperity, though, because they have, like you said, no Sentinel, and on the defensive side, they need a fight here. For Winthrop, if they could break that fight at some point, I feel like that's when their like ticket to success gets punched, but they just have not been able to find that.
Well, Manny wants to fight for sure, just being aggressive off of Mound, and Moops has to cut it off, and he's been such an important anchor for Winthrop in the past, while the rest of Winthrop just carving out, trying to do as much damage as they can early to make their post plan as easy as possible. What a great swing from Ali, even with the assistance of Infiltrator if needed. Winthrop are extending out of the site, and this time in a more calculated way, and one that has unity to it, with help on all sides, and Prosperity have Scary Shark on the other side, hoping to maybe flash in, but Prosperity don't want to waste any time. It's now an Armageddon from Flair to just evict these unfriendly neighbors of Prosperity, and through all the chaos, Winthrop are thriving. And it's even a Rolling Thunder invested as well from Nasi, giving them the thrifty.
Let's go! They fought towards sight! They just straight ran into it, and that's kind of what I expected of Winthrop through a lot of these rounds. If they have a slower start where they're kind of trading utility back and forth, it's always a lot scarier for Winthrop, it seems. But I think because it was an eco, Winthrop was like, let's just send it B. And that was such a good call in the moment, as well as this. I think it's really funny, the interaction there with the Bucky in hand, kiting Magic, like pushing Magic away. It's like, oh, I don't want to peek this. And in the moment, Magic's not like fully cognizant of where the Armageddon is. So, they're doing it again.
Not even with the overdrive. Who cares? It's such a beautiful paranoia to set that all up. Prosperity is coming in with great set plans, and it's set Winthrop back only down 2 members, but the advantage gone for Winthrop.
And I just love that, like, they were like, okay, Winthrop might get aggro here. Let's just fight out, see like we have been. It's been successful. We can do it again. And it works. Prosperity has the solid read. Moobs is now going to be swayed away from this lurk.
Going out.
And Winthrop went away from their overdrive. Still some presence on the left side of the map. You got that neural theft. Important for Moobs to realize this site is weak. There is only one. And now with that extra ping, they could maybe get even more frantic. And Infiltrator just gets caught by Vantic. And Prosperity will be cut off from the spike. Moves and Nasi have to play time. Not a lot of util available. And when they're split up, they can't even play off of each other. So Prosperity are just going to flood in and take care of Nasi any second now. And it could be a problem at times, but this will put Prosperity up to match point. And one map away from a big upset against Winthrop.
Honestly, though, I'm very happy for Prosperity, so genuinely, because it's been some exceptional calling out of Vantic, some really solid reads, like stacking Mound there. You know, they entered B. We've done this exec in the past. It's worked. You lose Magic 4-2. It's a 1-for-2 trade. That's fine. You have full info on the rest of the team here. And now Winthrop, they're like forced down to the wire. I'm surprised we haven't seen them take a pause or something to recollect themselves. Winthrop, though, setting up for success. They have, you know, Infiltrator has their ultimate. They're on attack. Are they going to infiltrate in? Are they going to push into it? Hopefully. They don't. They're just falling back. Not getting aggro. What?
Too. Yeah. Manny is at least going to scale up slowly. And Winthrop always droning up first, seeing what it gets, and could be into B, but they need to take care of Prosperity early if they want to plan on B. And Infiltrator's quick with the trade, but this ult's gonna be used in the middle of the smoke, and Manny overcooks sometimes with these, but this is a big opening for Winthrop to get the spike pointed at C. Gotta worry about that B door that was just opened, but Prosperity didn't get sight lines until Scary Shark and friends are cutting through on Waterfall. This is a dangerous spot for Winthrop. They managed to still get the plan off, and look, there's already some presence from Prosperity, maybe not fully synced up, as Scary Shark was just coming out of the B door, and now no util, a 1v3, and to push into this site at this moment is gonna be so difficult.
Save angle here for Scary Shark. Just find some picks on the exit and keep your weapon alive. Winthrop was, Winthrop was playing slow there because they were worried Prosperity was going to go for another fast exec out of C or fast exec somewhere else and really try and trap them in spawn. BC splits with no A main control. Totally fine in most cases, and they were worried that that's something that would happen, but Prosperity instead went for the rubble control play, and that initial fight didn't go in their favor. But at the end of it, Winthrop's just making it close. I like Scary Shark just being scared in a corner, living up to, I guess, their name. But they have to be the shark that's scared. They're the ones that need to bite against the enemy team. And Prosperity being forced to a timeout now. Prosperity has used both of their timeouts here. And honestly, that's fair to close up the map, maybe reset some mentals, talk about how they're going to be using some of these ultimates. Specifically, the Armageddon is something to really highlight as, like, this could be a round-winning ultimate for Prosperity. Maybe give some confidence and some... I don't know, their calling has been really good, so I think they've already been confident. I think it's just a little bit of a mental check and lock in.
Yeah, I think the timing of this Armageddon is probably what's being discussed, along with the buy, because I think their economy is a little whack right now, but you could always Armageddon early. Like, as soon as you see them coming out of a lobby, we kind of saw a lot of chaos over at that, or as soon as the offense gets set up on a site, you can just evict them using that Armageddon. So this ult is going to be very important for the win condition of Prosperity. And this buy settles with just 2 hero rifles, and okay, more being bought. Prosperity just 1 round away, but Winthrop are in their shadow.
The win con for Winthrop is just to, like, avoid that Armageddon, deny Magic picking up, or Scary Shark picking up their ultimate as well, and really just focus on their own game here. But more importantly in that post plan is if you have, like, if they take Yuki down, that's pretty much the round, right? They can pick it up from there. They don't have to worry about that post plan.
Manny in the same spot as before. Winthrop just having to be aware of either Magic or Manny have been ones that have popped out and really surprised at Mound. And there is the paranoia from Prosperity, the immediate slide out, but almost cut off by their own wall. And maybe that was Infiltrator's wall. Yeah, it was Infiltrator's. And look, as soon as that goes down, you give a sense of security to Prosperity. It's just a chess match. It's a waiting game for Infiltrator. And it pays off as now Prosperity are quick to rotate, knowing that Winthrop have probably faked C, so they hope to reinforce B and A. And Prosperity didn't get the right read on this. They're all over A, and Winthrop have already planted B. So now Prosperity have to catch up, and not having the numbers they would hope for, it's gonna be tough.
Love the plan to plant B here. So solid out of them because they can go a lot faster and trip up Prosperity.
Prosperity was hoping to cause some movement with the salvos, and then they just flood in as a team, but Flare at this corner just kills both, and now 3. Okay, Winthrop are still in this.
They're making it spicy. OT first map of the day? Ooh, I don't want to call it just yet here, but Winthrop has all of the pieces to success. If it's a chess puzzle, then I mean, they've got themselves beyond the board. The whole picture has been painted, and they're starting to move these pieces around. I mean, they have ultimates of their own. The Armageddon that we talked about is now on both sides, as well as an overdrive for Infiltrator, who has been really good at being aggressive. Ollie on that second entry. I mean, all together here, they're doing such a good job. On top of that, Prosperity's now down to an eco, so it should be 11-12 by the theory of Valorant, but we've seen a lot of chaos unfold here. Let's just see how this A main push runs through.
I was waiting to see if the overdrive is going to be used. No, just the one and done magic is good for it. And that, well, okay, just lucky into the aftershock there. Okay, I'm down, but Winthrop are going to waste no time. Taking advantage of the map control that they do have, which is to follow up with Ali. Tejo drone in. B will be clear. This is maybe to play the mind games as Winthrop pivot over to C, and Manny has already peeked this. Now down to not a lot of HP, but overhealed and doing what they can. Manny, it's always the most confident player on Prosperity, but not wanting to go into an overtime situation, not against Winthrop, not against a team who have clutched these overtimes in playoffs before. But the weaponry that Prosperity have, gotta hope that they can drop some of Winthrop. Take advantage of this. No, Nazi with the catch-up, chasing down Fantic. Leaves Scary Shark, Yuki, and Manny in a bad spot, deciding if they want to go for the Rolling Thunder to break in, or if they just want to wait out this Armageddon first. Now it's the Rolling Thunder. Now it's the Armageddon for the retake. Prosperity flood in. It's a 1-for-1, a 2v2 to end this for Prosperity. And now just being able to limit the angles that you need to check using the smoke one step at a time. Prosperity about to get caught. Flare and Ellie with the high-low taking care of Prosperity. 11-12.
And that was such a gamble to use those two ultimates, and even worse than the gamble, it hit Manny. If we see, we're probably going to see it in the replay, and I'll point it out, but Manny was hit by the Rolling Thunder, meaning that the speed of the retake was stunted by the fact that Manny couldn't collapse upon the site. So now you have a disjointed push out of Prosperity. They couldn't get into it. I was sitting on the edge of my seat thinking to myself, are they going to do it? Are they going to turn the tides? But no, statistics are statistics for a reason, and we do see the eco falling in favor. Now, it was close, and now we're going to be seeing Manny unfortunately meet their demise again. But at the end of the day, this is going to be a full buy. They have one more shot to prevent overtime.
Already a 4 versus 4.
Cage triggered.
Not too away from the neural theft, and Winthrop scaling. Not too slow, not too fast, just right. But wait, moves. Just going to cut off these rotations. Already heard them sprinting on the other side. And could get a catch. One, Manny! What a flick! But Infiltrator always there for the trade. Winthrop support each other, but not their backs. Scary Shark with a good backstab from the staircase, dropping the spike. This is disastrous. And Winthrop had all their cards, all their ducks in a row. And what a mistake. Leaving staircase unsmoked, unchecked. And that's all she wrote for Lotus. Prosperity take map 1.
It is just one small little step upstairs and it crumbles. And they brought it down so close. They brought it down so close. But at the end of the day, Prosperity is going to edge out the victory here on Winthrop's map pick. 11-13 all in all. That is such a good look for Prosperity going into this. All of the people on, in the chat, on Twitter, everywhere are like, they looked at the Preds. We saw that. And it seems like Prosperity has proven it here. They are truly living up to that Premier dream of going from Premier and ranked and really grinding it out here, because that was beautiful. That was beautiful on every front.
Yeah, and the advantage that Prosperity have is that they've been a core for so long, like ever since the Dexterity Gaming days. Like they've been around the scene, they have so much time together, and they're hoping to gain respect of the community along other teams that came from Premier, like Nightblood, like Blue Water, and they had a lot of success. And Prosperity already taking a map from one of the big three says a lot. They're just a well-drilled team. Prosperity got close near the end, but just being able to force mistakes and to punish mistakes out of Winthrop is what says a lot. And you know, that was Winthrop's map pick, but that's also Prosperity's most played map and their highest success rate in the past month. So Prosperity definitely shaking up some trees over in the Winthrop camp, but after this break, we'll find out what the desk thinks. So we'll see you there.
Like to give up and didn't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent.
We kind of just threw at the end.
Yeah, MAD were winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
A lot of things changing in stage 2 of Challengers, and it's super exciting to see a couple of these teams at their debut, Prosperity among them, and they're going to be living up to that. It's going to be a Prosperity victory, 13-11 on the very first map of the series, Winthrop University's map choice. And Gompers, a lot of questions that maybe we had about this Prosperity roster, I think getting answered quite quickly, like, yeah, they're here, they can contend, and they're looking good.
You see a new team come in and you're thinking, you know what, there's a lot to learn. But I think they've learned it. They definitely have, right? The synergy was on point. We saw so many group pushes just to secure, whether it be entry frags, refrags, whatever the case may be. This team was on point with every single point of their game.
Yeah, I mean, Roy, it was definitely a close one, but when it's your opponent's map pick and something we get to see a lot of reps on from Winthrop University, I wouldn't expect it any other way. But Prosperity, I mean, this is something that's quite comfortable for them. And you had talked about, too, that this core of the team, like, this isn't just some random premier team. Like, there's a little bit more depth here, and that's something that really came to light in this first map.
Yeah, and I think it's that strategic depth that we really love to see on the analyst desk, right? Because I think any caliber of team can really handle early rounding, right? Like anyone can call out of spawn, but in my opinion, the true caliber of a team's potential is mostly in how they maneuver the late rounds. Like how can you maneuver the chaos, right? And this team seems to handle that quite well. They're setting up team fights. They know exactly where the gaps are. Their lurk timings are on point. It really did not feel like a fluke whatsoever. This was a really, really strong showing here for Prosperity in this first map.
Yeah, and I agree. It's about understanding the weak points, like you said, right? The adaptations from this team from the start was amazing. Off the rip, they knew they weren't familiar with, like, you know, how competitive were the vibes coming into this. They were just ready to play their best game, but they took the adjustments, right? The aggressive plays that we got to see off the rip from Winthrop, they ripped that apart and started playing a very, very quiet start to the game. They started making sure that every swing, they were expecting someone to be there, and they started playing together. And I think that's what really tore Winthrop apart in that mid-round. I mean, in the middle of the game, because now they have to find a new plan. The ego they were coming in with, it got completely shut down.
I mean, Prosperity showing they have the teamwork, also showing that they can shoot, because Winthrop University has definitely been a team that's been praised for the mechanics, and Prosperity going toe-to-toe with that and above in this match with the 14 first kills. Oh, I don't know why that should be the tongue twister out of absolutely everything that could be said. All right, Sierra. But still, it was really nice to be able to see. And looking over at the individual player performances for this map, I mean, looking at the core, like, there was people on the opposing end here, Roy. Like, Flair and Ali had a really big step of performances, but it was still a Prosperity playing together that was able to shut that down.
Yeah, keep in mind that Ali was like, what, 18-7 or like 20 and something by the end of the first half. I mean, he was having like an insane performance in this first half. But going into the second half, Flair really stepped up. But if you look on the other side for Prosperity, they don't really have like a crazy hard hitter. It was a lot of a team effort. Scary Shark, a very supportive player, popping off 22 kills. Manny, I mean, in the first half alone, he was just going absolutely crazy. And then, of course, Magic having 7 first kills. I mean, that's half of that entire team's first kills all on him. So yeah, it's definitely a really strong showing here for Prosperity.
Yeah, team effort shined honestly above the rest. I agree, because what I really did like though is that they were also kind of cooperating with the ultimates a bit. I really liked how Manny wasn't necessarily an aggressive player, but when the ultimate was there for Clove, that's when they would strike. That's when Manny knew that, you know what, I can get one here and we can hit off the rip. So that really did carry the momentum a bit, because they were relying, you know, on those moments where maybe they couldn't really find an opening, but then Manny was there to make sure that there was one. And I think that's what really led this team to success, and maybe those moments where it was getting a little bit tight.
I mean, I love the team play, but let's talk about 2 players that were always good at getting there too, and talk about Scary Shark and Manny in this match. Because going into this, from this game changer scene, we've gotten to see Scary Shark, and we know that, Roy, that she is a fragger. Like, she goes out there and just woo! And then Manny as well, someone that throughout this map really impressed, like having really good timings, just knowing when to get aggressive. And then when he did, being always able to get 1 or 2, I think was just really nice. And this was a dangerous duo to contend against.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd like to remind all of us as well that Scary Shark was a former VCL player. She's been in this league before. She's experienced here, and that's why she has 175 damage per round. It's absolutely not it's not a fluke. It's not by luck. But going on to the other hand, for Manny, a player that we didn't really know much coming into this tournament, for him to have such a deep understanding of his lurk timings on Lotus. I mean, yeah, mechanically he's popping off, but it's so much more to it than that. His timings are impeccable. The way he comes through smokes, the way he closes out rounds in the end, just a lot of the little nuances that this team needed to close out these rounds, he was always capitalizing on.
And even looking at a couple of the rounds that would be quite big for Winthrop University, kind of just getting a little set back a little bit from the aggression from these 2 Gompers. And now I'm kind of curious, looking ahead in the series, if it's these 2 that are performing like this, what type of answer can Winthrop University even have?
just really switching up the momentum, I guess. I definitely noticed, like, you know, we iterated a bit on the adaptations that we saw coming through from Prosperity, but it felt like Winthrop was struggling to find their step, almost, you know, at a lesser value at what we got to see from Prosperity. And, you know, they did have a lot of trouble trying to adjust to maybe the aggressive, you know, portion that was coming out of Manny, or maybe, you know, the plays that we got to see a little bit more with a three-person push, like coming through on one person. It was very individualized on terms of Winthrop versus where Prosperity, it just felt like it was a lot more together. And I feel like, you know, maybe trying to work as a team a bit more would push them towards that victory that they're looking for Winthrop.
I mean, they still have 1 or 2 more maps before we can claim an entire victory for the series. And let's start talking about the next map up. Of course, we are going to Prosperity's map pick, which, of course, whenever it's about to be your map pick and you're up one in the series, well, that just fares great, Roy. That's just Valorant 101 here. But Winthrop University, I feel like we've seen this tale so many times. They pick Lotus as their map pick first in the series. They lose it. And then they win the next 2 in the series. It's just the most Winthrop University thing. But I'm excited for Ascent because we haven't gotten to see this from them for a while, of course, with just the map pool and now the changes, and it's back.
Yeah, I think Ascent here is going to be really interesting because there's also the addition of Waylay that we haven't even really talked about much so far. I think we will maybe see that coming up, but just looking at, just quickly glancing over Prosperity's history, they actually do play this map in different leagues. They actually run the double Sentinel comp with Deadlock and Cypher with Yoru as the duelist, so it will be a very strong showing for them. Now, which half are they going to get on their map pick? That's up for debate. It's obviously they're going to be on the attack side, so Winthrop University's opting for that defense side, which can be and has been very tricky for a lot of teams that attack side of Ascent, right? We've seen so many teams get absolutely blown out of the water on their own map pick when they start on that attack side. So I'm looking forward to see what kind of composition Winthrop will be running to see whether they're going to be opting for the double duelist or sorry, the double Sentinel or a double initiator composition.
I'm excited to see for the side of Prosperity, since we do see them play Ascent, but it has been a little bit. And with changes, we maybe do get to see something else. Whereas for Winthrop University, I genuinely just don't know. It's a team that is so flexible, and but will also just play things that are comfortable to them, even if it's a little against the grain. So I'm hoping that we get something like a Waylay or whatnot. Like, do not get me wrong, but I'm just not entirely sure. But yeah, I mean, we haven't gotten the opportunity to see Ascent because it hasn't been in the map pool. But yeah, Roy, looking over this, yeah, I'm intrigued with how the Ascent is going to be rounding out this other thing of maps that they have.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a feeling that they're going to be completely fine, right? Because Winthrop University is one of the most flexible teams in the league. Every player on this team can play multiple agents. They can play multiple roles. So really, for me, the only looming question mark is whether they actually have the double Sentinel composition, because it can be very tricky for so many teams, right? If you're going up against Vice, if you're going up against Cypher, there's just so much utility to sift through. And if you don't really have a strong game plan coming into it, it can be a very difficult map.
I am going to say, though, I think this might be a little more aimed in favor of Winthrop this time around. Of course, we obviously did get to see the banger of a match that we just got on Lotus coming through from Prosperity. But I think there might be more of a difference here in terms of their gameplay Ascent, right? You know, that togetherness that we saw, not that easy to really execute as I guess as big as they did. The entrances are a bit smaller. The sites are a little bit more hectic in terms of what's going on with positioning, right? Where can you stand? What util you're going to be using? So I think here on Ascent, it might be a little bit more strategical, but we do actually see Waylay, and this is exciting. I'm really enjoying this. The difference from Prosperity this time.
Yeah, I mean, Roy, we've seen Prosperity, but they're switching it up. Winthrop University, this seems a little bit more of a usual comp, bring in the Tejo, but Prosperity, we're going full spice. We see the Waylay. Not the first time we've seen it in Challengers, but I'm excited to see what impact Magic has here.
Yeah, this is the clash of the new styles, right? They're not even old style versus new style. It's double new styles. We're seeing the Tejo instead of the KO. I'm actually a big fan of the composition that Winthrop University is running. I think it's one of the best comps. I think the Tejo Sova work really well on this map, being able to have so much access to information as well as so much utility, and it's so oppressive on this map. And then looking on the other side towards Prosperity, a composition that is popularized by G2. I'm also a massive fan of this composition as well. They just have so much utility to work with among all the initiators, with Waylay as well, and so much mid-rounding aggression and so many tools at their disposal.
And we were so focused on Manny and Scary Shark from that first series that we didn't even really get to talk in depth about Magic. But Magic, I mean, 7 first bloods, you know, Magic 7, it all makes sense. And someone who really did step up. So now on this agent, it's time to see if Winthrop University has what it takes to stop this Waylay, or if it's going to be a Prosperity Esports in their debut with a 2-0 victory. It's time to head on over to Ascent and head back over to your casters, Nerds and Lemon.
Thanks so much, Sierra. I'm excited for Ascent. Be my first time seeing Waylay. I don't know if we saw it in Challengers yesterday, but Prosperity are coming in with all the ideas, Nerds.
I'm so excited for Waylay as well. They are coming in with so many ideas, and it's a change up between two, different metas, like Roy was saying, and everything. When Roy was saying it, I was just like, I was getting more and more excited at every second of anticipation for this matchup. The thing that's also really glaring in my mind is the head-to-head between Infiltrator and Magic last time, and now how it's going to play out, because they played both on Neon, and now they're playing really similar in terms of the entry role of Waylay still has that entry, but obviously the difference of utility that you can back out at any moment. The head-to-head's going to be different. And more than that, their initial first context as well as that mid-round is going to change. Because when you're on attack, when you're on defense, Waylay can go in and out, and you can bring Waylay back for that mid-round. So much nerd talk, but getting into it, it's a 4-stack towards A.
Yeah, and this Waylay kind of plays like a hybrid of Jet and Yoru, the way you're able to turn to a starting position. You got double dashes. Excited to see what Magic can do. Definitely an agent that suits their play style, but it's first blood for the defense, catching that lurk in the middle of the map. So Prosperity have to scale back up, and they could be walking into the line of sight here of moves. We'll see how many heads he can claim, and not enough. Prosperity continue their march towards the mid-map.
Oh, look who's there. It's Snazzy. They don't clear into it, though. They're still trying to lean towards this A site.
Okay, Flare has to keep them at bay. 1-2, and runs out of bullets, but Infiltrator has his back. And this has really ruined the round for Prosperity. I mean, it already started on a downturn when you got first blooded, especially losing all that map control that you had to work up against, giving up information to Winthrop. It's Vantic in a 1 versus 3, but the spike is down to his left, and Ascent is so hard to attack into when everybody's set up. So
yeah, I mean, once they lost that spike and Flare popping off, it wasn't doom and gloom, but it was kind of there. And Winthrop now starting on a more upper foot. I remember the desk talking about how this is a Winthrop special where they go down on the first map, they pick Lotus, and they bring things back up. And honestly, they have brought up the speed here in terms of just being as a team, kind of coordinated. A lot of the stuff we saw previously on Lotus. I think that more than anything, also the way that they used Flare's utility to stall out, very similar to the previous comps.
Okay. All right, watch out for Ali, man. Just the same thing like he did on Mound on Lotus, where he almost had that ace until Infiltrator got into the picture. So, man, the paranoia as Prosperity walked in. What timing from Winthrop. Prosperity not even wanting to kind of play a default to play the mind games. They just, okay, we got discovered. Let's try and chase down Ali, and they walked into the Winthrop trap.
Yeah, now also more than that, Infiltrator has an outlaw. So if we're talking about traps, unfortunately, Vantic's going to be the only one to kind of feel that pressure. But otherwise, it's still very useful. We have a really solid buy-up out of Winthrop. They're looking for that 3-0 start that we saw on Lotus out of Prosperity. And when you have players such as Ali and the caliber of the Winthrop squad, it wouldn't be surprising for them to get such a really good, solid base at the beginning of this game and carry that into a victory. Although, it's full Vandals and Rifles on the other end for Prosperity. What is this spam?
Or some spam angles have been patched up here on this map, but Prosperity definitely giving up on their initial A hit, hoping to cause chaos in mid. And there's still an Odin that's being loud and proud. Nasi has already gotten 2. And with the smoke in place, Prosperity can't even see where to really clap back against this. Now the spike is down in the middle of the map, but it's not getting any easier. Magic and Vantic are left. They got Vandals, so that's great. Trying a different angle, but these steps are being heard. Nasi with an Odin. Just loud and proud around the corner, gets his third, leaving Magic in a 1 versus 2. And position discovered. Winthrop really running this map.
I mean, and you get some free upgrades as well. Ollie carries over the Odin spam that's been working so well for Nasi. You have Winthrop University firing on all cylinders at the start here. Prosperity going down to an eco. They bought up weapons previously. I did enjoy the sort of thought process of the setup here towards mid to allow that Waylay to dash on in. But unfortunately, the suppressive fire and the timings of Winthrop were just a little too strong. It was just there when it was needed, especially off the back of Nasi finding a double and then pulling up with the squad. Winthrop really showcasing that, you know, we are warm now. We are in this game.
Winthrop really good angles, and they did just spot Infiltrator updrafting, so Prosperity are hoping to do something about that, but these Tejo drones from Flare have been delaying things so well. Of course, now the drone, or the salvo is delayed, and now the drone gets shot, so Prosperity are just gonna keep trucking. I feel like Ascent is a map that you have to flip-flop around, and now Prosperity, they get discovered, and they're forced to play these gunfights, and Magic is huge. Now the 3rd kill this round for the duelist.
Magic winning that. Magic winning that could have single-handedly won in the game here. Or the round.
See if you're right, because against this rifle, okay, they're sealed. Magic gets spotted, and Ali still gets the best of them. What a clutch for Winthrop.
And it had to come down to a clutch because of the Magic 3K down towards mid, along with all the pressure. The ultimate being used there to try and secure that upset Thrifty, but unfortunately doesn't come through. A timeout going to be called right before the 5th round to give them some setup for it. Maybe talking a little bit about that ult usage, as well as Yuki having their ult up, as well as Manny being close to theirs. A bunch of ultimates coming online. But the reason I even talk about ultimates is that the Magic, you know, ulti there using the Waylay ultimate, I get it. It's just to try and like really like have that be a sway round in their favor, but it's such a good ultimate to pair up with other ultimates like the Armageddon that it seems almost interesting why you're using it in that moment rather than just swinging into it. A lot of really good stuff out of Prosperity. They have really good thought processes and good calls, but they're just getting sort of outgunned and outmatched by Winthrop in terms of pacing. That's the outmatched element of it. And I would like to see that really be addressed here in this timeout.
Yeah, just Prosperity are trying to win this map off of the firepower, kind of playing it like Lotus, where we get that opening pick or you get first contact and you just run on in, where a lot of other teams play Ascent a lot slower, a lot more for map control. They have lurks, they have options, they scale the map. It takes a lot more time to get through these rounds for most teams, but not for Prosperity. Even when the intel advantage is for Winthrop, Prosperity try their best, but now they'll have to claw their way from an 0-4 deficit. Now knowing that Ali has hung around this A door, just immediately the Tejo drones to punish Ali. If he were to overextend and didn't go for the teleport, a big punish for Prosperity. Now they get the orb and some time to think.
Good call to flush out Ali, who has been a thorn in the side of Prosperity. And now this is the mid-round calling, like where are they going to be going here? We do see some utility being expended off of Winthrop to gain that advantage, more information, as well as heavy weaponry on Infiltrator and Nasi. So they're still set up for success. It's just a matter of finding these Prosperity players who have slowed this down to a snail's pace. Really trying to draw a potential rotate towards the B site because you have that Vice wall up already. They don't go for it.
And for Infiltrator to have a round 5 op too, and that'll be pushed out of position as to now outrun the Armageddon. And well, Flare will take up the helm. Bodyguard at the front door, a 2-for-1. Of Prosperity, still members left, but fighting for map control is tough. Winthrop, they pop out of smokes at these unexpected moments, but Prosperity were ready this time for it. Nasi 1v3 with the Odin. And it's Prosperity getting their first offensive round after, well, at least adapting and overcoming Winthrop's defense for once.
Great play. They got, like we talked about this a little bit, they got aggressive, took down Ollie, and then slowed it down. But even more than that, something to highlight in the mid round was Scary Shark finding not only a 3K, but having a lot of impact with her utility and setting up for success, even dying near the end and being traded out. Super valuable for the squad in terms of just being that individual player. The Shark swims on in, and it seems like they dive on in deeper. More than that, Prosperity, efficacy to their timeout. It worked in their favor. They had a really good game plan off of it, and it should give them some more room to work with in these next and coming rounds.
Also, Winthrop lost the up. That was such a boon for them to hold A. And now it's the Hunter's Fury from Nasi to keep everyone in check. And Prosperity, they have their parade rained on before they could even get a march going. They just keep walking into this troop of Winthrop that dismantled them. And it's a flawless round at that.
It's a 20-second round right there.
Yeah.
It went from being a snail going towards the finish line to, you know, you think maybe like a turtle, but no, we're going for the hair immediately because we're just running straight into it. And a great setup for Winthrop just to kind of play passive still and not really overextend or do anything crazy, react to what Prosperity is going to do. And they're beyond ready here. See Infiltrator along with the rest of the squad working in tandem. It's beautiful to see.
Okay, yeah, just standing in the salvos there is crazy. Kind of a good adaptation from Prosperity. They usually have the one salvo at the front door for Alley, but to have it towards Wine in case Winthrop was going to try to play around that. Really smart approach from Prosperity. Does it matter? No, because Winthrop, they lost the 1 or 2 to salvos, and well, Winthrop still have better rifles, so 6-1 now.
Just clean up the eco and keep on building. Keep on building into it is what Winthrop is deciding to do. More than just keeping the rifles, they have some ultimates online. You have Infiltrator with a Blade Storm for retake, as well as that booned up that's carried over and built into it. I just love that Infiltrator is here like, you know what, I'm gonna set up Ollie. Like, if I'm gonna go down here, Ollie's gonna race swing and take the fight against me. Whereas Prosperity, though, they have yet to find that same, like, coordination, I guess, that they did previously. Maybe if they slow it down even more like they are doing right now, but...
And a knockback for Winthrop, and that's been quite troublesome as Prosperity have this chess match over at A between the two Omens, but the real chaos broke down in the middle of the map, and Prosperity have tried this mid-map scramble before, and this time they're able to squabble up against Winthrop. Now equal numbers. Alley has been a factor. That has been subtracted from the equation. Now Manny, oh, what a pivot there from Flare. Now at least the spike is safe and sound for Prosperity over at A, but the neural theft advantage activated there for Moobs.
And this retake has got they got info. Winthrop had full info.
Yeah, the swing timing is great. Neural theft to know exactly where those defenders are. Now you're playing hopscotch against the salvos, and a great retake at the end of the day for Winthrop.
They just had full info off the Moobs neural theft, and then even more so, the setup for the salvos was set up in such a way that they knew exactly where in, like, they knew exactly where Vantic was going to end up, right? It's either that or a TP, and even then, you know where to peek off the rip, so the crosshair placement, everything, you have no elements of the equation. They're going to carry over the op, give it to Infiltrator, so they can keep their economy rolling here. Prosperity has already, you know, they've timed out, they've done everything they've needed to do, they've tried changing up the pacing of it, but it just has not worked. And going into this next round, I mean, they're not going to have much to work with, but they do have ultimates and weapons, light shields to boot, actually full utility. So no, they do have a decent amount to work with, actually.
Yeah. Winthrop still have the op too. She'll just be sitting in the middle of the map, so Winthrop have a lot of their bases covered. Prosperity have been hitting A quite frequently, so I can understand Winthrop wanting to stack that right side of the map. It's all about how much Vantic can really bait, having to get eyes on mid, using this Tejo drone. It's going to force Winthrop into cover.
I like that Winthrop's respecting all of the pushes out of Prosperity and then just playing reactive to how Prosperity's going. Calling is really strong out of Winthrop to just be like, we need to be disciplined here because we are on a razor's edge of losing. Like, if we lose this map, it's 2-0. We get upset. We win this, it's a comeback, and they have their story built up.
Prosperity still have to make up this deficit, though. They've been getting really beat down, but this is a Prosperity team that have played a different comp. Like Roy talked about the double Sentinel, and obviously Waylay is very new to the game. So Prosperity, I think this is the week to experiment when the stakes are as low as they can be. And you got the map 1 buffer, of course, but now Prosperity have just been spotted by the camera there of Moves, so he's gonna have a lot on his shoulders. You got the Armageddon pushing the back site, so Prosperity don't have to worry about reinforcements. They still haven't found where Moves is, and now thanks to the Manny ult, you'll have a weapon advantage for Prosperity, but who cares when you just have Infiltrator jumping around corners with knives? Prosperity just took way too long for the site control, and at least the kills are better late than never with the spike planted. Knives are out. You got the op, but not a win against the shotgun. Yuki, we'll tell him how it's done.
That got very nasty very quickly. Very dirty and super brawly between both of those teams. We saw Steel Garden, we saw Armageddons, we saw From the Shadows, ultimates galore being piled up into this, as well as this Blade Storm that we get highlighted. And Infiltrator looked poised for it, even going for a super aggressive play, but just barely whiffs. And all of that mounts into Winthrop losing the round. Prosperity feeling a lot better into it. Their slow play starting to work down into mid, and then deciding on where to end off. It's gonna force a change out of Winthrop. Look at this all.
Oh. You always gotta worry about this op, and you weren't able to deny it before. But man, the eco is so low for Winthrop, so Prosperity can just start.
It's been cleared out, so they know mid's not gonna be pushed into, and now it's just the slow control from Prosperity is gonna, I mean, it would probably be dismantled. Look at the position of this op. Infiltrator's been so good about repositioning it.
Oh man, yeah, Infiltrator definitely makes up for the uncharacteristic whiff with a 3K on the op. Better with the gun than the knives. I'd rather bring a gun to a gunfight anyway. So more than enough set themselves up for a victory here, doubling the numbers. You got the Teo drones, you got Vantic playing frantic. Now has to sidestep more, now taking shots through the wall. Vantic will stay patient, will stay composed. Now Ali is in cover. Teo drones that he has to dodge. Nasty above. Hoping to watch over this moment with the smoke. The only thing protecting Prosperity, but Vantic goes for a teleport inside of the site, and Yuki is like, well, this round is shocked. So,
wow.
Unfortunate play did not work out for Prosperity.
I think I mentioned this in the mid round, is just the fact that we see Infiltrator moving around. It's hard for Prosperity to kind of call around this. Yuki did have some good calls, like let's play slow, let's try and really adapt to this, but immediately you can see Infiltrator went to an entirely different position, not only from the start of the round, but also near the mid round. And how do you call around that? You're down to an eco on the second to last round. The ultimates haven't been working. The only ultimate you have is the Waylay ult, and that's not going to be useful unless you have a teammate to play with it.
Wait, Infiltrator's flash just still gets a kill. He's so insane. Decides to not step backwards towards Wine. That's how Infiltrator died to a salvo before, but steps forward into a flash, still gets the kill. It is traded though, but Prosperity managed to grab a rifle from that. So it's all up to Magic, seeing how he can break into the site with the ult.
Magic picking up a weapon here is huge because it could sway it in their favor. You don't really have much supportive ultimates besides maybe if you can farm some of them up, but on Sheriffs, this isn't Lotus, right? We haven't really seen some of that pop-off utility or the weaponry.
Winthrop has so much info because of Ali having eyes on mid. Prosperity made it look like they were leaving, but from just a delayed approach, but Winthrop had them downloaded from the start. What a gap in the score.
Last round before the switch.
As the announcer says, it's the last one before we have to swap things through. Crucially, one away for Scary Shark and Yuki on theirs. In terms of ultimates, the economy is just stacked up for Winthrop, and time again, it's just been, I feel like at this point, it's also just a matter of like the confidence out of Winthrop is there because they're able to peek into these angles and they haven't really been punished. There hasn't really been much of a slow play other than that believe it was round number 7, right? We haven't seen that. It's just been a lot of like defaulting into mid crawls and plays into.
Help him! What? No way! He just 180s magic on his dashes. That was Prosperity's chance to deny this up. This guy is a monster. This was the Infiltrator we wanted to see ramp up to this point. And now it's just Vantic in a 1 versus 2 and the spike is down.
It's a matter of time here.
Oh, just the slow approach out of the smoke. Could have maybe swung back in, but the challenge the up. That's some confidence from Vantic's side.
I think that round 12, literally proved exactly what I meant when I said it just oozes levels of confidence out of Winthrop that they didn't have necessarily, and I'm happy to see it because they lost the first map. Now that they're able to carry that over, you have so much individual potential here, and just I'm happy to get a replay of this. You see the dash coming through, the flood, Flair's there for backup, 180 no scope shot, and gets 3 off the back of it all. So now you're going up against this, right? We do have a change of pace. It's attack side for Winthrop, defense out of Prosperity. I think actually Roy brought this up on the desk, right? Like, this is kind of how teams have been, faltering here on Ascent.
Okay, Prosperity wastes no time to just death ball out of B, get a first blood, get the orb. Do they cash out though? Winthrop are wrapping around. And it's Magic getting back into position, crossing back over to support A, and Winthrop have had this middle of the map, and a near miss on the headshot. Infiltrator's gonna test the waters, has Magic buried, goes for the second through the smoke, and Winthrop are just playing as a team. Prosperity are not getting these 1v1 duels that kind of gave them a lot of success on Lotus. Winthrop have really united and overcome their demons of Prosperity. They're getting real close to going and forcing a map 3.
Just such a great individual outplay from Infiltrator to dash in, crosshair break, play out of the bubbles. Makes me think of a bubble dance, and at this point, it's just a dance of death because Infiltrator's been farming them up. I brought this up a little bit, but it's what Roy said earlier, where teams sometimes have a hard time, right? Like, you start off on attack, you have a hard time. Don't know exactly what the wording was, but at the end of the day, I think Winthrop just has this in the bag and the confidence is there. We're going to need to see some miracles out of Prosperity, who have a light buy-up. They have Sheriffs and 3 Stingers, but they're not really going for a rush death ball. Instead, they're just going to hold everything but mid.
Yeah, Prosperity need to force this. They've tried a new composition, and it's rather Winthrop. We haven't seen them on Ascent for quite a while. I don't even remember last time Winthrop played us. Oh, yeah, probably just before he was in the map pool, obviously. But like, and for them, Winthrop to look this clean, this dominant, is maybe just a question of Winthrop needing to be warmed up. And this is the stage for Winthrop to show their consistency. They've had kind of silly losses against teams that they definitely should have beaten before. And dropping a map, definitely, okay, Winthrop are beatable. But yeah, I definitely think we're going to map 3. I think you're right.
Yeah. Moob's picking that up is just going to lock some more in here, right, Lemon? Like,
oh, okay. Okay, wait, pause. Okay, oh, okay. Wins that against the pistol. Little sketchy there. Prosperity, though, did not get the spike dropped, and Winthrop already have moves inserted into B, so you don't have to waste time scaling back up. There is less than 20 seconds, though, for Winthrop.
Annie's there, though. If they can stall, this is very winnable for Prosperity.
Oh, there's the flash. Manny just finishing off what he started then. 5 seconds. Spike about to be planted. Manny on his way to prevent that. Couldn't. But now Flair has the 1v1. Wins it. Fantic and Scary Shark on low health. Flair and Alley with better weapons. At least Scary Shark picks up the Stinger, and Vantic has to buy time. It's down to a 1v1 to see if Winthrop get to match point. And Flair just has to protect the post plant.
Oh my god.
With the pistol clutch. We were all just holding our breath on that one.
That's what I'm saying is like in that moment, it's so winnable for Prosperity. You've just got some insane levels of play. Scary Shark alongside Vantic working hand in hand, catching Ollie off guard, who's been such a star player. You even hit the paranoia. And at the end of the day, Flair just has the confidence, hits the right click in the moment, whether it's confidence or luck. It doesn't matter because it's all going in Winthrop's side. A 12-2 scoreline for a different composition that Prosperity has not been able to prosper on here. It's just unfortunate, I think is the word.
See if Manny can turn this into an unfortunate situation, being the bodyguard, having the wall forward too to look for isolations, the thorns, and Waylay, Magic on a crossfire angle, just hoping Winthrop walk in, but Winthrop are just gonna go in blindly, not knowing where the Sentinel is as they try to explore their options. Ali gets caught by a crossfire from Prosperity near the middle of the map. And now the updraft to try not trigger the wall. At least Infiltrator will try to do it on his own with an outlaw. It's not the most ideal weapon to do it with, but he's safe and sound, hoping for Winthrop to follow up on his trajectory. His moves now is to take care of what Infiltrator left behind. So Infiltrator's watching backside. Spike is down. Prosperity only have Yuki, and that's to save the map.
Yeah, match point. I mean, you have someone like Infiltrator just being alone on site, not flushed out, not punished at all. It's a recipe for disaster. Nashi with the 4K. Nasty, Nashi. It's just nasty for Nashi there. I mean, I digress though. That was a huge display of confidence out of Winthrop. And even more than that, just really good play from just the individual level out of Infiltrator. A huge highlight for that player that I think the desk is going to discuss in depth. But that's Prosperity is going to have to look back at it. They're going to have to take a break and really think about, okay, how are we playing this next map? Because that Ascent was unfortunate.
Yeah, Winthrop, I believe, got to play defense first on both times, so it seemed like they had a much more synced plan, and it's a lot harder to attack on Ascent than it is Lotus, but Winthrop just had the trap there, and Prosperity never pivoted to another site. They had their lurks kind of die early, so to scale back around the map was very difficult for Prosperity, and Winthrop just showed their experience in strides. And Prosperity, I mean, they were trying out a new comp. I'm looking forward to seeing more Waylay and the potential that this new agent can bring, but we're going to map 3, folks. We're going to see you after this break. Let's talk to the desk.
really like to give up, and they didn't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, MAD were winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
Second map of Ascent in this series. Prosperity did good to take the first map off of Winthrop University, but in a typical Winthrop University fashion, we get to the second map. It's a complete 180, and they run away with Ascent, now taking us to a map 3 in the series. I mean, Roy, this Winthrop University from the get-go, they pressed on the go button, and they frankly just never let go.
Yeah, they absolutely just kept the foot on the gas. But this map was a lot more in line with what we expect from Winthrop University, right? This is what we were highlighting in the pre-show when we were talking about this team's potential and why we don't really consider this team an underdog anymore, right? This is why.
Yeah, just simply put, this is a Winthrop University that firing on all cylinders. And kind of, you know, Goff's in a way of like, oh, let's forget about the first map. You know, we gotta show up. We got a lot of pressure on us now. And Prosperity, I mean, this was a team that we had really praised for their teamwork in that first map, their capability of shooting back. And Winthrop University was just frankly not having any of that.
Yeah, it all fell apart this game, and obviously because of Winthrop and the fact that they weren't playing around. They knew that this could have been, you know, the space to lose, so they stepped up. They took the initiative to make sure that they were playing the best game they could, and I do have to give some kudos to Infiltrator for that, because, I mean, we got to see the up play. We got to see the crazy space taking. I for sure think Winthrop put their game in this one.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I talked a little bit about how Ascent can be a very difficult map on the attack side, and I think we saw a little bit of that in this map right here by Winthrop University's style, right? And first of all, Ali was holding down A main. The problem with running an explosive comp, guys, is you can't really explode unless you have space, right? That is like the whole point of the composition. But Ali was holding down A main. They weren't having any success on that side of the map. Then you have Infiltrator opping around, playing his one and dones, playing his little off angles, playing his little corners, right? Going aggressive with the operator, slowing them down on the other parts of the map. And as soon as they felt like they're starting to play into a very, very slow pace, that's where the attack side can get very awkward and very difficult. They don't have the Sova. They don't really have a lot of tools to re-clear the space. So once they dump that early utility, they don't really have much to work with. And that's how Winthrop University had such a clean win here against Prosperity.
I'm a little surprised considering just like how much work Zop and etc. was doing, that it's a 6-9 of first kills, with 6 going the way of Prosperity, but only converting on 2 of those rounds. But looking at the player performances coming out from this team, talked about a couple of different people. Ali just being able to have this little hold down. We got to see step ups across the board. But really, when I look at the Winthrop University, like I look at the Jet, I look at this composition, and it was just kind of something that was a little difficult here, Roy, for Prosperity to even just crack through. The Waylay is a fun idea. We got to see a couple moments, but sometimes the classic is, you know, it's gold.
Yep, it's tried and tested, right? That's what we talk about. And Infiltrator kind of showed a lot about what we like as like what we see in him as a duelist. He was able to pop off. He had so many moments, right? He's able to rifle. He's able to op. He's explosive on the entry. He's able to just play in so many different paces. And it's that level of like consistent aggression that comes out from the duelist, that comes out from the rest of Winthrop University. That's what can make it a little bit awkward to play against this team, because there's just so many players that are just constantly stepping on you.
Yeah, and you know, kind of also giving back what they received on Lotus too, right? The very, very difficult pushes that they have to push past on Lotus. Now actually the ones that are starting to perceive that push and make sure that they're initiating on that. So Infiltrator definitely making, I mean, we see the ACS going up to 338. This guy did not come to play today. And that's that. I mean, Winthrop, we talked about in the beginning, right? This team loves the pressure. They love to be put under it. And at this time, right, that's exactly what they did. They took the pressure and they made it into success. And I think they did it, I mean, to the best of their ability that they could. Infiltrator definitely, you know, being that op-heavy duelist that they needed to push past that.
Hey, pressure makes diamonds, but Infiltrator's performance throughout this was just key. You're just gonna double peek 2 people and still get a kill here. There was a point where Magic with the Waylay tried to just get behind Infiltrator. Infiltrator just 180 pops him. It was just insane stuff coming out from this Jet, from this duelist. And a Winthrop University that's really cooking up. And that fares great for them, not so great for Prosperity when we look at now a third and final map in this series, especially with where we're headed. I don't want to get too focused on, okay, well, this is what the teams have done in the past, expectations, because we love just shattering through those expectations and challengers. Let's be real. But I'm just saying, Roy, when we've seen Winthrop University here, their last 2 victories was over M80 and TSM. That bodes pretty good for this collegiate squad.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, after watching the first map, Prosperity really gained my confidence, right? They looked good on that first map. Second map, a little bit rough. But going into Pearl, I can't lie, I'm a little bit nervous for Prosperity because Winthrop University, you're absolutely right. They've had very strong wins on this map, but it's not really just the wins. It's the fact that it fits their style. They're able to have their impact in so many different ways. They're able to challenge B, they're able to retake together. A lot of like the disruption and a lot of like the sort of, you know, X Factor style works very well for this team on this map, and I think their composition suits them as well, and they're all sort of in their comfort positions, so I'm slightly concerned. But on the other hand, I really do feel like Prosperity has a lot of reps under their belt. They've played this map around 15 times, obviously not in Challengers, but they played this map around 15 times in the last few months. So I mean, this could be a back and forth between these teams.
Yeah, it seems like as well, right? Like in terms of the history of composition on both ends, it's pretty similar. So whatever they're going to get thrown with, I feel like they'll know how to maneuver it in terms of what Prosperity can handle. And we've seen this team. They're good with the adaptations. It's not like they haven't, played against really, really hard teams before. Like they have the competitive experience down. It's just obviously Ascent really is a hit or miss. And actually, Roy made a really good point in the green room, right? You have to start with good momentum if you're starting on the attacking side. And it really felt like it fell apart from there.
I mean, if we're talking about the whole series overall in terms of that momentum now, if Winthrop University has all of it, Prosperity, it's about how they're going to bounce back in this. Welcome to Challengers. These sets are tough, but they've definitely shown throughout this that they have capability of standing up. So let's see, as it's time to head into the agent select, what they're thinking of bringing ahead of today's series. Of course, we have more recent thoughts of Winthrop University on this map. A couple of things that fit this play style. We get to see the Jet. They sometimes switch the Sentinel around. Going into today, we're going to keep with this Vice. On the opposing end here, though, Roy, we're looking at a double duelist from Prosperity Esports.
Yeah, this has been popularized quite well, and the level of fragging power that Manny's brought in the first map and as well as his attempt in the second map is actually kind of interesting because now they're going into a map where there's so much room to battle. You can battle in the mids, you can battle on the execs, right? There's so many long-range fights that you can have as well as set pieces. So I think looking towards Prosperity's side, I'm actually a big fan of this composition for the team. I think it suits how they've been wanting to play on that first map. And looking on the other side for Winthrop University, it's the tried, the tested. They've had results. It's going to be a pretty strong showing here.
I think it's good, right? Sticking to the basics of what you know, but this being so new from Prosperity, right? You know, this is a team that Winthrop has never played before. They don't know their tendencies. They're actually learning them as we go. So obviously, you know, kudos on the sweep that came through from that last map, but 2 duelists coming through from 2 exceptional players on the side of Prosperity. Manny, right? Finally taking role from that controller and now stepping into the duelist role. I'm really excited to see this.
I mean, Manny was cooking on that first map with Lotus, and 2 duelists is always better than 1. We'll have to see if Prosperity Esports, if it's enough to get this debut victory over Winthrop University, or if this is going to be the bounce back and yet another Pearl victory for the collegiate squad. It's now, for the final time of the series, head back over to your casters, Jen and Nurse, to take you through.
I'll agree, Sierra. Maybe 2 duelists is better than 1, but, you know, Roy did point out all this explosive power is nice, but you need the space to do that with. And we'll see if Prosperity will have an easier time on this one, Nerds.
I'd hope so, right? I would hope so if you take a look at like B long, if you take a look at like A main control, it's a little easier to get on something like this map in comparison to Ascent, which was a little bit more topsy-turvy. My question is though, the mental coming into this after such a game, if it was a test on the previous map, and now that this map is being loaded in, this is more of like, okay, this is our like another test, or is it just like this is the comp that we're working with? A lot of ideas though. Big question for me is how are they going to use the an issue utility for both sides, because you do see Flare on that Taeho, very good for stall, but we don't have that necessarily for Prosperity. They're going to be going for Yuki on the KJ, and with the changes, it's totally fine to use Yuki on KJ, but I digress. This mid crawl, A split works.
And the chase is on Prosperity, just running after Winthrop as soon as they spotted them. The same strat as Ascent, but Winthrop are almost just baiting them into a trap, and maybe not as lethal. We'll see. Nasi catches the slide. Ali with 2 at the beginning, and this is just Ascent all over again.
Nothing's perfect.
Oh, another 20-second round being burned. And it was a nice ace split. They were trying to get a lot of really good control. We didn't even see Winthrop fighting for it. There was actually a lot of disengagement out of Winthrop, but it only kind of led them further into the maw of the void. It's calling for you like a fly to lamplight. It just like really sucked them in, because look, I mean, the dash comes through. I mean, it was Nazi who kind of fell back from Art, and they're the ones to get the full house combo of a 3-2 split and getting things started off for Winthrop rather briskly, I guess. I mean,
yeah, and usually Magic has the most amount of time on Neon, and Manny has played it too, and won't be playing it this round. But Magic has been that flex god for Prosperity before. Are experimenting more with their comp, and are still gonna hope to find a trade after losing their, well, at least one of their duelists. The Magic is taking damage. Vantic with a vantage point, and Winthrop having Outlaw. That carves through 2. Infiltrator, doesn't matter what weapon you give him, he's lethal with it.
And then just they just recover their weapons and push on through. That almost got really dicey. It was quite hairy. Buy-ups coming out. I don't expect them to go for A here. We do see the spike kind of working its way back towards the B site. Off of this first couple of rounds here, we do see a good amount of coordination. But that's from both sides. It's not like it's just for Prosperity. Even though Prosperity was the squad that managed to kind of trip them up on the eco, I'm really hoping that Winthrop can keep the wind in their sails. But Prosperity, they have weapons now, and they're changing up their play.
Have a long distance haunt too from Nasi. That's gonna spot out Prosperity. With the smokes in place, Winthrop want to conceal their position until it's too late. That's just the Yoru clone, so Winthrop aren't gonna bite on the bait yet, but Manny comes around a different side and doesn't get the surprise on Nasi, who will be stoic, and now the crossfire with moves, and Scary Shark! 180s both! What a double kill! Now the Prosperity back in the driver's seat with a plant after Prosperity were the ones who got first blooded. Just said Scary Shark. She's scary for a reason.
Ooh.
Spike down B.
Oh, Infiltrator's scary too. See with
Very
the
much.
Outlaw. Maybe heading to the high ground. No, gonna stick to the low ground. But now it being smoked off. Trying to play off the info of everyone sidestepping the salvos from Flare.
Last player standing.
Prosperity very much know where the retake is coming from. Just a matter of time. A good round win, but what a play too from Scary Shark. That was insane.
I mean, it was the same coming back from when we previously saw it on Ascent, and even more so on Lotus. She is her. She does so much for this squad. Something I also want to highlight in that mid-round was Prosperity baiting out a lot of Winthrop utility before going for the post plant. It's super crucial for them to deny a lot of the Taeho utility before going for it, and they had the time to do so. So really good decision-making and play out of Prosperity as they head back towards this B site.
Haunt this time on the right side of the map. This Winthrop had the advantage of not only information, but the first blood, and same situation now. Nasi in a different spot, not in that back corridor. It's moves that can just activate the thorns as soon as he senses presence from Prosperity. But that Prosperity just played for the orb, and now they're scaling up towards A.
And keep one down towards B long as well, just in case they see some aggression. But A is empty, so we already see the rotate for the rest of the Winthrop squad here for the retake. Are they just farming these orbs? Magic's one off ult.
I'm out of here.
That's good for them, but Orb Grab gave Flare a heads up of what's coming. The neon walls, it's another fake, 47 seconds, and that's what I wanted to see more of out of Prosperity in the last map. They were just kind of going in head first. Option 1 is the only option, and Yuki, the lurk, is gone, but Prosperity were already pretty decided on B, but the jig is up. Winthrop, know they're there, but not that Vantic was in this position, and what a backstab, and it's 3! A big win for Prosperity, leaving Nasi all on his own and ace potential. Or maybe, you know, teammates may be stealing it. It all depends on where Nasi is going to creep up from. This Prosperity have really flipped this map on its head when Winthrop were going for flawless rounds. Prosperity sure still got some gas in the tank. There we go.
Yeah, first one found here for Vantic. Exactly what Prosperity needed. Not only tying up the score, but some wind in their sails across the seas here. I mean, the way they played that, right? You had Vantic still inserted down towards B, generally just left there. They grabbed the orbs. They're playing around the map and working through it here. I think I mentioned this, right? There is a lot more room on Pearl for them to sort of take that space in comparison to Ascent, where, you know, the map layout itself kind of benefits Prosperity right now. And I'm loving the way that they've been using it to their advantage.
Just having Yuki give them some map control, some space for Prosperity to walk around. They would like ideally for Yuki to get kills too and like to survive longer, but giving themselves that much map control is huge, but who cares? Man, Vantic is built differently these last couple of rounds. The ace into the immediate 3K. They're droning up. Prosperity have weakened up the site, but are taking things slow enough for Nasi to get in position. They have to back his moves as well. Prosperity already teleporting in, sending their neon forward, and have already snuffed out where Winthrop were holding from. A great flawless round for Prosperity.
Oh, man. As an eco, so they just managed to clean things up. But Vantic charging up enough to get a second ultimate almost. And that's just truly how Prosperity needs to take this, right? Really much with like building of ego and character for some of these players, having the confidence to have those holds. Beautiful spray down, and more than that, Prosperity taking the lead the first time since Lotus. In such a crucial moment here. It's going to be rifles all around. Infiltrator has this op in hand. This was the Achilles heel last time.
It's going to hurt with the dimensional drift. Should be able to call this out. The smoke's in place. Infiltrator's not going to get good sight lines, and hearing that dimensional drift, you're just getting the heck out of here. Especially the Hunter's Fury from the offense. Just force Winthrop out of position. Nightfall retake. Winthrop are here to scramble, but then they just run in thinking the Nightfall was going to scare Prosperity, that Winthrop were going to have this advantage, but then the Cosmic Divide, Winthrop got separated and got run down by Prosperity like a firing squad, and now Winthrop are just going to decide to save.
They don't want to jump into the cacophony of chaos that's out on the B site. But we do see Prosperity going for the fights because they want to try and grab some of these weapons away and hurt the economy of Winthrop as much as possible. But Flare backing out as much as they can, sending out even more utility. At this point, right, for Prosperity, you've got yourself a lot built up. Sure, a lot of ultimates have been expended out, but genuinely, this should be a huge confidence builder for the likes of Prosperity.
Yeah, and even to deny all those weapons and the op
yeah,
is huge, especially that Winthrop won't be able to buy that op for sure. We'll see what they end up landing on, but I'm glad you pointed out the confidence, because Prosperity, this was a big round to win with all the ultimates expended. You had Nightfall, but also the Cosmic Divide and everything thrown from Prosperity. A lot invested, and it really paid off.
I'm just interested to see if they're going to invest the Blade Storm here, because Infiltrator does have shields, is poised for it to run down alongside Nasi.
I think Winthrop are just not going to try and challenge this, not after they got pieced up by Vantic. Definitely just Winthrop going back to just holding a trap on A. That was what made Winthrop so successful on Ascent, and And even the first pistol round, I believe it was a flawless, is they just kind of had their angles around A and let Prosperity walk in. But Prosperity are also playing the pivot game where they grab orbs, they smoke up, they cut noise. Now Winthrop don't know what the heck is going on.
Just want to point out also Prosperity doing a good job of, you know, taking the space and denying Winthrop that similar play style like they had on Ascent. More than that, the op, like the fact that they use those ultimates to flush the op out is huge for the consistency and even more so the comeback potential of Prosperity. Now, the Blade Storm on Infiltrator was invested, so this B site is going to be bolstered up in terms of the defensive line, but we're going to see Infiltrator going absolutely huge. They're just falling off the site.
30 seconds left.
Oh, they got given it away.
I'm out of here.
We'll see what Winthrop can do with just the 2 versus 5. The orbs being grabbed. Infiltrator with knives out. Nasi gets a pick too. This is severe damage into Prosperity and a Thrifty on the horizon. If only Infiltrator had more cutlery, it's still a Winthrop win.
Hey, it was off the back of Infiltrator. They needed to go huge, and the reposition did just that. The 3K found. And now it gives them a bit more. It's close to tying up the score. Infiltrator is now having an op in hand. They're going to be setting that up towards B like they did previously. Just these shots are nasty. They even invest in ultimate. The Armageddon wasn't even the main point of it, but it did put a little bit of chaos into their step, especially towards mid. This op is going. Okay.
Revealing area.
Information. Yeah, being able to utilize this Sova. Winthrop get no information off of B, and the Yoru clone not getting shot at, but causing noise, and the clone crosses through the smoke, so Winthrop won't be baited. That lurk from Yuki could be important. And then Infiltrator, the op isn't mid, and it's a problem. But Prosperity, you know how they like to react. Fight fire with fire. But Winthrop are just surrounding them. So Prosperity are trapped, managing to teleport out though. Where did that pesky Yoru go? Especially with the spike. Prosperity, the round is not over. That's an opening for Yuki. Trying to help bring the spike over to B, but Magic says, help me. I'm getting pushed by 3. And the op is still in the hand of Infiltrator. Prosperity could do more to deny that, but you know, we left Winthrop a chance to buy up, and man, when Winthrop got rifles, they're scary.
I think the scariest element of that also, Lemon, is the fact that you have an economy builded up for Winthrop, so even when we do see some crucial ultimates come online later down the line for Prosperity, it'll be difficult to really put a stop to this op, and that's where the timeout comes into play. What a perfect timeout to kind of discuss that gnawing problem of not only the Infiltrator operator, but the lack of counter to it. Now, we are 2 away from Magic having their ultimate. They could go for a similar play alongside a lockdown to really pressure it off. And also Manny having theirs one off as well. There's a lot of pieces for the Prosperity puzzle, and more than just all of that chaos, just a nice little mental blanket, because you have Infiltrator kind of showing us that Ascent vintage performance, and you need to address that on a calling level for Yuki.
Winthrop are getting away with thrifties too, like not this round, but the round before, and then one time on Ascent. Like, can't underestimate what Winthrop can do with sheriffs, and then as soon as they buy up, they're able to keep the op and just really ruin Prosperity in moments that they thought that they could win. And you still have the lockdown for Yuki, but getting to the site is what is the problem for Prosperity. They're getting picked before they can even get to where they need to be, and now Infiltrator's going to be in their face with an op.
Oh no.
Well, Prosperity, they're hungry for orbs. Infiltrator lays down the bait, smokes in the way, and Scary Shark is just faster. She is so clutch in these tense scenarios, and she has saved rounds for Prosperity before. Now, orb picked up. Prosperity continue their trek, and around the corner is Nazi and moves.
Flush out the B site. They've already taken care of that operator. Invest as much as you can here, Prosperity, and win it out. Winthrop getting ready for the regress.
Kind of taking some damage though from your own killjoy if you're Manny, but all good. Prosperity have their bases covered. That's, yeah, Cosmic Divide to seal in the site. Winthrop to want to enclose them into a small space, but Prosperity were waiting at the front door. They trip you up, a bucket of water above. And Winthrop just couldn't do much when the setup was there from Prosperity. This is a pretty close map.
The question mark for me was the op being pushed up towards the B site. I think Infiltrator was going for a read and they felt themselves, but unfortunately the 5-stack for Prosperity, which was definitely a cook from the timeout, really worked in their favor. And now, something that I brought up previously, the economy is still really solid for Winthrop University because they have an op in hand, and we have Phoenix doing me Pog Pikachu face like, oh, they still have it up. Infiltrator still has up.
Oh, and he's posted up on A, and he's got help from the whole squad, including the Salvo zone for drive. Was hoping to boot those through. Well, Winthrop has such good support. There is layers to this Winthrop defense. That is what's killed Prosperity before. And Prosperity could not break down that fortress on A this time.
I like the idea for Prosperity, right? We're gonna try and just like, if one of us dies to the op, immediately get that trade. Infiltrator is out of the equation. He can't reposition. He can't do anything. And so what does Winthrop do? Okay, you guys are gonna take down our king. Well, we're going to bolster our defenses. We're going to make sure Flare or Nasty are there and ready to trade and take more fights. And through all the chaos, through all the ultimates, they just win out. Because the caliber of players is that strong. You talk about Flare, who's just really good in those clutch moments, time and time again. Confidence is there for Winthrop.
And Manny just getting shut down on the overdrive. I like that Prosperity. We're not going to cower in that moment, but it's unfortunate to lose that round with such an important ultimate invested. But Dimensional Drift is ready. Magic just waits for everyone to be synced up. But also the spike is on the left side of the map. Prosperity really trying to sell this fake. Winthrop are just going to keep their bases loaded.
Of course. I mean, Infiltrator's back down here and Yuki's walking straight into it. It's a matter of the timing.
Yeah, and he's been in mid before. And oh, little sidestep from Yuki. Trying to be a lot more careful. Playing their life. So important for a lurk like Yuki. Now to have the information that the op is mid, it could easily swap over to B. So Prosperity have to be careful. They'll do some initial scouting with the Dimensional Drift. Magic has to choose the time he pops out carefully.
30 seconds left.
Smoke's in place. He's just gonna hold the angle. Infiltrator will be pushed. The speed from Manny kicks him in the teeth. But Prosperity have more up their sleeve. And keeping Manny at the helm, but above, the window goes unchecked, so Winthrop get a surprise, but Prosperity still have the numbers to close out the round.
Great calling out of Yuki, spots out the op and knows, okay, this is where the opposition is. Let's speed up into a different area of the map and take this 6th round hold. Now, looking forward, you have Vantic off of a Cosmic Divide and 3 insane retake ultimates for Winthrop. Their win condition is just keeping players alive and going for the... you could go either for aggressive early, a retake. I mean, Infiltrators won off their own ultimate for Winthrop, but for Prosperity, it's just probably the same. Find out where the op is and try and flush it out.
All right, Deja Vu. Scary Shark get the surprise on Infiltrator yet again, but this Neon did just cross over and still Manny trades it. And hey, at least Prosperity can pick up the op if they really wanted to, but dealing with Infiltrator is a huge X factor that Prosperity taken care of. Lose Magic, but that's the beauty of having a second goal. That's the one that's breaking ankles like Manny does. Prosperity been able to pick up the spike, but they're deciding to, okay, the spike was kind of leaving Vantic. Really need to take advantage of this Cosmic Divide and get the plant going. He kind of hesitated, and every second matters as Winthrop are around the corner. Here's the Armageddon at the back corridor, but waiting is Manny. The easy double kill, almost the ace too. Prosperity a 7-5 half.
Really good position out of Manny to avoid the Armageddon. Really solid at calling for Prosperity, right? Yuki being that lurker, being able to play it at their pace, at his pace, to just be like, okay, I know where I'm going to be going, how I want to find the timing, and where my team is going to call. Really sets up for Prosperity on the attacking side. Now, I'm curious how the defense is going to look, especially considering that a 5-7.5 is still really competitive between them. And just looking at the replays, I thought, I was like, is Temet's in the server? What is this? Oh, and the zoom in W production, but that's just a really good position out of Manny there. And it just goes to show how primed of a duelist Manny is. You know, we saw them on that Clove roll, on that smoking, like, second aggro, and they do just as good on a dynamic duelist like Neon.
I Winthrop on the pistol. They let off with a flawless round. And a quick teleport out. Almost catching Magic. It's a good start. Winthrop have Prosperity on the back foot. Prowler, though, Winthrop are still going to scale. They don't want to walk in unnecessarily and walk into the sightlines of Prosperity. But that's unfortunately what Moves and Ali just did. Prosperity have full map control, too. Winthrop, though, they're a death ball that can still hurt. They're still making their way to A.
Making their way through Art, going fast, and honestly, Prosperity, they have all of the pieces for success here. Even though Magic is low, they managed to find one towards B site. Now they can just collapse and divide. It's up to Nazi, who's kind of lurking. Nah, just joins back in the team. I was gonna say, if Nazi lurks and really works their way into the map, there's a possibility, but because they're deathballed on A, I think they're gonna be corralled by Prosperity. They push out.
That's Winthrop giving themselves a chance to turn this all around. A 3 versus 5. Spike playing a time on their side. Winthrop pushing the envelope. Prosperity hope to not get folded. And that's a 2-2 pinch from both sides. But Scary Shark dismantled. Winthrop still have 2. An Infiltrator has to pull off the impossible. 1, 2, Toadaloo to Prosperity. A clutch for the duelist extraordinaire.
And they were poised. Prosperity looked so clean with it, but just a clinical moment out of Infiltrator. Because once they get in, all they can do is take you down. Oh my gosh. It was a 5v3. They pushed into it. I even said they're getting aggro, the Winthrop special. And we talk about aggression. Infiltrator is just going to be able to pop off. I cannot understate that. And the take of damage that was dealt onto Vantic in that moment really comes into play. So you know that Winthrop is firing off on all cylinders.
Yeah, kill Infiltrator, win. That's the win condition for Prosperity. But with pistols, that's a thrifty that Prosperity haven't been able to pull off. And Ali just catches them going for a play of walking down mid with no info, just vibes. And Winthrop definitely now have sealed up this round.
Similar to what we saw on Ascent earlier, about to be a clash between Scary Shark. And they go down. She's going to fall on the site. A plant's going to come through. And you have 5 players up for Winthrop. So now they're just looking ahead into what's going to happen. And looking ahead, they have some insane weapons. You have Infiltrator back up on the Outlaw. You have the Flare Bulldog. You even have Nazi going for these plays to prevent Vantic and Yuki from dying to the spike. They're really getting proactive, and I enjoy that so much out of Winthrop University.
Just being able to deny any of these weapons would have been ideal, but that means Winthrop are going to tie things up, and this relentless offense can be real scary. At least Prosperity did enough work in the first half to now force a lot of effort out of Winthrop to try and take the win, but this is the last map of the series. Prosperity better put up or shut up.
I'm liking the new look for Yuki here, but speaking of Yuki, they needed to die there, and they managed to unfortunately go down. That's going to give them the economy to bolster themselves up here. This is the buy round for the likes of Prosperity, so hopefully we can see something different out of them. But like I mentioned, the setup is there. You have a buy up out of Nazi, who had a Sheriff earlier and found some really exceptional frags, so it could still go in Winthrop's favor to really dominate the early parts of this game.
Winthrop already seeing some action on the right side of the map and wanting to respect that after giving up the orb there to Prosperity. Winthrop have the Outlaw activated at left, and Yuki's been very good about playing their life and jiggle peeking and getting info without committing to the contacts. So that's given Winthrop a chance to step up while Prosperity have given up vision. Now you just realize how close Winthrop are. And you're hearing this Outlaw, so Prosperity are not wanting to engage this until the moment is right. As the mid gets broken down, Prosperity are kept busy on the right side. Winthrop want to take advantage of the numbers. They just bulldoze these defenders, and it works out for Winthrop. Still needing to get the spike planted. It's just up the Scary Shark in a 1 versus 3. If anyone can do it from Prosperity, it's definitely her. And just the 1v1 against Flare, she couldn't pull it off. Almost the ace too for Flare. Great to see.
Setup in the fall, it gets burned, it gets flared up into nothing. And now Prosperity going for a timeout. I was gonna say going for an eco play here, but they're timing out. They don't really have much ultimates to work with, so they're definitely talking about the next round, talking round 17 and how to play that out. There's an Armageddon for Flare, maybe try to bait out some plays, get info on them. Infiltrator on this attacking side has been really good. Their entries have been so strong. And speaking of entry, it's Manny back here with the Temets plays. Oh, zoom in, but towards this specific timeout, it's like you want that aggression out of Prosperity, that the passion that they had. That first round was really solid off them. The pistol was great. They just kind of got in an unlucky scenario where Infiltrator really shined as an individual player, and that is really what Prosperity needed, this mental rebalance. And hey, we did really well on our pistol. We had really solid calls. Right now we're kind of just faltering in that like individual department.
Yeah, Manny to be able to be as flashy as he has ever since the Clove Lotus appearance has been really cool. His agent pool is just strange in general. You have like Vice, Clove, Chamber, Neon as his most played agents. And so Manny has been the flex player for this team. And to be in the Neon shoes, which is what Magic spends most of his time on, is really impressive that Manny has been able to step up and play those mechanics to a T. Winthrop only lead by 1, and off the hunt, Winthrop did get a sense of someone around the corner. This will be an orb for Winthrop.
The walk up towards the B site as well as the holds out of mid. I mean, you see a lot of control for Prosperity. Art has even been contested by Yuki, so they're just going to try and bolster the defense as much as they can, but Winthrop is wary.
Yeah, being aware of like the double walk up from Prosperity, and that's why you have this crossfire from Winthrop. Just knowing if they're going to take their time with it, they might as well, like you said, bolster their numbers so they can have favorable exchanges. Now that they're not seeing any action on mid, Winthrop's timing could be awkward. And still, you have this last layer of Nasi who's going to check and could have timing on this Neon. Meanwhile, Winthrop are trying to make some pace towards A after killing a lot of time off the clock. And Infiltrator's killing a lot of people off the site as well. And even getting the vantage point on the high ground. That's why Infiltrator is one of the best we have in Challengers. Winthrop closing out this round, getting up to 9. And they have not dropped a round this half, even after the Prosperity timeout.
No charges.
And then this is the round I'm really thinking Prosperity's talking about. There it is, an op in hand, but this time it's in the hand of Magic. I wonder what this is going to be posted up, looking like it's inching its way towards B. I was going to ask about the mid defense. All right, what are they going to be doing? And realistically, it looks like they are bolstering the mid defense, considering they've been walked up multiple times and the timings have been caught off on them. They need to address the mid defense, as well as having that sedentary op on Magic with his hand. You know, they can get out of it without needing to worry about, you know, are we going to be able to control B main? No, we have an op there.
Look at all this delay that Yuki has set up for A. See if it gets activated here. And meanwhile, Winthrop just are throwing everything at the Sentinel to keep them out of the sight. But Yuki has just itches to work within this corner and still surprises Winthrop on the entry before Infiltrator steps up and does exactly that to Yuki. Now the spike is left, and you hear this op. It's starting to worry you. It's the first time we see Prosperity really show up with this, the dimensional drift at an awkward time. And now you're giving Infiltrator the possible ace. Okay, moves will steal that, but an awkward dimensional drift, I think, in terms of the tempo of that round.
This is a glasses off moment, Lemon Kiwi. I was just so
I'll take mine
hyped.
off, too.
I was just so
I'll take mine off,
hyped.
too.
I was so I took them off because I didn't want to see what I was looking at. It was poised again for Prosperity in those moments. But then you have the Infiltrator saving all of the pick'ems, it seems, because he's just getting straight into there. I think everyone saw it, right? There was a huge a surrounding pressure mounting on Winthrop, but like Sierradon said, diamonds are forged under pressure, and look who's shining. It's Infiltrator.
Winthrop gonna keep mid on watch with Prosperity maybe sensing a desperate play coming out, and Magic catches moves by surprise. But this is a rifle that Prosperity can't recover. But hey, dwindling down, giving Prosperity a chance out of Thrifty is everything. Prowler shot up close. Good info for Winthrop to know someone is in this back alley. And Winthrop, they know they have the better weapons, so they got to go in with confidence. Prosperity around the corner, have two. And Magic has already teleported back, has flashes though. And Winthrop themselves back into an even scenario.
Oh, they just know. And it's crazy because there's a really solid mid hold. You have a lot of players there, but the utility just flushes you out. B site now entirely empty. Yuki's not alive to defend it. You only have 2 players on eco weapons, and Winthrop showing how they're taking every round seriously, regardless of if it's an eco or not.
Player standing.
Oh, could have been a fun deny on the spike planner to buy time, but
nope.
You just get the one and done on a sheriff. You're not going to be awarded a second shot most of the time. Not against a team like Winthrop. 11-7. Look at the ults. Oh my god.
I was gonna say, what a second half. The ultimates are stacked in Winthrop's favor. Sure, Manny's close to 1, but even then, it's gotta be rough here. And that's the thing about Winthrop. Even in the moments that we see Prosperity really shining, it just comes down to the fact that Infiltrator has been such an important factor for Winthrop. And if Infiltrator's alive, you cannot discredit anything. He's going straight up, like, stack towards A.
Better get out of his way. I've seen what Infiltrator can do with knives on this map, on Ascent, and the Armageddon to force Prosperity either forward or away. The Nightfall on top of that, and Prosperity still are standing tall on the site. Winthrop have dropped 1. They've gotten out of the site. Now they have to assess the damage as Prosperity have an op getting into position 2. Spike is getting planted. Prosperity couldn't do anything about it with the shock bolts from Scary Shark. And speaking of that, you still have a Hunter's Fury. There's a lot of options for Prosperity. But now the trigger is being pulled. Literally, Yuki in the corner needs assistance. The Hunter's Fury is going to get a catch from Scary Shark. And Flare and Moves are left on the post plant, being surrounded. They're on an island. And they're getting help. Now it's just Flare in a 1 versus 2. And this is to get Winthrop to match point at this back corner. Only 1 angle to worry about. The Spike getting tapped on the other side. Going up the ramp, forcing the engagement. The ace from Flare. What a clutch.
Oh my god. That was such a good position out of Flare. I just gotta glaze a little bit because, I mean, that's fair. This is the same Flare that diffed me in deathmatch, like just absolutely fragging out. True story. And like the position is great. It still has salvos, takes care of Yuki. And even though Infiltrator's gone, yeah, Infiltrator's the diamond, but what about the rest of the ring? Because when you're going in fisticuffs like this, Winthrop is gonna be the boxer that wins because they've just been running it down and being successful at that. Like, it's awesome to see Winthrop back in form like this.
Yeah, for Prosperity to survive Armageddon, Nightfall, and to get the round as close as it was just to get aced. It's a tough one. And now you have to play perfect from here on out if you're Prosperity. But I think just taking that map 1, I think is still a statement to make that they're a solid team. They're well-rounded. But this is still one of the big 3. This is Winthrop, who got 3rd in playoffs and has only evolved every split we've seen them, and has given a lot of respect to the collegiate scene as to what talent they can produce.
It's just holding.
Okay, some respect from Scary Shark. Oh, getting decayed though, and trying to stay put, stay alive.
What a fake.
Scary Shark is not gonna take an unnecessary engagement, but now a lot of time being wasted there from Nasi eventually gets dealt with, and Winthrop are not thinking about planting the spike. They're thinking about wrapping around, or also worried about Prosperity retaking. So the plant will still go through with all the smokes in place there, thanks to Ali with the Cosmic Divide too. But it's the overdrive. Manny pops it out in the open. Just an uncharacteristic decision. And Prosperity had magic, trying to win a 1v2 to save the map. And now the Dimensional Drift to reposition. A Cosmic Divide's not going to give him a lot of options to find an angle on Ali. Now knows that Ali's on the other side. Flashes, swings, no contact. Could be on the other side of the smoke, could be back corridor. Is running out of time, wants to get it halfway. Ali with the timing and the eventual win. 13-7. Winthrop take the series.
And the clutch factors every single time for Winthrop are just there. They're just there in every moment from every element of Winthrop. And we, like I said, right, we talked about one player being above the cut of the rest, but for a beautiful piece of jewelry, you need every part to shine, and that's what we have out of Winthrop here. Truly a team worth being in the top 3. And they stumbled, but they did not succumb to the pressure. The Winthrop classic of losing the first map and then bringing it back has yet to me. It remains true. It just remains true. And I'm a little bit like this because it's just been so many rounds in a row. They didn't win a single defensive round for Prosperity, and that is devastating. It is a just tough reality to deal with, but I do want to set this up for the stage that this is the beginning. This is the first game that they played, but they've shown a lot of promise here. So for the pick'ems, for everyone out there, do not discount Prosperity just yet. You got to give them a huge hats off for what they've done.
Yeah, we started to see where that peak really is for Prosperity with how well they played Lotus. And that's one of their best maps. But I think with more weeks and challengers, we're going to see more of that map pool from Prosperity. And they're definitely experimenting. We saw the Waylay out of them. It didn't work out on Ascent, but they're a team that have a lot of great ideas. And with more time, we'll be able to execute maybe just as well as Winthrop, who also need to show signs of their own consistency, right? Of not losing a map like that to a team like Prosperity. And, you know, they could have slow starts, but it's how you finish that matters. And it's a Winthrop win that we can appreciate, especially like you said, having a flawless offensive round says a lot. And you know who also says a lot of things to the desk? We're going to go and check in on that, and we'll see you after the break.
really like to give up, and they didn't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, MAD were winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh! It's
Taxes, Death, and Winthrop losing the first map in a series just to win the next 2 to win out. This is just a classic day here for Valorant Challengers. Winthrop University, though, Roy, they're going to be starting off their season with a win. Going into this final map, it was definitely a good fight coming out from Prosperity, but not enough. And Winthrop University, they're firing. They heated up, man.
Absolutely. I mean, again, reminder, they were the 3rd place finishers last split, right? So this is what we're expecting from them from the get-go. We were expecting this firepower. We were expecting this ferocity, and they showed it. Obviously, Infiltrator having a great series as well. But you know, shout out to Prosperity. We kind of have an idea of what to expect from them now. We see the potential. We saw how they played in the first map. We saw how the moments of glory in the 3rd map as well. Obviously, second map didn't really go their way. Maybe they just the game plan didn't really kick in. Maybe we'll see a little bit more improvement on that in that end. But overall, I like what I see with Prosperity. I think they have a lot to work with, and I think there's a lot of room for them to grow. And I'm excited to see that growth throughout the season.
I agree. I think in terms of, you know, putting your name out there and wanting to put forward a good performance for a team that came from Premier, like, their performance was as impeccable as you could get. And I definitely have to give them kudos. Like, you know, they could be considered the underdogs coming into this, but they're also new, right? They have to establish themselves in this new environment. You know, very, very challenging. It's called Challengers for a reason, guys. Like, let's give it some credit here.
Really? Oh my God.
Yeah, sorry. I had to let you guys know. Mansplain.
I mean, going into this, the fact that it was a competitive series up against, as Roy called out, the 3rd place team from playoffs. Remember, this is not the same Winthrop University that we saw at the beginning of stage 1. This is new, improved. This is different. This is one of the top teams that we have here in Challengers. So to make your way through Premier and in your debut as a team, be able to make this a 2-1 series. Of course, there's a couple of things to be ironing out on that map of Ascent. Maybe we'll get to see a little bit of a different map pool, but on these maps of Lotus and Pearl, Roy, we got to see a lot of great ideas, a lot of highlights, and I'm excited for their next appearance already. We've learned a lot about that team. There's still just a little bit more to crack open, but this was definitely a great debut.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we nailed it on the head. I'm liking what I'm seeing. There's a lot of firepower on this team. They actually have a much higher level of team play than I was expecting, right? We had no idea what to expect. Are they just puck stars? You know, are they just like scrimmers? Are they all X Factor players? Like, what can we expect from this team? And we kind of saw a lot of glimpses of their team play. They have great combos. They have great lurk timings. They're maneuvering well in chaotic situations. And the pulse plans, those are typically the hardest parts of the round to maneuver, right? Especially when everything happens in split seconds at this level. Everyone's deciding and making decisions quickly. So the fact that they're able to match that against Winthrop University is honestly just awesome to see. I'm really, really excited to see this team.
Another map where the first kill is just heavily in their favor. So definitely another one of those, okay, Prosperity, let's go. But time to start talking a little bit more about Winthrop University here, Gomps, because they were the winning team here. And across this board, like, this team really just knows how to show up. At Infiltrator, these last 2 maps, he was just different. This jet of his, like, sometimes it's like, you know what, play the Waylay. It'd be fun. Why not? But like, Infiltrator on Jet's something else.
Dude, 26 and 11. That's him. Like, come on. I mean, Infiltrator was just destroying, and it really did take from the momentum in the last map of Ascent. I think Infiltrator started to get a bit into the groove, and everyone else as well, right? You have a good duelist taking charge. That really does transfer over to your gameplay into the next map, and everybody else now also starting to kind of maneuver and make sure that Infiltrator is able to shine, and it just made things 10 times easier moving on to this map.
I mean, we definitely had a lot more expectations for this Winthrop University squad, considering their playoffs run. So to start the season off with a win, it just seems to make sense. But it's time now for the post-match interview. And on the line, we have none other than former coach, now superstar player here, Ali. Hello. Congrats. We got this dub. You're starting off the regular stage strong. How's that feel, especially after stage 1 being something that was a little bit more troublesome?
Feels good. Happy to win our first match. I think this is I heard Ishan say this is the first time that we went up 1-0 in a split, but you know, we got 1-0. We're looking to keep it strong.
Let's talk a little bit about that, because obviously stage one was very different than what we saw in playoffs, where you were the third finishing team, which was just incredible overall. So now how do you look to this new stage of Valorant, making sure that you can kind of carry that momentum through to continue being one of these top teams now?
I think we just go one game at a time, like we did last split, right? First it was Burger Boys and YP, then TSM, then Amadi, right? Just making sure that we're doing our match prep for every game, and just staying warm, keeping ourselves consistent.
Always one game at a time. Let's talk a little bit back about this series and the games that we saw. First, I want to ask about this Lotus, because the amount of times I feel like we've seen Lotus first up in the series and Winthrop University not necessarily getting this win here and then bouncing back on the next two it's way too many times. I can't even count at this point. What is it about Lotus that keeps you guys keep coming back even when these wins aren't necessarily going this way?
I don't know. I mean, the same reason why you kept voting for us. What made you keep voting for us, right? I think we just banned. I think we just banned Lotus at this point. We had the Sova Teo first, and then we tried the Breach Teo. Still looks a little shaky, so we're not sure. We'll put it back in the workshop. We'll cook something up for next time.
Hey, I mean, the other maps at least are looking so great. I mean, we got Ascent next, which was something that we weren't necessarily sure what to see from the team. And we saw something that, we get to see the Tejo, we get to see, new ideas, but we also see a lot of the old. So Ascent, talk to me a little bit about that map, because you guys dominated there.
Oh, we picked Teo last second. We weren't sure if we should play Teo or KO.
Really?
So that map was just kind of rely on our instincts and try to remember what we can from however long ago it's been.
I mean, you're just going off the instincts and getting that far. Great stuff. And one thing particular is you, back to Lotus real fast, because we've seen a lot of Clove from you. You're definitely not shy of playing these other smokes on these other maps, don't get me wrong, but Lotus and your Clove is always just one of those things that ring out, and we didn't see it today. Another instinct moment? Are we kind of getting over the Clove here?
No, yeah, that one, we talked about it beforehand. We realized that, there is potential for me to just play Clove, and obviously we can frag out, but we found it was better if we play Omen for the paranoia, the TPs. But that doesn't mean that one day I might just be feeling it and go Clove, okay? Just don't keep expecting Omen.
I never know what to expect with this team, and apparently y'all don't either sometimes. This Tejo versus KO on a set. You keep it interesting. I appreciate that. But, I mean, you keep it interesting, you get the wins. So, yeah, you guys deserve a good rest. Ali, thank you for your time. Congrats on the win.
Thank you. Have a good one, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Winthrop University, they're going to keep on the winning ways, and that's a great start to the stage two. But of course, we still have one more match here for this very first round. A quick break before we get that started. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Valorant Challengers North America. It's a short break, so I'm assuming you're quite familiar with how this goes and everything else, but just in case you're just starting to tune in now, Sierra, Roy, and Gompers, and it's time for the next series of the day. Shopify Rebellion Black going up against Nonverbal. Now, these are two very different teams with very different stories. Of course, when you're looking at Shopify Rebellion Black here, Roy, well, this is, the stage one jam. So, this is a team that's come together we've seen so much from, whereas Nonverbal, in terms of this challenger scene, this is still a little bit of a learning for us, but they're not entirely new.
Yeah, I would say unfamiliar, but definitely not unknown, right? We've seen some of these players before in the first year, at least on the non-verbal side, and sorry, at the end of last year. And then we saw them in the qualifiers as well. Of course, they're going up against Shopify Rebellion Black, the winners of stage 1. I mean, that's honestly just tough. That's just a tough matchup. It's a hard matchup. But I would say that this is like the match where we kind of get a very good glimpse. Like, if you play the best teams in the league and you have good performances, then we kind of have an idea of what to expect from you, right? If you get blown out of the water, then, I mean, hey, you played the best team in the league. So it kind of gets justified.
That's the thing. You kind of got to come into this like, all right, we're playing against the champs from you know, the series 1. Let's just take this slow. Let's take this at a good pace. And it's nice because it's the group stage, right? Like you kind of get the idea of how this team plays, you know, where your strengths lay and where their weaknesses are. So whether or not, I'm not going to count them out just yet. All right, realistically, I'm going to say they have a chance, guys. They have a chance. But
always a chance. Always a chance. But it's definitely just a win-win scenario. You either take down the champs or you lose and you lost to the champs. It's fine. But talking about the champs, Shopify Rebellion Black. This was a team that going on into stage 1, Roy, I mean, this was the team to look out for. There was a smidge of a different look back in the day.
Yep.
Brock instead of Monty, but Brock getting the call up, Monty slotting in later in the season. So it's a team that had to transform so late on into things. And honestly, things have clicked so well. This has been such a cool story to follow.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see with more time how this team's formed, because champs, like, where do you go from there?
Yeah, no, I actually love that we're starting this conversation with Monty, because ever since they added him, I mean, his impact just really cannot be denied. It has been an immaculate addition to this roster. They've gone undefeated since they've added Monty, and they've looked amazing since. Now, today is today going to be the day they lose that win streak? I don't know. But ultimately, when you look at this roster, you see BCJ, very vocal, strong mid-rounder, right? Very flexible player, can jump into any of the initiator roles, no problem. You have Pancakes, right? Really solid at lurker, really good sentinel player, and of course Spaz, the controller of this roster. He's that X factor and that supportive role that this team really needs. And I think overall this roster, it has a good balance of sort of this like set play, very team, very strategy heavy, but there's also enough room for individual expression, which makes this roster scary on all fronts.
What I love about this roster too is you have this experience, of course, with BCJ on these bigger stages, etc. But like across the board for a lot of these players, we have the experience, but maybe not at that necessarily top tier level, maybe being on rosters that weren't necessarily doing the best comps, and seeing how everyone come together and the potential and how that's all come to light. I mean, they did a great job picking the players for this roster for sure.
Dude, 100%, because BCJ is swag. Oh my God. I had to point it out. I was like, everyone here looks so swagger. And it's like the smiles on their faces, right? They're coming from such a tremendous victory. I mean, and they know they're the top dogs of the squad. So I think BCJ is kind of stating the dominance there in the photo. I've never, ever, I've wondered why no one has used props in their photos. And this is brilliant. Brilliant.
Brilliant. I love that. I love that. Great analysis.
Thanks, guys. I am here to bring only the best. I love you all. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Not quite the sunglasses, but the glasses. Let's talk about the man at the very end of the roster here and talk about Paint. Because coming into this season, Paint was someone that was on a couple of these not so great rosters in the past, thinking of rosters that maybe struggled here in Challengers, etc. He did get a call in to stand in for MIBR, which was really, really cool. But when you're looking at where he got to play, it's nowhere near as the same as this team. And this is someone that throughout the stage 1, and specifically in playoffs, Roy, really got to fully find his footing and just MVP.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is the MVP of Split 1. I mean, this player it's not just by merit, but statistically, he's also just a monster. He plays every single duelist. He has, if not the best neon in the league. He's an absolute beast. He's able to op. He's able to play rifles. He's able to play within set execs and fast set plays. He's also able to play with, within the late rounds. There's just so many elements of Paint, and sort of the vibes and the energy that he brings to this roster makes him definitely a super, super strong pickup for this roster.
Yeah, like you mentioned his Neon, right? Navigating the map with the Neon 100%. I believe in actually the grand finals, 22 first kills and 24 first stats. The first stats, you'd be like, whoa, that's a lot. When you're comparing the two, not really. The first stats means Paint is making way for the team. Paint is the one entering. Paint is the one making sure that no matter what, they're getting one and they're going down. 22 to 24 ratio is actually really freaking good for this player.
And that it's not just like this team on every single facet. Like you have Paint to get through, you get through Paint. Well, then you have BCJ to get through, you get through BCJ, then you have Monty. Like it's just incredible. So to be able to have an MVP duelist like that combined with all these other top tier players, there's a reason that this team won the playoffs and is like the best team that we have here right now. So on the other side, Nonverbal, they definitely, you know, have a tall task ahead of them. When we're talking about new teams for this stage, Nonverbal is one of these newer teams that we're getting for our 2025 Challenger season. But as we kind of talked about just a little bit before going into this, Roy, they're not completely unknown. We did get to see a little bit of them back in stage 3 for the core of this roster.
Yeah, a lot of these players are returning to VCL, specifically Tim, Blast, Corrupt. We've seen these players before in this league. They looked phenomenal back then. Of course, they haven't really had the greatest of runs, but I feel like their development since that time, the form that they showed in the close qualifiers, in the promo relegation tournament, it looked good. I liked what I saw from this roster. I think the other thing to keep in mind as well is this team is young, but they're not amateurs. They've been in the competitive circuit for a while, and honestly, my expectations for this team are pretty high.
I'm going to say they should be for sure, because this team, like you said, right, you pointed out the differences and you know, all of these players, how well they play, but also, you know, their performance going down to stage 1 wasn't actually terrible, right? It was just the knockdown from Shopify Gold that set them in a really difficult position. But you know, they do focus a lot of their energy on that preemptive utility usage, carve out a ton of space for their team, and I think that's what led them, you know, to being put into such a good position, right? Winning every game, but then getting knocked down to the lower bracket and just not having a good time down there as well. So, and being pushed to relegation. So for me, I think this team has tons of potential to honestly outshine and maybe even prove some of us wrong in terms of the Shopify game. Maybe, you know, they'll get more than what we think.
It was close for them to be able to qualify in that stage 1, but being able to make it the second crack around, this team has the resiliency. So I'm excited to see how that pays off and looking at that in today's series. Again, a win-win. You win this and you get the biggest upset, or you lose it and oh no, you lost to the top team. That's fine. It's how this match goes. That's everything for me. But let's go to the map picks and bans for what this series has ahead. There's been a lot of surprises on the day, you know, with things switching up just that little bit, but we're returning back, Roy, to 3 just classic maps, and it's going to be Nonverbal to kick us off on Pearl.
Yeah, I'm actually a little shocked to see this map pick coming out from Nonverbal. I think they must have been really working on this map. I did like the way they looked against SR Gold last time they played it. But ever since, you know, they've had some solid wins against some other teams in tier 2 tournaments, and specifically the former, you know, tier 3 Mickey Mouse tournaments. They've had some good results on that map. So I'm not shocked in that sense, but I think overall what I'm shocked about is the form that Shopify Rebellion Black has looked on this map is quite fierce. They've looked very, very good on this map. Honestly, it's a very strong pick for the SR Black side. So I think overall this first map is going to be a battle, but I think if you're picking this map into Shopify, you must have an idea of what to expect and how they're going to be playing it and sort of coming in with a game plan.
Yeah, I think it's interesting too, because, oh, sorry, I'm not going to speak anymore, guys. I had no point.
No, Gomps, you will have a point, but in just half a second, because I am getting word that our agent select is ready. So we're cutting this map short so we can go ahead and send on over to that. But Gomps, I genuinely do care about what you have to say. So we're going to get some cool agents on the screen. We're getting closer to getting this started. We're going to send back to you, my love.
Thanks, guys. Hey, what's up, Shotty? No, I like this. See, they've been switching up the comp a couple times from Nonverbal in terms of Pearl. That's what I was going to say, guys. Surprise. And I like this. I think the addition of the Yoru is so cool, especially now that they're trying to really play into the role of Pyro, shining a little bit more, which the Yoru definitely, I'm not going to say troll. I think troll in a very successful way, where it is kind of frustrating. If you're on point with the Yoru, especially like with the setup that we might be able to see through from the initiator, double initiator, and single controller play, I really think this might work well.
Yeah, I actually really love the clash of styles, but what's making me go, whoa, is really the fact that Paint has gotten off his best agent off the Neon onto the Waylay, an agent that we haven't really seen ran on this map so much. So I'm curious to see what they have in store for us.
I'm excited for this Waylay because I am not a Waylay believer as of yet. Like, don't get me wrong. In my ranked matches, Waylay crushes me. But in terms of challengers and what we've gotten to see, I think it's fallen a little flat for a couple of these teams and a couple of these compositions. So Paint, when we're looking at the MVP, is this going to be the Waylay believer arc? I think that'll be super exciting and all of that. But we do have a little tech issue, guys. So we run to the agents because we're so excited to get to agents, just for there to be a little tech issue on the players' end. So we'll quickly, while we're waiting for the players to get reconnected here, talk about our predictions. So we can just show you all that, yeah, we're cooking over here. We love some caster curses. Yeah, this again.
Why am I huge in comparison to everyone else?
You're so cute that
Aren't
you
you
need
like
to show
6'5"?
more of your face.
I'm actually 7 feet.
I've heard.
That's 2 feet taller than Roy.
Okay, whoa. Yo, first Dan, now me. That's crazy. That's actually crazy.
It's a prerequisite to be short to be a Valorant analyst, guys.
She's not even here to defend herself, guys. No, but I mean, hey, we're missing out on the flavor, but I think Shopify has enough pepper and salt for everyone to go around. Like, this team is absolutely insane. It's shown. It's shown. And, you know, at the pace that they're going, I think it's going to be incredibly difficult to take their spot.
Look, on our defense, SRB is the winner, okay? They not only had a clean win. It was a really nice run. Undefeated, guys. They're quite literally undefeated since picking up Monsi. They've taken down M80 3 times. They've taken down a lot of good teams on their way here as well. Of course, Winthrop University, a clean win against that team with their coach, if I remember correctly, for that matchup. So I think ultimately there's a reason why we've chosen SRB. Does that mean there's no hope for the other side? I think there is. There's always a chance, guys. Always at least a tiny little chance.
There's always a chance, but yeah, I mean, I just look at this matchup and I think that there's very few teams that Shopify Rebellion Black would go up against where I would bet on the other team when you are talking about the playoff champions and a team that's only just scaled more and more and more. So it's, you know, it'd be like that. But I think definitely going back to talking about the series and nonverbal, I definitely think that there is this opportunity in today's series because they are more of this unknown quality for challengers. You know, we get to see teams that all the time just kind of come up. They have the experience, obviously, together, but I mean, or Shopify Rebellion Black looking back at the VODs in these third-party tournaments, or like, what are they kind of prepping against? So I think that nonverbal, especially when you're looking at getting this new map pool, there's Waylay, though. They don't play the Waylay. It's Paint that's playing the Waylay. Like, Roy, I think there could be some surprise here. It could be fun.
Yeah, I think it could be pretty fun as well. I think ultimately Shopify Rebellion Black is the team that even when they don't really make compositional changes, they definitely change the way they play the map, right? They change their setups, they change their approach, they change their pacing. And it's sort of that level of like proactivity and constantly being ahead of yourself in terms of like layering your strategy and moving forward that makes, you know, prepping against Shopify Rebellion Black really awkward. And especially with the downtime they've had since their last showing up until now, they've had ample time to sort of make changes, you know, kind of make additions and move some agents around, move Neon into Waylay. Like, surely knowing how strong Paint is on Neon and taking him off to Waylay, that he has to be really confident on the agent for that to happen, for that conversation to even go down. Like, you got to be at least somewhat confident in the Waylay. So I'm definitely looking to see what Paint's got on that agent.
Yeah, it's not only that, but like, you know, we give lots of credit, obviously rightfully so, to Paint, but I think BCJ is also another highlight of mine that I'd like to talk about, right? Playing into a huge part of, you know, the intelligence portion of strategy, right? With his initiator role, I think time and time again, oh, sorry guys, actually I'm banned.
That's banned.
But we see him like completely destroy on the initiator and on the initiator role, whether that be like aim-wise, right? The game portion, whether that be in terms of strategy, opening up space for the duelist. I think this is a player that definitely is a little more on the quiet side when needed, and is a bit more strategical in terms of how he can help the team.
100%. But We had commented before we went on this whole prediction tangent, etc., that we were resolving through a tech issue for one of our players. It's not just us yapping to yap, and so we don't get any more casters stop yapping, start the game. We're going to send to a quick break. So you guys can have a break from us, an opportunity to get a snack, and on the other end, it's going to be SRB going up against Nonverbal. It's time to start getting underway with the first map here of the second series of the day. Shopify Rebellion Black, of course, your stage 1 champions going up against a team. Got the promotion into the tour. Now to show us what they've got. It's time for Pearl, and we're going to send it right away over to our casters. Get ready, nerds, Jen, it's up to you. Have fun.
I'm going to have a blast, especially because SRB can get revenge for their sister team, Shopify Rebellion Gold, getting relegated out of Challengers because of this team. Here's
Okay.
the drama.
The drama. Okay, I was the #1 SRG like supporter. I was so like hyped on that, but reality is there. Nonverbal played really, really well, and now SRB is back here. The thing I'm really hyped about is not only that storyline, but also Paint on this Waylay, right? You have such a caliber of a player playing on the new agent. We're going to see a lot of Waylay. This is my first time seeing Waylay played on Pearl, and also Waylay this will be one of like the first times other than last game that we see Waylay in Challengers.
Yeah, a lot of people are playing it on Icebox. We were saying we got a taste of it last series, and we're not going to get the taste of it this round. Paint the first to fall, and like I said before, kind of a good hybrid between Yoru and Jet, and one of the best duelists in Challengers to show us how it's done. We'll see maybe in the following rounds, but currently we're in a 4 versus 4, 3 stacked on the site, and Nonverbal hitting them from all angles, forcing Shopify Rebellion Black on a back foot on option B, which is literally to go B. But who to cut them off is none other than Blast. But a quick flick from Spaz, and the road is paved for SRB to go to this site. If it's not for Pyro trying to stand in their way, and he almost got a haircut, he'll get away with some HP left.
They regroup for the retake here. Very smart to do that before they go for this fight, because it's very winnable for non-verbal.
One suppressed.
There he is. Pretty much is. Now they'll have to play the distance battle. They got to clear this back corridor. They're coming in from the high ground. One less angle to check. And Shopify have BCJ with a flash too. As they're ready. Once they see non-verbal around the corner, there's the pop flash from BCJ. Capitalizes on Kumi with the frenzy. Now the spike is also getting delayed, but Corrupt just is going to front face this and even have the bolt to force BCJ. Oh, I thought it was a shock bolt. It's just the recon, and now you know exactly what side BCJ is going to pick, and it's the one that Corrupt takes an L on.
I mean, you can never discount SRB. They had so much stall utility left within their pockets. BCJ with the molly as well as that plant, and huge stuff out of them. But for non-verbal, it was winnable, right? They had a lot of potential with the double duelist in terms of just raw firepower. You never know what's going to happen on an eco. It's the premier playoff combo between these two teams. And honestly, it kind of shows in the recovery for SRB that why they were the #1 team, why they were those playoff champs.
I'll find you.
And to show us that they've done all the work on the off season to bring out this Waylay, I'm excited. Now they're on the anti-eco after taking the pistol, and they know they could easily overpower the site. They're a confident team and already starting to experiment. It's a team like non-verbal. There's the double dashes from the Waylay, making its way to the back, and against the Neon, it's just gonna hit the rewind and get out of dodge. And SRB still tried to push past the smokes, got flashed, and were able to get back into cover, but still almost all their HP intact.
Such good use of the refract and all of the paint utility, all this Waylay util, because they just back out safely. They have a player down towards Arts. They don't need to commit here, and paint could just play as this decoy and then get out when they need to. A site's going to be taken.
So Corrupt could be hearing something suspicious, all about the timing. You could be running into this Waylay too. What kind of disruption can Corrupt
30
cause?
seconds left.
It's going to get the surprise on Paint, but Paint still is the better weapon. And pierces through the wall. SRB should be set up to get a safe plant going. They have their backs covered, and now all they have to do is set their sights forward.
This retake's going to be beyond arduous, though. Look at the setup.
Yeah, it's just going to be about the firing squad and against the pistols. Non-verbal. Won't be able to say much more about this. Just hoping to go down with the spike at this point. They got the conga line back there, and SRB could chase this down if they want.
I like the conga line.
Yeah,
Makes it fun. It makes it funnier. BCJ is BCJ just going for the exploratory push down here? Yeah, BCJ is gonna be trying to find these players, but he just gets caught off, and now they go down. Second round picked up here for Shopify Rebellion Black, and I'm just loving the way that Paint is piloting this Waylay. Now, we talked a lot about Paint being a really solid Neon player, and a lot of Neon players get a rap of being that run it down, Neon, like have fun, zooming around, zoomer energy. But I think Paint is one of those Neons that's very cerebral in how they play in terms of piloting that agent really individually. And you can see that being carried over here on the Waylay in terms of their individual prowess. But the setup is here. We have non-verbal with full rifles. First time in this game, and I'm excited to see what they're going to bring out here.
Yeah, Blast has to really put down the suppressing fire, but getting some initial information of just how much action could be going his way. I mad respect just dipping out of the site and hoping that you can stack with Pyro. Non-verbal got the angles, the Waylay double dashes into that back corridor, uses the rewind, and SRB is showing us the potential of this kit. to get information, to get back into safe positions. Now, speaking of safe, the plant could be going down any second now. While non-verbal wait for their chance to retake, and already getting first blood. Shopify Rebellion now just gonna stack the front side, not worry about the flank. The firing squad in position, and now it's a scrap with non-verbal not able to get this back corridor where this pesky KO is until Tim emerges. And it's just pancakes in a 1 versus 2 and smoked off the spike. A drone to assess really how far this KJ is. The delays are now gone from the Sentinel, and pancakes just slow walking up. Corrupting Tim playing as best as they can, and now they're just sprayed out through the smoke. Pancakes to a 3, clutches it for SRB.
What? That's insane. Honestly, they played that so well for non-verbal, just to give them a huge shout, because they tapped it, waited for the spray, got info, and wanted to push into the smoke together. But just the X factor of pancakes bringing in the punch and really make them eat bullets here. It was such a winnable situation, and just unfortunate for non-verbal. Now forced down to an eco. Kumi gonna be buying up here with the Hero Guardian.
Now non-verbal just stacking up the B site even more after how much SRB have been hitting it, and just how easily that map control is gone. SRB have had a flawless run. Now with the buy up, it's gonna be even better, but also making sure that they give respect to non-verbal, who could be doing these early round walk-ups, and they're going to be stacked together, especially on an eco. So like that, SRB are taking their time to scale up and not going in with too much of an ego.
Yeah, I respect it. And this mid crawl for them is also really good, because it's going to give them a lot of info. We don't see a lot of aggression yet out of non-verbal, so they know they're not going to go for an explosive eco play.
These non-verbal are stacked together now.
Retrieving flash.
It's going to be all about timing. It's just how much delay SRB have now to the 40-second mark. Pancakes spotting the pivot from non-verbal. SRB are just going to escape away from it. They have long B. They're cutting in from mid. It's only one spot a defender could be, and they know this Vice has been back here. And Blast again just plays for retake. All their job is to delay. The plant continues, and it's another post plant for SRB.
They just don't have the weaponry to do as much damage as they need to. It's Kumi, the only player with a rifle in hand.
Oh, wow. Find that through the smoke. Pretty impressive. Non-verbal are still going to try and challenge this and not go down with the spike. They got to put some damage into this economy, and there's Kumi stepping up. And this is a team that has rotated duelists a few times, and Kumi knows he has to prove himself on this team. Or at least show us why he's on the roster. And now it's 3 for the duelist, leaving Corrupt to get the halfway defuse. Could not complete it, not with Spaz still in the lobby.
Oh my God, the clutches for SRB, and it was so winnable in that moment for non-verbal. They inched their way in. Kumi took down the first. It was there. It felt really similar to the previous pro we saw, where it's just like the oppressive nature of this attacking side of a polished roster, where it doesn't matter like if you go down into a 1vx scenario, that last player, that crucial focal point with the utility that Spaz has on that Astra could really work in your favor. And it's because of that utility, the stun, the concuss, they're little factors for Corrupt when calling in this moment of like, okay, I don't necessarily want to stick the defuse yet because of those pieces of utility.
Up on round 5 for Pyro. The dimensional drift 2. And SRB have been approaching these rounds quite slowly. Nice defaults. Oh, just the elbow almost caught there from Paint. An offensive op too.
How low Pyro is and how much space SRB have down towards mid now.
Monty with these swings. And I mean, Roy pointed out, they've been on a win streak ever since this guy has been here, and I could only hype him up so much. Can't win them all, but we do have a 4 versus 4. But SRB with mid control ready to wrap around the backside of A. But also just faking. There's just so much time from SRB to play the mind games to really weaken a site, and Corrupt is barely missing his timing on the cutoff, could still get a backstab. The trade available for Pancakes, but this person is escaping and now has walked into the line of sight of Corrupt. So SRB just getting so greedy for these kills, and it's just not working out. Man, non-verbal really stayed stoic there at the end.
I think that's a perfect word for it as well, because they really, like, they played it a lot slower and a lot more patient in terms of where SRB was going. So instead of reacting necessarily to SRB and trying to be proactive, they know SRB is such a polished team that they could just find these really good timings, be really cautious of the walk-ups, and take advantage of the fact that SRB is so polished by catching them off guard on a timing. Now, will that work consistently? I'm not sure. I have a feeling that for non-verbal, right, they have the, it's an eco round, so they're going to get this second regardless. It's just a matter of, can they carry that momentum forward?
So we are hoping to build up momentum here. Is the recon from Corrupt. Okay, yeah, there's a, oh wow, I don't like those shots. SRB are loving how this round is breaking down though, especially on the eco. There's still enough to try and deny, and Pyro will could just decide to save it, because this is going to be a tough round to overtake. All depends on what Blast and him can do to work together up close. Pyro takes his time with it, and now with this duo, they still have to take down almost the entirety of SRB on the post play. Pyro dashes or teleports away just in time. A sliver of HP, but now has to do it all on his own against the army of SRB, and now just decides to keep the op. So another SRB offense kicks in.
Oh, but Pancakes is there. Doesn't get caught off. That's kind of funny, because I'm setting it up. It's like, you know, statistics are there, right? You most likely win for non-verbal, and yet they just got decimated for a fast play. A lot of info gain. Pyro's just going to get traded out here, and they find the fifth, but it keeps the op out of non-verbal's hands, and now it puts a lot of pressure onto non-verbal, because that was a round that they should have won and converted, and because they didn't, this timeout makes perfect sense. Not only is it going to be obviously to reset some stuff, but they're going to talk about how, hey, we played that really slow and we just got adapted on. Shopify Rebellion was like, okay, we could just go fast here. Now, Shopify Rebellion is probably not going to go for the same slow-paced crawl into mid or map control play style that they've been doing. And instead, they're probably going to go fast yet again or do some sort of outplay. They have a lot of set plays in their playbook. So when you're going up against such a seasoned roster, you really need to make sure that you are like cooking at the same level, not overcooking, but at a similar level.
This has got to still be worrying though for any non-verbal fans out there, that you just got thriftied on. This is your chance to kind of build up an economy for yourself and to try and close the deficit. But at least SRB in the silver lining, a glass half full situation, they're proving to us that they're not going to have a slow start, which last split, they most of their losses were in the first couple of weeks of Swiss. And SRB, after that win, ever since they brought Motzi on, haven't lost a match, haven't lost a beat. And they still have a pep in their step, and this is still a solid lead for SRB, especially after that thrifty.
Seems like a nice split control. Mid is the only thing that they aren't really controlling for SRB here. It's not like a full default, but they're just going to control lanes and trying to work the map for SRB, which I really like. They're waiting for this overaggression.
Wow.
Catch it.
They do catch the overaggression, and for SRB to leave mid-map completely open. They know that non-verbal have really prioritized the perimeter. So SRB are good at dictating, but also reading what the next move could be from non-verbal. And now because they've left that mid-map open, they're still gonna have to re-clear that. A could be the move.
A big setup towards A, though. You have Vice, you have Astra, the utility is there, as well as at Neon backing into the A side. So, but SRB really good on the brawl. So when it comes to the fighting, they're a good shot.
Okay, you got the Hunter's Fury for the defense. SRB will knock on the door using the Nightfall. Some good pings from the defense, and now emerging. SRB hoping to play off that Nightfall. She kind of went in desynchronized, staggered in. They still managed to have the number advantage, but with this Cosmic Divide from Spaz, SRB have set up their half of the site to play off of, and a successful plan at that. While Nonverbal, it's not like they have a flash. They just have Kumi with an overdrive that they could send on the other side, but then the lockdown got activated, so now the seas will part, and Nonverbal will have even less time to work with.
It could be a save angle, but they decided to just push for it.
Very possible. They're just hoping to make contact with SRB, who are hiding away, and now Nonverbal have to just rush them, and it's successful for Corrupt. A 3 versus 3, and now Nonverbal just gonna exit, like you said, the investment for SRB to delay it to this point. Cosmic Divide, Nightfall, Lockdown, a lot used from SRB, but this has built them such a solid economy and lead to get to this point.
And this is such an interesting, it's such an interesting round because it's going to be a little bit of a broken buy for Nonverbal, but it's still a very solid buy overall. You have Pyro as well as Tim with ultimates in hand. You have Kumi with that overdrive. So there's a lot that Nonverbal can work with to really try and capitalize it. So they're not out of the race just yet, but to bring up a side point that Nonverbal, some of these players, a lot of the community believes like they should have been here already, but in Challengers, I mean, right? They've been a roster that has been around, and this is their first showing. It's just unfortunate they're going up against the literal champions of the previous stage.
That's an unlucky schedule, but one that, you know, just kind of like our last series, Prosperity versus Winthrop. It's your chance to have an early showing, especially with the new map pool, the new agent. There's ways to surprise teams of maybe taking a more chill off season, but Payne is anything but chill. He's dashing and couldn't block down on that Neon, and that Corrupt, great assistance, and Kumi is there to back him up too. This is great synergy from Nonverbal in the mid map. And Pancakes is just gonna bark back at him though, so the round is not over, not until everyone from SRB is dead.
That Waylay ultimate just did not land. Convergent Path, for all those nerds out there like myself, being used, and unfortunately that ultimate is just so good with other ultimates. It's on its own, it's a little difficult to route with, but look at who's alive for SRB. Their post plants could be super strong here.
Plant in this forward position from Pancakes could definitely get some picks. Nonverbal are gonna dimensional drift in a 4 versus 2 just to really secure this round. It's important to try and catch up, and as Pancakes escapes after the dimensional drift, Nonverbal are on the hunt, but it's BTJ with 3 that almost secures it before Kumi clutches up. That really came down to the wire, nerds.
Oh my gosh, a BCJ clutch there would be a vintage performance if I've ever seen one. But no, Nonverbal locked it down, a round that they needed. And honestly, they did a really good job on the retake, solid on the defuse. Just, again, it's those X factors, those like individual players like BCJ. I see why they have the props of the glasses, right? If you're as cool as BCJ, you just rock it and roll it. But I almost expected them to, like, I don't know, play further back because you had that Sentinel alive and allow BCJ to sort of take that forward aggression as the initiator, but it seems like the setup wasn't there for SRB, and now Nonverbal picking up an important round to bring them back into this game.
With a null command too from the attacking side, they can try and shut down a lot of, whether it's the Sentinel util or any ults, so SRB will take their time with the usual slow default and waiting for Nonverbal to get antsy and make contact first.
Just like the setup for the Waylay.
You just got discovered from your hiding spot, but wait, the flash from this Vice scared SRB off from finishing off the kill onto Blast, so just managed to get Blast back to safety, but for really how long when you got like 7 HP, so.
Yeah. But now they have numbers. Blast utility is still going to be so crucial to it. You have it set up towards Street. You have the Razor Vine still available to deny Plant, and you are on the position to deny it towards A. So Blast is crucial to stay at least alive or get contact info on SRB.
Popping the ult too. There's the Steel Garden. Try to deny these weapons from SRB that are currently on the site, and Tim will get a stab on Pancakes, and the rest of SRB stuck on the site are just trying to deal with one problem at a time, which is these backside defenders. There's Corrupt, goes 1 for 1, and now SRB just don't have enough to protect themselves in this moment, so a really great steal guarding from Nonverbal.
Yeah, I mean, you stay alive there as Blast, you have a lot of utility, and that ultimate really becoming crucial in those moments. Speaking of ults, BCJ has been holding on to theirs, as well as Kumi and Tim. They have them available. They're going to be really crucial, I would say, for Nonverbal specifically, especially considering that we lost this earlier. I liked the initial setup out of Paint to try and like take the timing, but I assumed that they were going to be using the light speed, the dash that Waylay has, but they just peeked it out slow, and that was their Achilles heel, is taking it too slow.
Playing for picks has worked out for Nonverbal that time. Now with back-to-back round wins, they're 2-1 post timeout. So whatever they talked about, just to calm themselves down, not be intimidated. Any team is beatable. This time you'll have Pyro with the op, supported by his fellow duelist. And also the Sentinel here at the back. Nonverbal pretty stacked up. They gotta hit this shot, and now the Waylay to go crazy. And Paint does fall, but SRB is still not in a comfortable position. Not with Kumi still hanging around, and even a Wild Flash Kumi makes miracles happen. SRB are trying to protect themselves on the plant. Now time on their side, and Overdrive invested in painting a picture of SRB's L with Nonverbal continuing their win streak.
They're picking things back up. Solid retake protocols that we're seeing out of Nonverbal. Little heat up with the ultimate. I don't mind it, especially to lock in around against such a formidable team. Gives a lot of hype to Kumi, a lot of hype to this Nonverbal squad, who are looking to end the half 6-6, and they are really poised for it right now. The retakes have been cleaned up. They've just won 2 out of their most recent 3 rounds on retakes, as well as just having probably better comm structure, better calling of, all right, they're most likely going to play like this. But one kind of note to SRB in this entire chaos is the way that they used the Waylay Paint utility, as well as BCJ and Pancakes' utility, to find those kills and get some eliminations on the board for themselves.
Yeah, did Mozzie get caught reloading? Like, that was so... Definitely a chance to kill that Neon. And, a chance to kill Paint there, but... Goes by the wayside, and SRB have an opening in mid, forcing this op from Pyro to pay attention.
Bring them down.
But based on where this KJ is, definitely A is an option.
I was about to say, they're probably going to use the BCJ ultimate on entry. That's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to speed this up rather briskly. There it is. The Sentinel utility to deny.
Oh, that delay is going to hurt. And there's SRB are still committed because they have all their util. Throwing flashes, throwing knives, still in the back pocket too. SRB are walking into the line of fire of Nonverbal that were waiting for them the whole time. Now you got a Hunter's Fury to suppress SRB even more. It's still not over yet. Equal numbers and just a slow walk up. Pyro doesn't hit the shot. And SRB have a chance to scrap back for this real estate. But this op is going to be a problem, and Pyro has to reposition. This is a window for SRB.
It's 20 seconds on the board, so if it's a window of opportunity, you need to capitalize on it. Now they've given away their position. BCJ has been known.
No util for SRB left. Just plant vibes, and now some time and an exchange that favors the defense yet again. Now Pyro has the support. Another rifler, and this op will be kept. And Nonverbal are really crushing this right now. They were down 1-4, and look, they're just right behind SRB.
The retake holds are really good. The comms and the calls to like rotate back have been on point for Nonverbal. And for a team named Nonverbal, I'm assuming they're getting very vocal in those chats, right? They are starting to feel really consistent. Now it's the final round of the half, and they're looking to close it up here. SRB, not that strong with their economy, right? Like, you have light shields and guardians, it's a bit fractured up, whereas Nonverbal, because of this 4 rounds up, they have that consistency to really go toe-to-toe. So 6-6 half imminent, unless we can see SRB really claw their way through and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they could do it. They are that Stage 1 championship roster.
I think the post plant will be bolstered even more with a lockdown. SRB
Bring them down.
to have options to deal with it. They only have one shock bolt and, of course, guns. But SRB still have to make their way to the site to have that post plant happen. And this is a different approach now, going towards spawn. Something we haven't seen from SRB yet.
A lot of control for SRB. And they're still playing it slow, but with all this mid control, you know Nonverbal has the call and the read. Like, that's the one area of the map that we have not explored, but this double swing.
Oh, just that wall. That's why SRB are wrapping around this backside for it to not be a factor. And Kumi and Payne have an exchange, and both will still remain. The last round of the hack. SRB needing to get back on their high horse because they've definitely been humbled after being up 6-1. Now giving up a win streak as SRB, just dashing across the op. Definitely some cleaner shots coming out of Pyro, and needs to help sustain this B site. And the lockdown is being used, and this op has to get out just in time. Does, and Blast even catches the perimeter while SRB were heading towards B. This round is so cooked. Payne is still gonna try and get away with the plant. But with this conflict divide, Nonverbal are now getting hosed down by Pancakes out of nowhere. Payne with 1 HP and a dream. And it's just him left. There's the Waylay ultimate. Extra stats to help, and that's all Payne needed to close it out for SRB.
And it was off the back, I want to say, of Pancakes as well. And what a rhythmic duo, right? Pancakes and Paint. Very much for the alliterations there, it seems, for SRB. And honestly, like I said, it was off the back of Pancakes really lurking up through, catching these two players. I think they caught Pyro off guard as well. They caught a lot of people up guard towards Heaven. Managed to reclaim that site rather briskly. We get a beautiful replay here of Pyro popping the first on BCJ. But like I stated at the beginning of the round here, if anyone can do it, if anyone can carry over the line, it's the Stage 1 champions, none other than SRB. We also get to see Convergent Path, the Waylay ultimate, used to great effect for SRB in this moment to kind of secure that round even more than it already was.
Yeah, the speed boost and also hindering an enemy, which has been really cool, but it was cool that time. I feel like every other Waylay ult has been shut down very early, but hey, she did just come out. So Nonverbal on their pistol, they're attacking half, storing out the shock bolt, still have a recon, working off of information, but also sending Kumi on the hunt. Now past the smokes with the Yoru in position, and Pyro makes first contact, and the rest of Nonverbal are smoked off and can't really follow up.
At this point, they're just debating on whether to back. Blast does have some room towards mid, so the lurk potential's there, and they've just stayed towards B, so they are gonna try and hit towards this B site. No, they're not actually. They are backing out because there's 30 seconds on the board. That's the thing that's really scaring me, is they're gonna start speeding up this rotate.
What is Blast cooking too? Like, Blast is just going by the beat of his own drum, just lurking around, and if Nonverbal pivot, then Blast could catch them off or catch them off guard, rotating through mid.
Blast is just hanging out, having a blast towards the donut side of the map, like smack dab in the middle, which is really, it's huge for them though. It's huge because they have so much mid control now.
Hey, SRB, we're definitely still checking it. So you had the one go by, and even the turret check. Blast just impacting the backline there. SRB still have to just go forward and not get caught into a pinch. They gotta make space, and SRB just get pinched from all angles, and Nonverbal with a successful pistol off of that lurk from Blast.
Really good play out of Blast there, working their way into mid. I was worried about the rotate and the timing, but they got it. The plant went down, and they managed to extend not only the timer, but the deficit has now been shrunk a little bit. Extended their round score, I guess. This is going to be a really good round for them. And Nonverbal, right, they're proving why, yeah, they might have come out of, Premier, but this is why this roster, specifically some of these players from previous rosters, deserve to be within VCL. These players have really been clawing their way back into it.
Nonverbal being able to claw back from that deficit is pretty impressive, and to take a pistol, it's crazy. So what about the anti-eco though? You have Kumi watching over with the outlaw, but the smoke has been a problem, and Pyro is going to be with his team this time, but still gets caught early, but has created enough of distraction for the rest of Nonverbal to still benefit, and no one checked the high ground because SRB got smoked off, but they just pushed past it and kind of caught Nonverbal, but it was still the setup from the attack that got pulled off.
Stuff out of Nonverbal, converting. And now it's really the question of, did SRB do enough damage? And I'm going to say yes, considering we only have 3 really big boy weapons up here at fort. Never mind, they are buying up for it. I spoke too soon. I like that they are going for the big buy here out of Nonverbal to try and convert the third and really take this lead out of control. We've been seeing a lot on the VCL stage in terms of upsets and changes, and Nonverbal is looking to do that as well. Take this game and really run away with it.
Flash placed. Not ready yet. Good.
And Nonverbal back to a default with having Kumi trying to scrap against a long range area around B long. So Nonverbal just hoping to play off contact, off of picks like before. They also have to be wary of the rifles held by SRB.
This is just kind of baiting a little bit for paint as well to set up for this. There we go.
Eventually SRB get through that. One duelist down. SRB also made headway of throwing a haunt over at the A side to get the A orb. So there's map control. There's a level of certainty from SRB that they can just kind of stay put. But they also, SRB, love to leave this middle of the map open a lot. So don't seem too worried.
I like that they're taking a bit more seriously right now, having Pancakes kind of hold water and ensuring that they do not get kind of pinched upon. But A is empty. There is one inserted towards main.
Okay, Spazos has a big stop. 1 and 2 going for the triple. Tim shows he's the better Astra. But now this is a much more weakened offense that has 12 seconds. So time and numbers not in their favor. The rest of SRB around the corner. Not a ton of util, just the duelist, maybe a haunt, and not even needing to use any of that util. Oh, dashing across. Tim doesn't get the catch. Paint just refracted back. No kill there, and SRB will get the lead.
Again, just very good demonstration of the Waylay utility. Light speed on in, that's the dash. And like Lemon said, the refract to come back. Honestly, that's what I wanted to see out of Waylay. You're not really going in and being that first frag. You're generally using a lot of her utility to be that sort of distraction and info gathering. If you can find a pick or two, that's just a cherry on top of an already delicious sundae here. And we've seen very standard Valorant so far, and the deficits have been gapped. So now it's up to Nonverbal to bring out some of these newer ideas, maybe change things up a bit. You have a full buy up yet again, and you just see Nonverbal leaning towards this A site, trying to work for a split.
At least Nonverbal are droning up through B2 and making it look like Kumi could be around and being set up by Yasova, but Nonverbal are actually scaling up through A, like you said, keeping that mid lurk going with their buys from Blast. And now SRB have to try and keep this back, and that's why their Astra Spaz in position it, and also one away from the Cosmic Divide.
I'm seeing what this KJ is doing. Really good control of mid, even without having presence there.
Yeah, the Cosmic Divide on the offense to just give them a sliver of the site to plant on, but all the space in the world for SRB to feel safe on their side. Now up close to the corner is Pyro, just playing against SRB to emerge. And the plan will still go through. SRB just haven't had a chance. They had all the space. Now the numbers are equal. This feels so awkward for some reason. With Corrupt hearing that reload, hearing SRB on the other side. feels like he has to make a big play. Also playing time. Now the smoke is gone. Corrupt is out in the open, and SRB are all over the site and somehow have not spotted Corrupt. They have not spotted Corrupt. How did he get away with that? SRB, though, used their eyes this time. It's a 1v1 for Paint. Can he use his gun? He's going to try and get the defuse halfway. Knows he's running out of time. Pyro with flashes. Spot enough time and got the kill. Ooh, that round was close.
Ooh. And there it is, the tied up scoreline here. I love the way that Nonverbal played that. Really good utility and honestly good call for Pyro to rotate on an off angle playing down towards Art. They did have, I think Pancakes was aware of it, right? They set up some utility, but once Pancakes is down and you're stuck like this, it becomes rather difficult. Not to mention the fact that Corrupt just playing on that site, not once cleared. That's it. I didn't even, the knife in hand makes me question if Pate ran out of bullets in that moment, was just unlucky, or if they just swapped to the wrong weapon in the chaotic moment.
That's just a tough round for SRB to lose. And now they're on an eco. And the lead, I can tell, is going to go back and forth in the long game. It's going to be about the economy of who can cross the finish line for map 1. And a lead that has gone away. Such a strong start for SRB, and ever since that timeout, Nonverbal have been here to play. They're also here on the site, coming in through a different angle, trying to avoid anything from the SRB side. And they've already struck through Spaz. Now SRB have to just go in at the same time and use the flashes from BCJ. Do something to weaken Nonverbal. But this is now an even more commanding of a round from Nonverbal.
More commanding of an economic lead. The ultimates are starting to build and pile up. They have 2 of them in comparison to SRB, who doesn't have any just yet. BCJ is close to theirs. The round score is so narrow between them, right? You'd think, oh, you know, it's been such a back and forth half. No, it hasn't. SRB has lost 4 and picked up only 1 on the half. So this timeout is coming in perfect timing here. Vapin gonna be ready for it. And a little sidebar on Vapin, huge shout out to them from the Nerd Street days. I remember seeing them at LAN, really grinding it out, being a coach up there in person. So the fact that they're up here for Shopify Rebellion Black is heartwarming to see, but it's going to give a lot of hype, I would say, for Nonverbal, because they're like, wow, we forced SRB to time out. We are leading against them here, and it should be. They are a very solid team playing really well right now. And more than just that, they have the, what's it called? The proof to back it up. I have a feeling that, you know, this timeout's going to be really good for SRB regardless of how Nonverbal is feeling, but it's going to be a matter of time before Nonverbal adapt, and we'll have a very tight game on our hands here, Lemon.
Yeah, SRB are giving them a lot of space on the site, playing for retakes, but Nonverbal are being so productive with it. To be in the middle of A and to have all your angles covered when the defense have flashes, they have all this util, and for Nonverbal to support each other in these hectic moments says a lot about their communication and how they should definitely be a respected team, especially coming out of relegation. And SRB will have a lot of work ahead of them to try and avenge their sister team of Shopify Rebellion Gold.
Payback. But the Virtue is not as strong here. It's a very similar setup, but this time a little bit more proactivity on that mid control. We're seeing the Fade and Sentinel setups here alongside BCJ down towards Street.
A lot of aggression, a lot of noise from Nonverbal, and now you're ready to activate Kumi. And the overdrive, the 1, the 2, the firing squad is dismantled. SRB really neutralizes. The op is on its way. Paint will be here. You have at least BCJ. 1 flash out won't prevent the plant and tries to set up Pancakes for success, who isn't able to do as much. Now BCJ and Paint can play together off of different angles, and Paint gonna swap off the op. A better chance to scrap through the Steel Garden for Blast to try and take away some of this weaponry to weaken SRB. The numbers are equal, but time very much on Nonverbal's side, hoping to accomplish yet another post plant. And Pyro just almost catches that Waylay on the dash. A 1v1. And Paint with time to spare to go for the defuse. That really came down to the last few seconds. And after the timeout, SRB barely got that.
Barely. That just goes to show how Nonverbal is still a contender here. I was about to say, this is not only extremely winnable for Nonverbal, but the way they played that was beautiful, right? Still similar setups here. Yeah, we had a lot more mid presence out of SRB. BCJ was down towards street. You had Pancakes down out alley. Like, there's a lot that was happening, but regardless, they just pushed past it. Nonverbal really forced SRB into a tight corner. Now, this came off the back of Paint this time, winning out in the 1v1. I did get a flashback to Aspas on the waylay there, but they managed to get the defuse here, bringing us 9-9. That's the important
Desk
part.
is going to want to talk about Paint later on, but I'm looking to see what Pyro can do. The dimensional drift, the fake, the teleport back.
I'm back.
Some info gained, but Pyro's not the type of Yoru who's going to jump out of his own dimensional drift behind the enemy team and just cause a ruckus with the buck here. At least wasn't in the situation to do so. Another A hit for Nonverbal. It's a post plant that they've usually been successful on. It did take a heroic effort out of Paint to make that possible, and he could do it yet again. It's the Nightfall from the backside. SRB playing off that advantage, but still respecting that, just creeping across. Nonverbal playing out of sight, out of mind, but who could pinch them too on the other side is Pancakes coming in from behind. A lot of different angles this time from SRB, not flooding through the same side, and they've just neutralized every attacker from Nonverbal as the defuse will go through, and Tim will get his one or two.
Oh, two. Okay, gets a little bit more value out of it. Really good for Nonverbal, but just great usage of the converging path. That is the Whaley ultimate for those out there, and really solid stuff out of SRB, but they did expend a lot in terms of that ultimate counter. We do look at Nonverbal. They still have 2 ultimates, but they don't have an economy because they've lost 2 in a row. And this late into the game, you have to get preemptive about it. So this timeout is huge for Nonverbal to hopefully get a potential. It's by statistics, it's 11-9, but by reality, I mean, with how Nonverbal's played, I do kind of want to give them some credit where on this map, you can kind of rush a little faster, maybe catch Shopify Rebellion off guard. You already see Kumi picking up a stinger potentially, as well as having those ultimates. You know, you have a round go awry and somehow it gets to 10-10.
Yeah, Paint has been definitely insane from the last clutch on the last round to bringing out the ult, and at least statistically now can be like the best Waylay in Challengers until we see otherwise, right? You can hold that title, that accolade proud, but still makes me wonder if Nonverbal can, you know, like you said, do something special with the low economy that they have. They could still have a chance to upset the best team. I mean, Winthrop had their armor dented by Prosperity Esports, a team from Premier, and that's one of the big 3, speaking of Winthrop. So SRB are definitely a winnable team, or a beatable team.
I do have Sheriffs and Stingers. And they're going for another mid play here. Nonverbal's bread and butter. This time, though, Pancakes is ready.
Jeez, and you had the util that caught SRB jumping out, and Nonverbal is just going to decide to leave that after throwing up the neon walls. They were thinking about it, but decide to keep the space between the two.
So much util expended on the SRB side. I mean, if you look at Pancakes and BCJ, they've really had to use so much of it. Now using the final flash.
Wait, Nonverbal are just stacked together, so even if there's one rifle swinging you, you just got 5 shares looking at you. I guess 1 stinger too. Don't forget about that. But
death ball.
SRB just can't 1v5 this. They're goated, but I don't know about that goated.
Need to isolate. I agree. Some sort of utility to disrupt them.
You want to find it?
See if they can. Cosmic Divide. It's Nonverbal hoping to cut off some of these angles, and then you forgot about one troublemaker. It's Spaz within the site, and wrapping around could be this Yoru. Pyro needs to shut up this Spaz guy, or it's just this whole round's gonna be cooked, and it's not gonna happen. Spaz is just built differently.
Talk about disrupt the fade utility. Immediately kind of catches them off guard. You catch them out of position, and there that is. The 11th round picked up for SRB now. Non-verbal, they did take a timeout. And like I said, they're most likely going to talk about the 21st round, this round coming into it. I wonder what they're going to use. Corrupt has... Oh, wait, they used the overdrive off of Kumi as well. So it's a couple things expended here. Corrupt now has their ultimate, so there's a chance for them to use that. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they get that spike down and Corrupt's still alive. They go for it, but right now it's just a default, right? They're just trying to control the space and really leaning heavy into this mid play that they have been so known for, and that's been so successful for non-verbal.
Ever since SRB went on their first time out, they've been on a 3-round win streak. So SRB are not only just a good team because of their mechanics, but how they're able to adapt and create new ideas on the fly. And of course, they've been part of that. You got Paint that could catch non-verbal on their road to A.
Oh, it still has the dash.
Okay, well, the recon didn't get anything, so Paint still locks onto the neon, and Monty has his back so that Paint could escape. Now that's teamwork.
Oh, that dash was proven crucial, and now non-verbal backs up against a wall. We're gonna need to see these players go huge. Honestly, I would say Tim has some control in mid, so potentially for them.
30 seconds
but
left.
It's hard to say with 30 seconds on the board.
Tim walled off right now?
I think they're just saving at this point.
Okay, I was like, wait, like they look like they were heading
I think that's
safe, but never mind.
That is Blast's wall.
That's, okay, I was like, wait,
yeah,
he was like not pushing past it.
no, I was gonna say there's only one vice, and it's on non-verbal side.
Yeah, okay, got it. Okay, well, save. I thought 3v5. Okay, we did say that
get your
getting
money
to
up,
the
not
end of the
your funny
game.
up.
Yeah, at the end of the game, it was going to be about the economy, and non-verbal going to sacrifice that round to try and pull off a flawless streak to the end.
I mean, at this point, non-verbal, they've explored mid a lot. They've had a lot of success there, but now we see the counter for SRB. They're very good about controlling not only the perimeter, but also having a good call to like how to counter the mid play by having the Sentinel and the Initiator start there as well. Like, look at this. They have 4 players starting towards mid, and then they allow Paints to take control of the extremities while retaking towards A. The setup is beautiful out of SRB.
Oh, it's going to be caught by a flash just in time. Oh, SRB just had the setup for mid. They're just always ready to crunch down on non-verbal, who look down at match point against SRB. Down their duelist. At least they still have one in their back pocket, but no ults, and at least they got, well, at least Hunter's Fury, but we'll see how they want to set up Corrupt to maybe drown out the people from A.
This split towards A, though, is still doable out of non-verbal. They're gonna wait for the TP out here, and now have art control. It's a matter of flushing out the rest of these players.
Oh, and they actually got a ping on Monty. And almost hitting their own players there. All good. The plant goes through, and they're going to try and creep past it. Still get the plant with the lockdown ensuing from Pancakes. And now SRB take immediate control with the Cosmic Divide. They won't hear him defusing. Corrupt is going to check, deny it from getting halfway. But SRB are still going to try and even almost stick it. Okay, BCJ knows non-verbal are on the other side. About to run into them. Also some delay from non-verbal. Yuta left on the spike. Probably why SRB had to not stick it. A good clutch from non-verbal, which is the 1 player left.
I was gonna say great Astro Wall, nice timings on the utility. Catching BCJ off guard is huge there. They're managing a lot of their utility really well. And I think that those post plants towards A have really been a strong suit for non-verbal. I won't be surprised if they go for some similar stuff towards the B site with their utility. But the big thing is they don't have ultimates to play off it. A lot of these moments were picked up by some crucial ults like the Hunter's Fury, like the Cosmic Divide. And if you look at non-verbal, Blast is the only one close to their ultimate right now. Now that is a very crucial ultimate, but I wonder if it's going to come online and be a factor here. I hope it will be. Looking where Blast is playing, it can potentially play sedentary here, catch a pick, get their ultimate. That's a big headcanon little theory, but I doubt that that's going to be the thing that happens and saves NV or Nonverbal.
Yeah, just for Nonverbal to pull off that last round, being down, Kumi, it's crazy. Now they have Kumi in a position, trying to do something about this off, and it's a huge shutdown. Pain is gone, and Nonverbal are not going to accelerate, not pick up the pace. They know SRB have loved to stack this B site. And meanwhile, Corrupt will be lurking over on the right side, making sure there's no crazy flanks. But the real focus is Nonverbal and how they're going to deal with BCJ. Is he going to want to pop flash, throw a knife, set up pancakes for a swing? It's the initial flash. No one home. Nonverbal notices KO around the corner.
That ultimate, Steel Garden. Really going to help them, right?
30 seconds left.
The timings. Oh, the positioning.
BCJ is going to keep his weapon. He hit the corner. But now he can't immediately swing because of the KJU tilt. But this delay could actually favor them. And if anything, Pancakes doesn't need no help. Now he does, though. It's up to BCJ, who's gone unnoticed these last 10 seconds to prevent the plan to give SRB the map win. It's a 2 versus 2. A little bit of safety for Tim. BCJ has to go through the checks and balances. Gets clipped on his way. With Tim having the Cosmic Divide and gonna use it to seal up the back of the site. The Spaz catches the walk up from Tim. It's just Corrupt on the post plan and gets caught weaving through the wall. And it's SRB with the defuse and the map 1 win.
But 10-13 is still such a close scoreline. Not to mention the fact that Tim, that's a really fast ult rotation. Like, that's a really good ult to have in that moment. The fact that they had that, the fact that there was a lot of pieces for that puzzle really proves that Nonverbal is a force to be reckoned with. But Shopify Rebellion are going to take the first dub here and assert some dominance, not only on the server, but in the scoreline that they are a team. They are the team. They are the team going into Split 2. They are the #1 seed, and they're here for a reason.
Still that was a close scoreline, though. I think Nonverbal have a lot of resilience to be down 1-6, and still a statement to make coming out of the promo relegation to earn respect and to go that close to the #1 team. I think that this series is going to have a lot of fun in store, but I want to go check in with the desk, so we'll see you on the other side.
People would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent. We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, MAD were winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh! It's
Going into this series, we had talked about this newcomer to the Challengers League just having promoted up, going up against the best team in the league, and they definitely made it close. They made it competitive, but in the end, Shopify Rebellion Black to take the first map of the series, 13-10. I mean, Gompers, this nonverbal squad, they're definitely not strangers to competition, and they showed up, but not enough. The Shopify Rebellion Black team is just too strong.
Dude, very, very strong. I think the performance in general was obviously like a little lesser than what I thought was going to happen. I thought Shopify was going to kind of run with the flow and really dominate here, but nonverbal, they surprised me. I thought their synergy was on par. I thought the Neon gameplay that we got to see was absolutely gorgeous, and they adapted quickly. They managed to find these openings and these weaknesses from Shopify that not a lot of teams had the capability of doing.
Yeah, when we're talking about a Shopify Rebellion Black that throughout the playoffs just scaled and scaled and scaled until no team can touch them. For this to be competitive, to be a double-digit scoreline and 8 to 10 rounds, Roy, I mean, this is something like they were definitely capable of firing back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that goes without saying. I think we saw a lot of moments specifically from players like Kumi. We saw a lot of moments from Corrupt, a lot of moments from Blast, right? And I think for me, like, yeah, a game can be close and we still feel like that player that won the match was extremely dominant, but I didn't really feel like that in this match. I genuinely felt like Nonverbal actually had a lot up their sleeve. And it felt like a lot of their round wins were you know, they had depth. They're very calculated, very specific in their win conditions. And I think the way they managed their post plans and the way they managed their early rounds, I think a lot of it was very well constructed. And I would say that this was a really good debut for Nonverbal.
I agree, right? We got to see on round 16 a huge reposition that actually led them to game victory, right? Pressure from all sides of retake, where we got to see, right, Yoru reposition themselves to left-hand side of the A site, finally giving them some space and some room to really aggro push the site and use every single piece of util they had left. So I think that, like, they have beautiful plays and they have the ideas intact. It was just, you know, the execution, it wasn't there every single time, leading to that unfortunate 12-11, but also, I mean, sorry, 13-10. I was looking at the numbers below it. 13-10, but still close enough to say, you know, okay, they're a threat.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And SRB had, what, 2 clutches and 1 thrifty round as well, and they still managed to be a very close series. But, I mean, all that considered, I would say that's just to show that NV was a very, you know, competitive team. But ultimately, SRB, they closed out the map. They won the situation that they needed to, and they looked great. I'm actually loving the debut of Waylay. I think that Agent fits Paint's playstyle really well. And I think his style and his sort of flavor on that Agent works extremely well for that on that Agent. And I think ultimately I liked what I saw from SRB. But again, this was the non-verbal map pick, and now we're headed into the second map territory where it could be a little weird.
I mean, let's talk back to this Waylay that we saw coming out from Paint, because Paint definitely someone that we highlighted going into the series, of course, stage 1 MVP, and talk a little bit more about Kumi as well, because when we're talking about this non-verbal team and, okay, how are they going to stand up par per par? We saw Kumi make a lot of headway here for the team Gompers, and when you compare these numbers, I mean, yeah, Paint with the Waylay, just masterclass, right? But Kumi has some really respectable numbers in this head-to-head.
Kumi was a star player, and it really is evident, right? Obviously, the 227 ACS, KDA going 1.4. It's not just in the numbers, but it's in the gameplay as well. Cohesive efforts as well, working with the team, right? Kumi and Tim, cohesive effort on round 18, stun backside to let entry with Neon Overdrive and allowing that space gathering. It was a lot of taking over the site from Kumi, and it really, really showed. The Neon being probably, I'm going to be honest, like the biggest portion of the duelist, the double duelist that we got to see here. And it's reasonable as to why, you know, they're up on this.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, okay, what would I rather see coming out, the Neon or the Waylay? And being able to see both was really, really good here. But Roy, I want to circle back to this Waylay that we have gotten to see, because something that I thought before we got to see Paint on it is I've been a little underwhelmed, I think is the best way to say it, from what we've gotten to see from Waylay so far in Challengers. Obviously, there is a high skill ceiling here. There is capabilities, but Paint here, like you said it, like this just matched him perfectly.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a stylistic thing. Like it's easy for Waylay to not give value when you're playing in a specific way, but when you're when you have this style like SRB that is sort of like very structure heavy, very like retake heavy, very execute heavy, just a lot of like team stuff, right? Not a lot of individual stuff, but there's still so much room for that individual flair, like we just saw in that one round in the replay. There's room to deposit him and just let him do his thing, and that's where that agent shines, just like being on angles, taking mid-round aggression, retaking, allowing yourself to just like dash in and then recall yourself back. These sort of plays are what makes that agent have just that little edge over Neon, over Jet, over Yoru. And I think in the hands of somebody like Paint, that agent could really shine, and I think we'll see something different from him with using the Waylay.
I mean, even if the Waylay was also... I do like Paint on the Neon as well, and looking at the next map of the series, that Shopify Rebellion Black are staying to their winning ways on this map. We'll get to see that yet again. But talking about this Fracture, talking about the next map in the series, this is dangerous territory for Nonverbal, because not only do they lose their map pick, that's never great, but for Shopify Rebellion Black, when you're looking at the map pool and what they delivered throughout stage 1 here, Roy, this was a map that was actually undefeated up until the grand finals, where M80 third times the charm to finally take them down on Fracture. But like, still, it took M80 3 cracks at Fracture before they finally could take it.
Yeah, I mean, they've absolutely blown everybody out of the water until the final rematch, the third rematch from M80, I should say. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think there's definitely reasons to be concerned. But, you know, I'd like to offer an alternate theory, and that is the reverse map choosing theory, perhaps?
Does that work for anyone except for Winthrop?
I don't know, but I'm down for any sort of cope at this point, okay? I need to have faith in Nonverbal. I like what I saw on that first map. I definitely still believe in them coming into the second map, but yes, I completely agree. I think this map is heavily favored for Shopify Rebellion Black. There's a reason why they picked it, and I think they're about to come really strong into the second map.
I have to agree, right? Like, there's been some tests in terms of, you know, what the composition's looking like for Nonverbal, for Fracture, but Shopify, they're very, very well solidified with the composition they have now, right? Like, and imagine they're gonna pick something else when I say this, but the Breach, the Brim, Cypher, Neon, and Tejo. So for me, it feels like this is their map, right? Like, they're running off of, okay, a difficult game. They get to learn from their mistakes, and that's dangerous because Shopify, it's a never-ending team of consistent revolution, consistency, and they know what they did wrong. They're going to fix it the next game, and it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So for them, adaptation's already there. They're already making the adjustments to make Fracture their map.
I'm definitely curious for this Nonverbal team with what we got to see from them in this aggression from this Pearl, how they're going to approach this Fracture, and if they have the capability here. Because when I do, like, okay, well, Neon's obviously very good here, and when we get to see that performance coming out from them like that in that first map, Roy, I'm like, okay, here's a path to victory. But obviously, there's been a couple changes for this team. And last time they played it, a different iteration of the roster, but they go for the Rays instead. So we definitely got to see for the Nonverbal squad, they have a lot of capability. They have the firepower. But what direction do they want to take the team today?
I mean, that's really up to them. I think there's definitely a lot of room for the duelist slot in. I am definitely still expecting the Tejo Breach. I think that meta is just way too strong right now for them to veer off that. Yeah, absolutely. But just kind of looking at their match history right now, I do see a pretty solid, convincing win against Winthrop University about a month ago. Actually, sorry, time's flying. That's 2 months ago now. But still, it's still a 13-9 win on that map. I think that speaks to the level of depth they have, right? Winthrop University has looked great over the past few months. And that is the roster that with Jerk, but I don't think that has changed too much. But yeah, I definitely see a pretty strong win here from Funhavers. I'm expecting them to pull out something similar to it. But hopefully they will see either the Rays or we'll see Kumi on that Neon, because I really liked what I saw on Pearl on the Neon. So if we see the Neon, listen, I won't be mad. I'll be pretty excited for that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be at all. But our agent select's ready. So instead of speculating, let's get some confirmation of what this duel is on the side of Nonverbal wants to go for. And, you know, Gompers, if there's ever going to be the classic analyst says something smart, the players like to do something else to prove them wrong. If there is a swap up from SRB, but it looks like they're running it. But Kumi is going to go back to the Neon. So, okay, we're going to have a little bit of a mirror matchup.
Okay, this is fine. You know, at least I didn't embarrass myself. I'm very agreeable to the composition happening here. Actually, mirror comp as well. So Kumi on the Neon, that's going to be a little dangerous. You know, I haven't necessarily, I mean, we've seen Pain on the Neon before, exceptional player. But in terms of, you know, what Kumi can offer in comparison, is that dangerous or is it not?
I mean, we definitely got to see in the very first map of Pearl that Nonverbal is capable of putting up a fight up against Shopify Rebellion Black. But now it's Shopify Rebellion Black pick. This has been their bread and butter. So time to see if this is going to be a 2-0 or a map 3 on the horizon. It's time to go over to your casters, Jen and Nerds, to find out.
Thanks, Sierra. Yep, series point for Shopify Rebellion Black to see if they can keep that hot streak going even after the off season and to keep that #1 title, or if Nonverbal can force a map 3 somehow. But on SRB's best map, I'm scared, Nerds.
I am also scared, but I'm also excited because high key, this is one of my favorite maps. It takes the concept of no mid and actually makes it really fun and interesting in terms of counterplay. But the counterplay that we're really going to be seeing is, in my opinion, off of, I really want to see the initiator kind of stack and how that's going to be played out, as well as some of the timings with the ciphers. Because it's a mirror matchup, it really does come down to the individual skill level. And I have a feeling that that's also extremely close between these two teams. And because of that, not only do I think this is going to go very close, like similar, like double digits for both teams, but I also kind of want to change my opinion and say Nonverbal have a chance to upset here. Like, actually.
Ooh.
Yeah, like actually, I know, right? Like, I'm pulling a Roy, but you know.
I mean, it was neck and neck for so long during that last map, and I think the economy from SRB, just having that 4-round win streak, helped them push to that finish line. So Nonverbal can play close, and they also know how to play from behind when they were even down 1-6 at some point. So all depends on what tone you can set on the pistol round. True. And I'm thinking about it right now also because Kumi did really well, like individually. So I think that's another thing in my mind, is the fact that you have such like Pyro, Kumi, they played really well. Pyro is going to come in as that second entry. Pyro is playing sort of that, you know, they were playing as Yoru. They had really good moments where they kind of TP'd in and caught SRB off guard. Now they're playing on Taeho. That's another question that I have in my mind. I think it will be answered rather quickly. Pyro is one of those really nice, flexible players. More than that, also Corrupt IGLing on Breach is going to be very good for trap plays and setups. Fracture, well known for those plays, like you stun Taeho missile down towards A, B, whichever drop to contest that space, as well as Blast going to be on the other end of it. SRB, on the other hand, they have that too, right? They have that too, where they could really they could really trip them up. I wonder, more than just all of this sort of wonder and theory, once we get deeper into the server, how, like, what set plays SRB has. Yeah. And they're on defense first, so they get to kind of sit back and download what Nonverbal are going to be doing. And as people are going to be connecting to the lobby, of course, as soon as we wanted to get into game, a player unfortunately disconnected. So we're going to try and get them back in. So enjoy some music. We'll see you soon. Valorant jump scare. We're getting into game, y'all. Thanks for sticking with us. Everyone's internet is all plugged in because we got some gaming to do, nerds.
Oh, we do. And we are back. All the stuff I said still stays the same. I think Nonverbal do have a good chance. And I wanted to set that as the stage because in the mirror composition, obviously Shopify Rebellion is favored, but I think it's going to be a lot closer. And I think that closeness was shown previously, and hopefully now this is a change of pace. Nonverbal looked really good against SRG and other teams on this map. So,
Well, Potato Drones on defense are going to keep things simple, and then the fault line, Nonverbal wanted to play off of that and then realized the trap that SRB were setting up, and Muncie still managed to clip somebody on the other side with his util, and now Nonverbal should have maybe escaped further away, maybe wanted to stay close to retaliate, and now they find themselves down 2 pivotal members.
Oh, okay, maybe I spoke a little too soon. It's just the pistol, though. It's just the pistol. And they're regrouping right now. There's a chance for them to bite back against it, but the stack towards A is devastating. BCJ refreshed on the salvos, and he's ready to just rip them.
So if we keep their positions too, still having a fault line in their back pocket.
Spotted.
And spotted a shadow, and yeah, Nonverbal thought they could fault line close, but it does not make contact with SRB. Spikes down. When it rains, it pours. Nonverbal trying to exchange, but Mozzie's just quick with it. The salvos, the forces neon right in your face. It won't be an SRB pistol after all.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. They kind of just collapsed upon them. And now SRB have a good chunk of momentum going up. SRB, this like the desk said, just to reiterate, this is one of their best maps, right? Shopify in general on both sides has been really good on Fracture. Now that it's in the map pool, it gives them a lot of room to work with, not to mention just, the ability for Pain to play on Neon, Spaz on the Brimstone. BCJ and Monsi are just good on the roles that they play in general. BCJ can slot to any initiator, and Monsi is just a really solid breach. So you have individuals for playing in a really good meta. It's almost like Eggster with Yoru, right? It just really fits for SRB here.
And Nonverbal, just like on Pearl, are gonna farm up orbs. They already got one wrapping around. SRB have it downloaded though, because they have Monsi ready with a fault line and numbers from SRB, which just completely dismantle them. Like, they're already dead. Stop.
They're already on an eco. They're already on an eco. But yeah, no, that's what happens on round 2. And it's going to give some really nice just economy building, ultimate building, very casual stuff. BCJ, the reason I say economy building is halfway there already. It's the closest ult we have. I mean, actually, no, sorry. Pyro is very similar as well. Speaking of Pyro, only one with a frag for Nonverbal. I'm going to be leading the charge yet again here. Nothing too insane just yet, though. I will say, Nonverbal, reiterating, this is a team that a lot of people have already expected to be in here, and this is their shot to prove it. If they can convert the traditionally 1/3 round.
See if Nonverbal have a better plan, maybe a deeper fault line or some reaction, and you can't even escape it. Oh god!
Oh my god!
They won't
what a
even
crush!
let you use the zip line. Come on! Is this gonna be another flawless round? Nonverbal. Well, they plant. They're gonna plant. Smile.
I would hope not, especially after giving them so much credit. to Nonverbal. I mean, just the way that they pinched out, and now in this mid round, they have players surrounding and regrouping.
Well, just gotta hunker down and trust the process. Not the round, but the process that maybe long-term things can be different. But Corrupt does a good catch here. He's dwindling SRB down, but Tim falling, it's now officially cooked. And SRB will continue to win streak.
They really know how to make us sweat here. ECJ gonna pick up that defuse. Very smart, 3 in a row off the start. Their fight out towards A main, the pinches that they do are very solid because obviously there's only 2 areas that you can go to as the attackers. The fact that SRB is really comfortable not only with their retake, like you saw, they waited for a very long time before they really committed to the retake. They played it slow because they knew, okay, well, we don't want Corrupt to catch us by surprise or give Nonverbal any room to work with. It goes to show how comfortable they are. Now they're stacking towards A, prepared for it, leaving B entirely for retake, worried about a big rush out of Nonverbal, which they're set up for.
SRB don't even have their breach in position for this trap because they're like, surely Nonverbal won't hit this again, right? But surely they did. Okay, Nonverbal are in the hallway. There's no Tejo Salvas to worry about now, but SRB can just now rotate their breach in, get Monty involved, and SRB have the right side of the map stacked. But again, Nonverbal just want the orb, and they'll keep their lurk inserted, but it's a plan B.
Yeah. Like I said, they were ready for that rush, but they realized it would have been really difficult. The insert does not land, though. Blast is just going to go down, and plan B turns to plan A, but it's a little rushed. And look who's there. It's other than Pancakes.
Okay, well, Nonverbal are on the site, and they're losing people quick. So at least we got the ult from the plant. Armageddon active for Pyro. And SRB ready to flood it in. And Pain goes in with so much confidence, got kind of messed up by the staircase and falls to Pyro before he gets traded out. And SRB, okay, not an A+. We'll make it an A-, but it's still a big 4-0 on your screen for SRB.
Yeah, they just kind of rushed into it. Consistently, Paint is going to be that player going down. Like, they haven't had a flawless round for SRB, and that's totally fine because Paint going down is like, just like, it is the cost of doing business for SRB. It's the straight up, like, we can lose Paint if we can convert the round. And talking about round conversions, Nonverbal, they have yet to find like a really solid round or a victory here. They try to work the map. It's been difficult. They have a really crucial ultimate in Pyro. Still, it's going to be a big question mark if they're even going to be able to get it off with how SRB have been playing so counter to a lot of the Nonverbal utility.
Now that Nonverbal have weapons, this could be a different story. Okay, goodbye, Spaz. Goodbye, Spow. Wait, but Armageddon's still caught up to him. Oh, that's a big opening. Nonverbal, though, are going to commit to that hallway. It did draw a lot of SRB's attention that way, though.
I will say I like the conditioning as well of the setup. They smoke and then immediately send the salvos off of BCJ to kind of condition, like, okay, you can't go into A main. You have to wait. You have to wait for that. I'm still going back A main, though. Okay. The reclear for Nonverbal is good.
Drone going out.
Cade.
This drone is about to reveal everything too, so this is already going to get Monty's attention over on the right side of the map. Paint racing over to help too, and a big catch on a very deep flank there from Blast. That's fine though. That just keeps SRB busy. Gets the spike plant for Nonverbal. Smoke's in place too, and so Nonverbal, how close do they want to play? Do they want to be proactive? No, they want to stay as safe and risk-free as possible. Nonverbal trying to stack together as best as they can. So a flash left for Corrupt and Armageddon, though, from the defense to get Nonverbal uncomfortable. And I would say that mission is accomplished because Tim is the last one left in a 1 versus 2. The defuse still going to be stuck.
Stuck. Because they got the half, they stuck it early. They could just lock it in. And even though there's a lot of damage done economically, they have won 5 in a row. Three of them have been just really good retakes. Nonverbal, because they've also lost 5 in a row, they have a good enough economy to buy up here and force into it as well. But if it's a 6-0 start for SRB and Nonverbal is going down like this, I would expect there needs to be a change, and it needs to come fast. You've had a lot of A main pressure. You have a lot of really good conditioning and set plays out of SRB in terms of their retake protocols. They wait, they work together. It's a matter of either diffing them or taking a timeout to really cook something up.
Well, here's what's being cooked up from Nonverbal. Coming around through the arcade side and just losing one off of contact. At least it's your Brimstone, but you kind of need that for the post plant. But planting, it hasn't been too much of an issue for Nonverbal. It's protecting it afterwards. So desperately going to miss Tim and his orbital strike. It's Nonverbal still going to have to trespass without him, while their flank, or at least their lurk of blast, will rejoin them. SRB will just wait in the wings.
Their B retakes have been really good. So for SRB, they're perfectly comfortable waiting for this. If like they could set like Spaz is 2 off, like Pancakes is 1 off. Like they have some people brewing with utility and ultimates. Why would they worry?
Gotta worry, Nonverbal are here to dance, and they've sent Kumi on the prowl, and this time are really supporting him with util and as best as they can with bodies too. Now a moment elapsed for Nonverbal to get a plant. Now for the first time they'll have a numbers advantage. The Rolling Thunder thrown. Not much to report back from Corrupt and friends, just hoping to suppress SRB to buy themselves time. Nonverbal not capitalizing quite yet. But man, SRB is just always set up for trades, but at the end, Nonverbal had more bodies, more warm bodies left, and that'll be their first round of the map.
Great execution, popping fast out of a slow play. Good sight holds on top of that. They took a different approach as well. They've been going A main a little bit. They've been going B main a little bit. Now they went towards arcade, got those initial fights and wrapped around. So more of that out of Nonverbal to try and trip up SRB in the mid round, and the calling from Corrupt is there. All that goes hand in hand, as well as the overdrive and the orbital strike still up. The orbital strike has been up, but having the pop off Kumi moment, who's on a Bucky, so they're most likely using it this round. It'll be huge for the likes of Nonverbal.
Just how Nonverbal are addressing this A main hallway. They're trying to come around through the backside and try to get this breach out of the picture. But hey, Kumi goes for a plant first, and then it could be overdrive time.
Plant. They're planning for probably the Tim utility, right? Like, there's got to be some setup here. Look at how far Tim is. They even have the lineups out here. So really countering the SRB retake.
Can't underestimate what Spaz can do with his own ult, and Paint same thing, but Nop's probably not gonna what he's gonna want to use on such a smoked off site, and the Bucky already takes care of the breach. Shit, Kumi's out for blood, and Spaz will put a stop to that. Meanwhile, Paint just catches someone AFK, and that means Nonverbal are gonna get humbled as an orbital strike from Tim to keep the spike protected, and right on it is Pancakes defusing, and he's smoked off. Blast is not hitting it. You can't pick through the smoke, and at the last second, SRB defused.
And Pancakes just gets a cherry on top with that pick, and wow, there was so much in favor of Nonverbal. Kumi popping off, and yet at the end of the day, the defuse comes through. They stuck it. And that's why I was talking about that plant. That's a very unorthodox plant spot. Nonverbal very clearly had a game plan on how to counter SRB's site retake. But at the end of the day, the objective is the objective. You gotta defuse. It's a game about clicking heads, and it's a game about planting the spike and catching players off guard. The tunnel vision there is crazy still.
Locating targets.
Nonverbal, yeah, invested into that, but they still have their overdrive. Now they got good vision on the site, but then this back hallway is going to be a problem. And oh, the fault line into the salvos may have done some damage. Now BCJ barely gets out, and Nonverbal have SRB on the back foot. So can they actually get the finishing blow? It's an orbital strike. Oh, jeez. And this is going to set SRB back even more, as they just got ran through by Nonverbal, who are a lot closer than they expected. And now every defender has been taken care of, so Nonverbal will get a plant, and this means Paint and Motzi have to save.
Yeah, this is a save angle out of them. Not only because they're just running out, but also just because it's 6-1. You still have 4 rounds up in the lead. There's no point to get super aggro. And just look at the economy, right? They bought up here. So there's going to be hero rifles on the next one. More importantly than all of that, just the way that they're pinching is now a lot cleaner. So we're starting to see pinches out of non-verbal rather than simply going in towards one lane or defaulting and trying to control space. They really have like separated a little bit and kind of caught SRB off guard. Honestly, I think the previous round would have also been a very good round to highlight as a round that they played really well on a calling and on a strategy level. Like that's 1,000% a set play that they had. Like we're planning here, Kumi's gonna go in, we're gonna set them up for success. And now that we have, you know, the second round for non-verbal, this should bring in some confidence and comfortability with them. I talk a lot about confidence, but player mental is super important when it comes to this, especially when you're going up against a team as seasoned as Shopify Rebellion Black.
Yeah, the resilience that non-verbal have is definitely shown, and even deja vu, because SRB were up 6-1 on our previous map of Pearl, and then that lead got quickly closed out or closed in on by non-verbal from this 6-1 part, just like it could be now. And with rifles, the buy-up from non-verbal, and paint gets exchanged. Okay, it could be worse. SRB not causing too much of a hemorrhage, doing what they can on the mixed buy that they have.
Playing to protect that spike, bring it back here. It looked like it was supposed to be a pinch out towards the back of CT, or back of attackers spawn, but it just didn't completely work in non-verbal's favor. They held Alpha as much as they could. They had better weapons, but at the end of the day, now they're facing up more bodies.
Yeah, the 3 split from non-verbal now converging into the site with also tripwire within, which could delay the plan if non-verbal actually do get set up. But Monty's hoping to cut them off, but has a lot of angles to watch and didn't trust the smoke and looked away at the wrong time. To non-verbal have a chance to get the objective done while Spaz and Pancakes wait around the corner with a neural theft. But at this point, it's not what you not know, but how you get it done, and just clipping the ends of non-verbal as they escape, and SRB out in the open get cut off.
Pancakes knew that they tend to play further back and off of utility, off the salvos, off of the brimstone utility. So he wanted to try and catch a timing off of them, truly backing up into main. And he caught the timing, but just the weaponry as well as the position that Pancakes was in really did not favor him. And now it puts us into the scenario where Shopify Rebellion have 3 ultimates to non-verbals. 1, Kumi's been holding on to this for a bit. Pyro's close to theirs. This could be a patented Q battle, but I doubt that's I honestly think that a lot of these retake ultimates for SRB are going to be expended here.
Okay, a lot of limitations because of these salvos. But non-verbal, we're definitely reading or expecting that SRB, we're going to have their fault line sort of trap set up where they have stacked the same main hallway, but no one home this time.
Still working good parts of the map. I mean, they're going to try and walk up into B, but Pancakes is set up here. They go for a split. They go down under towards arcade. I like their split previously. Non-verbal did a really good job towards the B split, and they have a setup for it.
Now the Corrupt just got all his util back. It's just raining it down, but it's the SRB rolling thunder. And wait, you gotta finish your food. Just everyone got a piece of damage from Envy or on non-verbal's side. SRB couldn't get the finish, but Pancakes can still salvage this in a 1 versus 1 on the other side of the cage. Heard the ping of the spike, didn't get planted.
30 seconds left.
Rotate towards A is going to be really good here. Not even going to discuss that rolling thunder and all the chaos just yet, because right now, in this 1v1, this post spawn is going to be really crucial for Blast. No utility for the setup. It's just a matter of how you play it. Now you know exactly where Pancakes is as well. Blast has the timing.
Oh, Pancakes couldn't get the gun up in time. Blast for the big win. And this was just kind of an uncharacteristic whiff, I guess, from Pain. You had the rolling thunder. You had non-verbal's backs against the wall, and to not get a cleaner win there is surprising.
Yeah, I've really been in this place before, but it's not on the street. It's in Fracture because, oh my, has the comeback become... imagine 7-5 ending as well. But yeah, no, just that's so unlucky. Pancakes, though, going for recovery, but not able to recover that much. And again, it's just the confidence has been rebuilt in Nonverbal, as well as their splits being a lot better. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's confidence.
That's something to work with. Yeah. This is the walker from SRB on an eco. They're doing what they can. Usually it's coming from the A side, and really they're pinching from all sides with the Armageddon, hoping to make this Nonverbal squad uncomfortable. But besides losing Pyro, this is still a good win for Nonverbal.
Yeah. I mean, I find it quite interesting why BCG expended the Armageddon. I get it was just to try and trap them in there, trying to capture more of a kill count than they really got. But at the end of the day, falls up here, and Nonverbal is inching close to a 6-6 half now. Last time this happened, SRB brought it back. And looking at what they have to buy, Paint is on that operator defense side. Flip side, Nonverbal, 3 ultimates, full economy, full show of force here. Way better in terms of their splits. They're going for another split here. Even if they're going for, they're going for a B split. And Spike is down towards main. They will take arcade space, probably wrap under tunnel, like they have been. And hopefully SRB can either read into this or we're going to be seeing 6-6. Either way, I'm excited.
Yeah. SRB started with dominating, and if anything, Nonverbal have locked in more and more. Now both first bloods out. Rolling Thunder comes in for Corrupt. SRB on the back foot, smoked off the site. A window for Nonverbal to plant. SRB don't just want to stand by and let this happen. They have Molly. They still have Pain active. Wasn't up, so I don't know how crazy he wants to get. The immediate retake ensues for SRB, but it's not going to be as easy, not as clean. An orbital strike on the post plant. Tim is going to cause even more chaos, and SRB are trying their best to fight back. 2 versus 2. Pain barely gets the gun out in time, looking for the ace against Pyro. 30 HP. BCJ says, I'll let you have him, and then we'll just defuse. Pain, there's the ace.
Man, learn from history, because history repeats itself. 7-5 on the board. And the craziest thing is there was 3 insane ultimates. Sorry, 2 insane ultimates, 3 total, but 2 really crucial ones in the Armageddon orbital strike combo. I always joke the I don't know. I made a joke about it previously. Now I'm losing my touch here. I think I've lost my mind with how this game has gone, but generally, it has been so intense between both of these rosters.
It really has. Like, SRB are having to fight tooth and nail for retakes and to just lock down on these targets that are either in smoke and to win these individual duels while dodging Armageddons, orbital strikes, you name it. But we're into the second half now with SRB in the advantage and on series point.
Just going from
a lot of noise.
They're just going from the backside. They have arcade. They're gonna work their way into spawn as well. Wow, so much space already.
Yeah, and this Spike carrier is kind of alone, but okay, we'll catch up to the rest of the team. And SRB just taking bodies, taking names, and have just gone through the middle of the map to go all the way to A, thanks to the call from Pancakes. And Nonverbal could be watching over. Oh, they're actually caged off, and now this Neon is a problem, and caught that in 4K with the camera. Man, this finally the Neon gets put in their place, and SRB still have time on their side, but maybe not the manpower that they're used to. Tim, Corrupt versus Spaz, Pancakes. Now it's the game around the smokes of who's gonna pop out. It's Corrupt, hopes to buy some time, gets the spike halfway. He's actually gonna hold it, and SRB are not gonna realize in time.
Oh, and that was such a crucial round for Nonverbal to win. The economy is gonna be great for them to buy up into it. The setup was there for Shopify Rebellion Black, but still huge. And Nonverbal with that defuse really solidify themselves. And I said this was going to be a close game. It's a very close game. I'm excited to see it. Nonverbal buying up to full force here. Even Bio picking up some of those weapons. Spaz on the other end getting a shield. I mean, it's pretty standard stuff. But looking at the setup out of SRB, they are just looking to control some space here, try and fight through. Oh, wow.
Kumi is relentless. Once he gets going, and he has support from his team too. Now just hearing SRB leave. They're going to be on the back foot. That means SRB could have time, but they have to go through all these trips and a camera. They're going to be spotted.
Yeah, the A site's just teeming with utility and players as well. But SRB's post plants have been huge, and they still have chunks of utility for it.
Spike planted.
And aftershocks there from Onsi.
And with all the smokes, that's what kind of SRB had issues with, of just knowing the timing of when to pop out, when to take the duel. And Blast is just addressing these 1v1s step by step, one body at a time. And it's non-verbal that tie things up.
7-7. At this point, right, we do see the tie up here. Non-verbal. Oh, their stocks are back up here. Because now, like, look at their buy up as well. They have 2 Bulldogs, 2 Spectres. On a map like this, you're playing on the defensive side. There's a lot you can work with. There's a lot of fights you can take. They're really fighting out in these aggressive pushes and plays here, and they're not really fighting for A main or B main. Instead, they're going for those back-end extremities, which have been really good in terms of a read out of Corrupt, making sure that SRB can't exploit weird parts of the map.
Right here.
Non-verbal have been able to force a lot of these 1v1s, but that's also just the way the Shopify Rebellion Black are approaching situations, doing a lot of individual decision-making to be the big playmaker, which everyone from SRB has been capable of doing that, has had a history of doing that, and now it's just the slight fake at B. Shopify Rebellion Black are going to cut all noise and see if they can find a weak site.
Enjoy the slow pace of Shopify Rebellion, but non-verbal has been able to counter them, so some explosivity is going to need to start here. It's going to be off of Paint with this drone. So much space.
Oh, the stun back. Paint gets into cover. Kumi with the chest match. He's going to dodge, rejoin his friend. SRB pinch from both sides. A huge double kill for Pancakes to hope to get SRB back into the driver's seat. But non-verbal on preventative duty, already putting shots down on the spike planter, not able to prevent the inevitable, and non-verbal not able to overpower this post plant.
Yeah, and you saw those elements out of SRB on the pistol round in terms of their pinches and plays. They're really solid. Just round 14 is always like, you know, they don't have the weapons. I gave a lot of credit to non-verbal there, though, because you know, they had good weapons, they had a good counter, but now it's truly where the sausage gets made. There's an op in hand. I saw a glimmer of it, and I hope it gets stuck because op will be very good for control. Yes, it's going to be on Kumi. They're locking it in for an A hold out of A main. Oh, this is going to be interesting.
It's not going to be a pinch from the left side from non-verbal, so see what kind of space Paint can make, but after the salvos, SRB still have to take this one step at a time. And with Spaz watching the flank, it's kind of a stalemate.
A very similar setup towards their B crawl, but you see Tejo rejoining. So they're going to fake towards B and go A or try to end A, but the op is set up A. So unless that op gets peeled off, it's going to be rough.
There's a lot of SRB util to try and force movement out of non-verbal. SRB just playing off contact and seeing kind of where the wind takes them at this point. But now that time is going by.
Because Kumi's alone, I'm happy Kumi gets out of there. And because they made so much noise and have Pancakes up here, they're going to go back towards B.
And the neural theft immediately activated there from Pancakes. And to realize just also who is actually on the site, which is no one, but how close the retake could be. This is really important information. All 5 alive for the post plant for SRB. And just to have all their ducks in a row with that neural theft advantage to know where non-verbal are attacking from, that's how they have these heads-up kills. Pyro, Tim, and Kumi, especially having an op and how much they've invested, need to save.
Yeah, I am not surprised that they're going to go for a save here. Really good decision-making out of SRB. A very similar start to what they've been doing here, like a sort of pseudo set play where it's like we show we show our B hand, but then we actually have players inserted out in A. And because Pancakes was just able to walk up with all that space, they made the call to hit back B. And it works in their favor here because it's a flawless victory unless they go for some hunts, and they don't. They're going to respect the hold. With how close this game is, you only have a 2-round lead, 4 match point. Like, yeah, you do respect that. And out of SRB, because of that, forces, it seems like a timeout for non-verbal. When you are this late into the stages of the game, you're going to need to really change things up. You have 3 guns carried over. That op is going to be super important on Kumi. I think they definitely made some noise, so SRB knows, okay, there's an op that we have to deal with off on an angle. Blast already dedicating a buy up here. Corrupt at 2K creds. They might buy up as well. And if they do go for the buy up, honestly, I don't think that they have a bad shot of winning the round. I do like the op that they had set up. Just maybe, you know, being a little bit more confident, I guess, in terms of staying in A main. But even then, backing out was really good for them because they kept the op and they kept it for the retake. It's just a matter of finding and catching SRB off guard.
I mean, the Pearl was tied 9-9 at one point, and it came down to an economy difference and a huge win streak that SRB built up to tilt the scales in their favor at the finish line. So non-verbal have to make sacrifices like saving in those 3v5 rounds to play the long game. And now it's going to be important to put a stop to SRB and not let them build too much momentum, and especially a win streak, and to try and make this economy a bit close. But non-verbal definitely suffering still with Corrupt having a sheriff, but at least you've got your op. It's the whole reason you save this. So Kumi has an important shot to take here, going towards spawn. And non-verbal aren't being too aggressive down A main, so a lot of map control being afforded to SRB.
Enjoy that they're going to capitalize off it, show some presence towards B. That's going to keep Kumi there. And now they just slowly walk up on A, but there's a setup here. Cypher setups here. The drone's going to catch them off as there's so much info for non-verbal.
SRB just playing with their food paint. It's not activating the speed and not just W keying into non-verbal. A lot of respect afforded there, but now being revealed by the Tejo drone. SRB been smoked off the site. Spike. And non-verbal have been have beat them to the punch.
They can back here. Look at where Pancakes is. There's potential for it. I mean, they're just being wary. They're trying to find that opener before going for something. With how far Pancakes is up, and with how far you have the rest of SRB, and how much Sands control there is, I'm curious where they go. Ain't gonna hit A. No, they are
on the flank. It's Kumi, too, who could be catching this rotation, but now runs head first at the Pancakes, who didn't expect that, but Kumi just couldn't react and get the gun out in time. So now the path is paved, but SRB still needs to get this done on time, so I'd like this extension out of Pancakes to buy space for his planter. Takes it out to Corrupt with the Sheriff. The plant still goes through. Spaghetti's on the floor. Non-verbal are knocking at the door with a potential turnaround. Non-verbal have the advantage. Now can they hunt down these last targets in time? It's BCJ picking up the op, and with the sight line clear, I should say, it's a chance to knock down some pins, but no, non-verbal really beat them in the rotation game.
I think it's really funny because I was hesitating in my commentary, like, they have a player towards B, but they're so far up. And I think my hesitation was SRB's hesitation. They were just as hesitant because they've already invested so much into the A site, but there's more players. You have Pancakes already up. Do you rotate? Do you not rotate? Where are we going? And that little moment is what tripped them up truly here. Because, okay, are we gonna fight this? Are we gonna force this? And because of that, non-verbal now close that gap. It's a race to see which team is gonna get double digits first. And it's just becoming more exciting each round.
Especially with Corrupt, who just had the Sheriff, to Kumi, who was on the flank and then decided to leave. Got caught by Pancakes. It definitely felt like non-verbal could even had an earlier start there, but now SRB ignored a lot of the A main action or coming around through the backside, but getting through these trips is what's tricky. His Blast has changed up that spot. Now the Armageddon from the offense to really drown out these rafts. And Nonverbal have to dance against this. Tried to counter with their own orbital strike. So SRB were delayed on their entry. Trying to fight fire with fire. The plant still happens. Nonverbal smoked off on the other side. How they're going to emerge. They're waiting for Kumi also. Maybe have an open sightline with the op.
But this post plant's just really strong with utility. It's teaming with it, right? BCJ still has salvos, so... And Spaz still has orbital strike.
SRB just going to play also within the site. Wansy went away from the Rolling Thunder. He's getting shot through the box. And he still is good for one. The rest of SRB are smoked off their own spikes. So Nonverbal to try to get this defuse halfway, if not full stick it. And SRB, I don't know if they can really do anything about that, but it's not going to be stuck. The post plant util too much, and Kumi will have to leave with his op in his hand.
Ooh, and the race is run. The race to 10. Who's going to find it? SRB. They keep their 2-round lead up in action. Again, there was so much utility teaming on that site. They had the orbital strike. They had the salvos that we saw get popped. And I think Kumi also is like, cognizant of the fact that, hey, our enemy has an orbital strike. I should not be fighting in this. I need to keep my op because the op is so oppressive. We've seen it be used by Kumi to a great extent. And now, adding into this, it's back to one player on Nonverbal's team not having a weapon. It's Pyro who doesn't have one, which is interesting. Kumi's 2 away from over. I mean, we're not going to be seeing that this round, but it's going to be an eco for the next one if they cannot pick this up for Nonverbal.
We have so many ults too, and this is the sort of win streak that they were able to build up last time. Now getting info is SRB. Just have to also worry about, you never know if there's going to be a breach trying to fault line you, and now trying to wrap around to this back line. Paint could have the overdrive and really let loose as Envy is trying to keep them, or Nonverbal's trying to keep them in their place. And man, Nonverbal are always good for trades. They never get fully wiped out. Ooh. They are weakening SRB at every turn. Still with the spike in hand. They have Corrupt around the corner with flashes. Kumi's around with the op. That's something Pancakes and BCJ have to consider. This will keep BCJ on the site with Pancakes watching over. Trying to get vision on the high ground. BCJ trying to be ready for it. Gets a big win on against Corrupt. And now it's Kumi in a 1 versus 2. Gets rid of the op. Something better to scrap with the Tejo salvos. It's good post play. And now they're both feeding into Kumi for the double kill. What a toss.
What? That is the
clutch.
That's a glasses off moment right there, folks. Because what? You spam through huge play, and Kumi keeps the op after that. This is the Nonverbal I was hyping up. This is the bandwagon and the ship that I jumped to, because we see in forces a timeout even. With how, of course, you need to reset there, because it's like, all right, BCJ is getting a little too groovy with it. Talk about glasses off. Maybe BCJ needs to take them shades off. The cool, calm BCJ getting overly aggro, because BCJ played that. They sent the salvos out to try and take the fight against Kumi, assuming Kumi might be just playing with an op in hand to try and capitalize off of that negative. Kumi swapped to a different weapon, managed to take them down. I could see the vision out of Shopify Rebellion. And that's the thing. If Shopify Rebellion wins that, everyone's like, wow, crazy Shopify Rebellion. They're having fun with it. But at this level, Nonverbal is their equal in this moment. And it shows. I feel like 10-10. Like,
yeah.
Sneaky suspicion.
I think just SRB are hesitating. And that's just been the name of the game. Because usually they're able to have a much more controlled pace and have things go their way. And this is a team that
I can buy. Who needs what?
I don't know how much respect they've been given.
Need a drop.
But SRB definitely need to just full commit in those moments, just to 180 and go the other way. To hide behind a box that was pierceable, that's kind of a weird one. So I'm glad SRB, take the pause. They can afford that. Just calm themselves down and go back to the form that we know they can be at.
Look who has ult. Judge already dashing on through, making noise. It's none other than Paint. On the flip side, Kumi also has a shotgun and their ultimate. So It's not like it's insane in one direction. They gave that op to Blast specifically so they can keep not only their economy, but also kind of maybe trip up SRB, who's expecting Kumi to have that op.
Oh, for Pyro to get info on the breach is pretty huge. You got to know that the spike carrier is nearby too. How are SRB gonna come in? They just sent Pain out and just didn't get vision on the high ground member, and Kumi just evaporates the offense. You may be onto something with this 10-10. See how it finishes. Kumi just doesn't stop. Jeez, non-verbal. Just bringing the aggression right to SRB's front doorstep.
Yeah, they did a really good job about dropping that op into Blast's hands and allowing Kumi to get active, because the benefit of having Neon on defense is you can get active within those moments. The other benefit of having Neon with the op was that Neon could maneuver. They could play towards one angle and then immediately go into another. The issue, that really hasn't been working against SRB right now. It hasn't been working. So now that they've dropped the op, now Corrupt has the op. It's like they're passing the op like it's my turn on the op. It's Mom said it's my turn. And it's working. It's actually working against SRB because Kumi can get activated, and I am nerding out because this round has already started, and look who's walked up into enemy territory.
Yeah, and look who's also on an eco. Like SRB just have one hero Vandal, and see if that'll be enough off the post plant. They just need one pick to also get neural theft from Pancakes. SRB have to play the long game against non-verbal. Been able to keep up economy-wise. And if anything, have SRB in a bad spot, who had thousands of credits a couple rounds ago. Now they find themselves not with Motzi in the picture. At least the spike being planted gives them some time to work with. Non-verbal, they are going to traverse the smoke, and they're on the hunt. SRB are standing still, but they're standing and delivering. A 2-for-1 for Pancakes with the Sheriff is really impressive, but 3 Vandals versus 3 Sheriffs. I'll let you guys decide who you want to put your money on, but there is some salvos and the orbital strike on the post plant. Non-verbal have to deal with these problems because time is running out, and it's a thrifty from SRB to get themselves back on their feet.
I was gambling on SRB. I said it under my breath, and I'm going to say it proudly because SRB had that. Because of as soon as I saw that Spaz and BCJ were still alive, huge win cons for SRB, you knew it was locked in. Obviously, yeah, you know, weaponry is weaponry, but in Project A, utility. Jokes aside, though, really good kind of tit for tat between these teams in how they're playing. Especially for SRB, it forces a timeout out of non-verbal, who also were like, hey, that round really slipped away from us. Now, looking at the state of the game, you have Tim, 1 off of an orbital strike, Pyro, 1 off of an Armageddon. And those two comboed together can be so huge. The Armageddon strike of some kind. That was the combo that I had in my brain, like round number 2 of this half. That Armageddon comboed with even like a Rolling Thunder or a orbital strike on this map is so pivotal in a lot of engagements that hopefully they can use that to carry over. But more than that, really needing to kind of, I was gonna say maybe they gave Kumi back the op here. They're maybe going to allow Kumi to get active with it, reposition. Now that, you know, Kumi being active didn't work, let's change up where our op position is gonna be.
SRB are in a good position after that thrifty, so being up by 1 round, they know they gotta actually close it out. Oh, non-verbal actually waiting for them on the other side, and Blast has neural theft, so this could set up non-verbal for success, but Blast went for the big play, comes out with nothing, and SRB will be limited on their trek towards B, actually split off, and if anything, Motzi gets caught by the Armageddon.
The pinch.
Oh, Pyro with 2. He's good for it. SRB spike down, and that's something Pancakes has to go and recover. Paint could get a good backstab because all eyes are on Pancakes after he just took ropes. So Paint has an important job, and he can't do it. Non-verbal. Now in a 2 versus 1. Know exactly what Pancakes is. He has a minute to get this spike.
Truly had a series of unfortunate events, but this rotate towards A is going to be huge. Pancakes And it's less about the utility and more about how they play this. On the flip side, Kumi's a whiff away from death. Tim does have the orbital strike, so there's a lot on the line here. A good timing out of Pancakes could be the difference. Baiting out the orbital strike with the tap, knows that they're nowhere near close, so gonna play forward. I love this out of Pancakes.
Anyone can do it. It's him. 1 versus 2. Tim has an orbital strike too. Kumi on his last leg, so sacrifice Kumi and see if he can just overwhelm Pancakes. It's taking a lot of time though for Nonverbal to get into the spot. Now noise being made as Kumi's the first to be on the site. The orbital strike right on the body's crazy, and Nonverbal will get the defuse to tie things up.
They need that security. 11-11. Do you see what I mean, Lemon? Where I think we're going to map 3. Like, I was seeking suspicion. Nonverbal's not going to be like taking this. And they're on the defensive side. They just took a timeout. They have some efficacy to their timeout. Obviously, the 21st round, we don't talk about that. But they even catch out Monsi, who GL gone. So now you have so much to work with. And again, talking about a series of unfortunate events. I really wanted to start laughing, but I needed to be in caster mode. And it's just such a series of unfortunate events that favor Nonverbal here. So good for them right now. And I don't even want to chalk it up to luck because they did play that really well, securing a lot of crucial picks early. And more than that, really playing that 2v1 perfection.
Nazeth said how this Fracture is one of SRB's best maps, and Payne has time to reload his hand before dealing with Tim. So Nonverbal definitely caught off guard, but now coming through the attacker's spawn. Could be their chance to try and strike where SRB don't expect it, but there's smokes in place too, so it'll take time for Nonverbal to sync up, but it doesn't matter. The disadvantages aren't there. Nonverbal are just so locked in on beating one of the best teams that we have in Challengers on one of their best maps. They're getting Nonverbal on match point.
Oh man, the hype just keeps on building here. Their retakes were clean. Their compositions were strong.
Match point.
The way that they re-enter is even good. I'm giving a lot of hype to Nonverbal, but it's not over just yet. SRB preparing something of their own. It's a timeout. They're going to take a break here. I mean, they have to, so might as well burn them up here to try and take us into overtime on their best map. I think there's a huge chance that Nonverbal VOD reviewed and like really looked into how SRB play this.
It's time to lock in if you're SRB. It's done playing around. It's them setting their game plan, but kind of not winning these crucial gunfights. Like inserting your neon, these aggressive positions, not coming out with that first blood. It's really hurt SRB. And even in moments where SRB have more members on the field, they still are losing these 1v1s. And these kind of duels is what Nonverbal are setting themselves up for when there's 1,000 smokes on the field. Nonverbal just have the precise timing, like in these moments like this.
Now, I mean, BCJ has ulti available here for the post plant. How are they going to play around that? BCJ is alone right now, so going to bolster it up a little bit. The SRB pinches have been really solid, so there's a lot of talking points, but it's a matter of how it's going to be played. B hit? Seems like it's right now just passive control, a little bit of a default into seeing how Nonverbal plays this out.
Look at this walk up from Nonverbal off the camera info from Blast 2. It's Kumi testing the waters. SRB know their spawn's being encroached on, so they're gonna leave Pancakes to fend for himself in a 1v4. Isn't good for any. That means Nonverbal are hunting for more. Realize that, okay, well, they could be through a main or they could have taken ropes. So Nonverbal gonna go back to square one.
Now they're just sending out all this util to re-clear towards B, but setup is there.
Armageddon too. SRB trying to do their best to clear, but the spike is down. Nonverbal in full real estate control and are one step closer to beating SRB on a map, and one of their best ones at that, but not before you take care of BCJ. 1v4, location revealed, does not have time to take out the dart. He's He's getting stunned up, but he's safe for now. BCJ has already claimed
30
2.
seconds left.
3 more to go. No util for Tim. Blast. Or wait, the ace? No way. Keep the shades on. It's time to shade the other team. 1v1 against Tim, who's taken some damage. One time. No, and no way he pulls this off. We're going to overtime.
Switching sides.
I was fully ready for a 13-11 non-verbal win. The non-verbal stocks were up there rising. And it doesn't come through. It doesn't come through. SRB ace clutch for BCJ is huge here. And you're in such a tough position. You're getting peppered from every single angle. A stun, the cam on the Cypher, all that utility. I just want to say how many layers of utility were there. And Tim honestly had a pretty solid read as well, but BCJ just playing that tower position to perfection.
I'm just wondering why that last player was like looking away. You kind of had, okay, Tim watches this door. There's only one other door. Just watch the door. And then just win your 1v1. But that's how, you know, more easier said than done. Now we go to OT. Non-verbal could be going through A main, and this is the trap that SRB have sprung up on them in the past. There's some suppression, so Payne will be able to be fast with it, and he's gonna be put to a stop, all thanks to Blast.
Non-verbal on the attacking side, being patient. They knew SRB really liked to play out a little bit, especially in the early stages of their defensive half. So kind of reading into that, really huge off of them. just hanging out on the zip line.
Oh, SRB are gonna leave A completely open.
This crawl from non-verbal. They get the A site here. They have the player advantage going into it. The retakes has got to start. Now they have even more info on where SRB is.
SRB will rotate 2 from the top side and 2 from mid-map. So non-verbal will definitely have time to work with. And Kumi's going to be on the high ground to hope to catch the jump down from the right side. And now you still have Monty, who's going to be the most important person here. Fault line, flashes everything. There's the salvos to clear out the bottom of the site. Kumi doesn't get the edge against BCJ, who locked in with the ace. And he's ready to serve and protect SRB, who have equal numbers this time. But the A-main hallway is a bloodbath that no one benefits from. But at the end, and non-verbal just have to stay alive to protect the spike. And Monty has to deal with Blast. He's trying to at least tap the spike, won't have time. Non-verbal take the first round of overtime.
Oh, man. Just the layers that we're seeing out of both teams. SRB, they lost a player down. It came back to bite them here. Numbers disadvantage down. Non-verbal on match point to keep them in this, to take us to game number 3 against the Titans on their best map pick. The story was set up, and yet they're breaking through here. More than just breaking through, they did a really good job of the crawl towards A. I got info that players were pushed out towards attack side, the back side of attack side spawn, and now they have themselves a really clean play. They're pushing out yet again, getting aggro.
Non-verbal keeping SRB stuck in their own spawn with these smokes. Just tripwires on both sides of the map, so SRB off the Tejo drone won't get the scan they were hoping for.
I'm out of here. Shortcut.
Now it's up to Paint, how he dances around his own walls, and has already been set back by the Tejo drones, and that's still an important decision to make, whether to commit to keep hitting the W or to take a step back, and SRB will pivot to A.
A good pivot, but look at who's also rotated out there already.
Yeah, flashes from Corrupt, everyone from non-verbal watching through the doorway, but it's all a fake. Shopify Rebellion just shaving down every second of this time bank. They're hoping to converge onto B, and thanks to the lurk from Pancakes, we'll feel pretty secure with that tower position.
30 seconds left.
So SRB have a free site to work with. But I'm worried about a 5-person retake. especially with Corrupt having full util. SRB are going to try and play out of sight, out of mind, so they don't get hit by that breach util.
Slow roll.
Nonverbal have no info to work off of either. SRB did just fault line, so one less thing for Nonverbal to worry about. And this flank from Tim barely catches the tail end of Paint. Meanwhile, Nonverbal try to make headway. They have started the retake on the site. So this flank was worth something. And now they got to get this defuse at least halfway. Blast needs to be enabled to do so. And SRB have the kills, and it's being stuck. And the orbital strike was going to come in nonetheless. So SRB will match it up 13-13.
Switching sides. Overtime.
I mean, both teams showing a lot on the attack side, and it goes from indecision to a weird sort of back and forth fake. Because at first I was worried that it was indecision out of Shopify Rebellion, where they're going back and forth. They're hitting the A site, they're hitting the B site. Where are they going? But it seems like they're tripping up Nonverbal. So they're using that sort of, I don't think they're indecisive. I think they really do want to kind of control where Nonverbal are heading towards and where they are really inching their way forward.
Drone going out.
Yeah, just so smart for SRB to just play out of sight and play post plant.
Drone is down.
So now coming through the back side of A. It all depends on what Pyro can accomplish in that 1v1 against Paint, and kind of just depending on the salvos and the stun it hits Paint. That's an important win, and one that Monsi could not trade, being right around the corner. Now Nonverbal with that distraction make the most out of it to backstab the defenses of SRB. It's just SRB biting down on every piece of bait, and Nonverbal, the 5 versus 1, to eventually close out this first offensive round, or the second one.
Pancakes, though, is just stuck beyond belief. Kumi with the 4K, a flawless victory here. Yeah, both teams feeling very comfortable on that attacking side and having a bit of difficulty on the defensive side. But I do want to give a little bit of hype to Nonverbal, because their defensive side recently was, I would say, a little cleaner. And now they're taking this time out. So they're going to talk about their defensive side here. They're going to talk about, hey, you know, the SRB is playing this really annoying post plant, as Mimi says, the cringe post plant where you just spam and send utility and you send volleys and volleys to your feet and you burn. I mean, honestly, poor Blast got literally crisped and roasted. Not only, first it was the Molly and then it was the orbital strike. So realistically, now it's a matter of, okay, we need to counter them. We're playing the BCJ clip. This one will be on Twitter later. Like, 100%.
Oh, yeah. This was so clean. And also just the window that he had to catch that one Brim off guard, too. So SRB have liked to be stuck in spawn on their offense to kind of just see if there's going to be a walk-up from Nonverbal. And how that exchange goes is what I'm going to be looking forward to seeing, because usually there's been some really early smokes to cut off those long sight lines and not let surprises go by. So SRB definitely have pings all over B.
The excitement just keeps growing, especially with Nonverbal taking this time out. Now they have their head refreshed. You have Kumi back on the op, something we haven't seen in a hot minute in this game. And this game, it really does feel like a hot minute because of how long this game has been stretched out.
Right, no smokes hindering SRB. Paint. And the lock eyes with Kumi. Wait, the double kill with the op. Oh, this is bad for SRB. They won their last offense, but now have to try to pull this off and try to go into the site where there's somebody with an op. And at least, well, the SRB got to depend on if Pancakes can deal with this problem. And Kumi's just all over the place. And okay, Pancakes will eventually take him out by the heel. But this is just not going well. It's just a no man's land of mollies and everywhere. Nonverbal be the first team to take a map from SRB this stage. But remember the last time we thought that BCJ had an ace, so we gotta wait to see what Spaz is cooking up.
Spaz, I do want to mention is 2 off ult. They get the post plant. They get themselves 1 pick. Could be devastating. But in a 1v3, the odds are stacked against you no matter what you do. 30 seconds, gonna rotate towards the A site. I love the way Nonverbal's playing this. They're stuck towards spawn.
30 seconds left.
They're gonna play reactive to the last player because there's no reason for them to go hunting. Like, just wait out 20 seconds and win.
You'll have Fault Line, Flash for the retake, Spaz with a molly for post plant. Just gonna plant out in the open to play for main, and the salvos are not gonna hit him, so Spaz has a window and has to get his gun out in time. It could not do it. Non-verbal taking Fracture, one of SRB's best maps, to do it in overtime. What a statement to make. We're going to map 3, folks.
Oh man. Oh man. After such a grueling day, after such a grueling game, the first map went the distance. This one went beyond the distance of regulation and into overtime. And non-verbal bring it back. Dude, I'm so happy that I called out. I think non-verbal's winning this for going to game 3 because they looked so poised to win it. And the confidence that we saw displayed, the way that they tripped up Shopify Rebellion and played the changes of the op, it shows that they have really studied into this matchup. And honestly, I feel like I wish I would have seen this earlier, because I would have changed my prediction entirely. Non-verbal stocks are up right now. These guys, whew.
Yeah, a true test to go up against the #1 team and taking a map off of them. This says everything. And Kumi, that big double kill with the op at that last round, really set them up for success. But we got one more map to go. Somebody's got to win it, but we got to talk to a desk first. So we'll see you after.
Like to give up, and they didn't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent. We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
Well, Roy, Gomps, if today has shown me anything in this world of Valorant, is that we don't know jack, honestly. Going into this second map, we had highlighted this as the biggest uphill battle for Nonverbal. This is one of Shopify Rebellion Black's, if not their best, map pick in rotation. They have been so clean here, and this is a Nonverbal to take them down. It took them till overtime, but still, Roy, when we're looking at the grand scheme of thing, our stage 1 champions dropping their best map. Like, what is happening?
Yeah, taking down SRB on their best map on Paint's best agent Neon as well is honestly just insane to me. It's definitely not something that you can expect, but we did say there is a tiny chance, right? And that tiny chance really came through. There's just so many moments that I really did feel like Nonverbal had such a good grasp on the game, right? Like at no point did we feel like, oh, SRB is going to completely dominate this game. Like maybe after the first 3 rounds, we're like, okay, the SRB is going to sweep this. But after that, it was a complete back and forth between these two teams. Kumi and Blaz had a great series as well. There's just so many layers to the non-verbal side that it's really just hard for me to say that it's a fluke. This was a really well fought battle. They showed great depth, and I really enjoyed watching that map.
Whether it was a couple of those set plays with like the quick rushes into the site to then play off of that post-plant util, or whether it was something that is the adaptations during the rounds, I definitely think when you are going up against a team of this caliber, Gompers, to have those multiple different layers to bring it this close was crazy. I'm still just like shell-shocked that like they get to bring it to a map 3. This is their Challengers debut. Here in our stage 2, and it's just been nothing short of awesome. And 18 first kills to boot.
Dude, the awareness that Nonverbal had in terms of Fracture was insane. It wasn't just, you know, the mistakes being put out there from Shopify. It was also the fact that they knew where their strengths lay. Again, this is the part of the game, right? Finding the weakness and putting together your strengths and really manipulating the game. Retake on B was so prevalent with, obviously we got to see Blast consistently watching the B site alone because they knew they could retake B and then just completely execute on A with every single player that they have, because that wasn't a site that was strong for them. So they covered their weakness, they built on that strength, and they continued to fly by through this game. A very, very difficult game against a really strong team, and their performance was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nonverbal destroying SRB on openers is something that we don't really often see. We don't really often see SRB losing the openers in that way. So to see them struggle, I think is a statement to the level of strength that Envy has, or maybe they've had a read on the way that they were going to be approaching this map. So I think ultimately Envy came in with a pretty good game plan. They managed to shut down Paint, the massive win condition for SRB. Kumi had a great series, getting 7 first bloods. And I mean, overall, they just won the openers and they were able to close out the post plans.
Yeah, and there was barely any util to use at the end of the day too for Shopify. They were playing with barely any cash. Like they were doing poverty 101. Like they were not having a good time when it came to this game. And it was prevalent. Like again, just pushed into such an uncomfortable position, and constantly having Paint lose these 1v1s, you lose confidence. You go to OT, you lose confidence. The 1v1s continuing to be lost out, and now you've lost your duelist. It's such a very, very small things that just change the game immaculate, like in a huge sense.
Kind of want to circle back around to something that was said, was with Paint getting shut down and Kumi really being able to come alive on this map. Because going into this map, there is a lot of different ways why Shopify Rebellion Black are so good on this map, right? And Paint on this Neon Roy is one of them. He has always been electric here. And Kumi was someone off of this first map we had heavily praised. So I want to bring back this head-to-head, not as a discouragement to Paint even. He was shut down, but Kumi, like, they let him kind of just go off. And yeah, he lived up to that.
Yeah, Kumi went crazy. And we've highlighted Paint. Like, Paint is one of the best Neons, if not the best Neon in the league. This is one of his best maps, and statistically speaking, his stats are the best on Neon as well. So he's an insane duelist, and for him to have crazy stats on the Neon, and for him to get diffed to this level by Kumi, I think is a massive testament to the level of play, to the level of potential that Kumi has. And if anything, this map is a hello to everybody, and for the respect that Nonverbal is really going for here. I think overall they showed really great depth. I like the way they're playing. I'm inspired by the level of confidence that they had. I'm inspired by their resilience to stay locked in throughout a grueling series. And I'm looking forward to this third map, which I think could be a crazy one as well.
Yeah, all I know is that all expectations on what's good, what's bad. I said that before we went into the second map, and then I was like, oh, but again, like on paper, Shopify, Rebellion, Black, they're really good here. Nah, all expectations honestly out the window looking into the final map of this series, because on the day, I mean, even looking back at that last map, there was, you know, a couple of rounds that Shopify, Rebellion, Black, you know, maybe toss a little 1v2, but then they also get an ace clutch. So you just, you never, you just don't know, you don't know. But now Haven here, golfers. Final map of the series. I don't know what to expect other than, like, these teams have made it so fun. They've made it interesting. So I'm down for a third map, honestly. Let's keep the cinema going.
Dude, I don't know what to expect either. We thought, hey, Fracture's a strong map. Why not just chill, sit back, relax, you know, watch the game unravel? No, it was stressful, and my anxiety has peaked, and I need therapy at this point. This is that we're reaching the portion of you know, therapy isn't free, guys. Like, this is intense, and now we're going over to Haven, right? Haven, 80% win percentage, right? 4 games, 1 out of 5, whatever for the side of Shopify Rebellion. Okay, strong map, but we've seen what this other team can do. We've seen what they're capable of. We've seen the reads that they're able to handle, the calls that they're doing, the adaptations that they're pushing forward. So in all reality, you're right. Like, anything could really happen. And it's such a scary light where, okay, the grand champs could lose out on their first game of Series 2.
Undeniably, I think this might be SRB's second best map. They've had insane performances in the last 3 results on this map, by the way. They've 13-6 Nightblood Gaming. They've 13-2 them 80 and 13-9 them in the final rematch. Insane showing. I love the composition that they're running. But looking at Funhaver's, Nonverbal's match history here, they're 8-2 on Haven as well. They also have an 80% win rate on this map. Mind you, they're not playing VCL teams. They're playing like a mix of tier 3 teams and some other teams. But ultimately, they've shown some decent results on this map. They went into OT against Shopify Rebellion Gold on that map. So I think at least at very minimum, they're well versed on the map. I'm expecting a higher level of play. I like what we've seen on the first map. I like what we saw on the second map. And this map is going to be a battle of the duelists and a battle of the initiators. So I think this will be a good one.
And especially with the duelists that we have, it's been so fun to see this battle back and forth. But now looking ahead at Haven, despite this being such a strong map for Shopify Rebellion Black, the fact that for Nonverbal, yeah, they've had reps here. And their most recent performance on this as well did have Kumi on this Neon. Of course, we don't know when we are looking at challengers what exactly they're going to be running for this agent select, especially since we haven't gotten to see the full roster of 5 compete just as much here on the side of Nonverbal. But I'm still really interested with how it's going to match up. We're going to see changes if we're going to run back the Neon, because, I mean, right, when you have a Neon that is actually contesting paint to this level, I'd be hard-pressed to say that they should be switching to something else.
I completely agree. I actually would love to see another Neon clash. I think that would be really fun here on this third map. I think it'd be cool. There's a lot of utility to back it up as well. Of course, the double initiators, the Teho, the Breach, or unless you could be running Sova Breach, it doesn't really matter. But I think what we will definitely be seeing on top of the duelist head-to-head is the adaptations from the Sentinels as well, right? Like we've seen Pancakes' setups on that map. We've seen the way he stalls. We've seen the way he's adapted to this very explosive meta, this very util-heavy meta. And I'm expecting to see many layers of those sort of setups and the sort of adjustments from and evolutions of the gadgets and whatnot for them to try to get every edge they can for this third map.
I think, too, for SRB, I mean, they're a team that, as we head into our agent select, they're a team that has shown that they can overcome these moments, but there was a couple of opportunities where they had these chances to maybe close out this fracture. So, you know, we'll have to hit that reset, hit this map hard. Getting into it, though, okay, Gomps, we're not going to see the clash of the Neons. I'm a little sad about that, but a well-played Yoru. All right, I think that's worth watching.
I think so too. The not really double duelist. I was going to say double duelist, but there's none here. But the Yoru coming out in replacement for Kumi is such an interesting pick. I like it. I think it's a different vibe than what I thought we were going to see, especially with Neon being taken under their wing in Haven in the last game that they played here. But for Shopify, sticking back to Paint and going for that redemption arc, right? Making Paint understand, you know, you are the star player. You have to play to that potential. And I think here, like, again, with a slight change, could that Neon pick be the difference here? Couldn't Kumi come together and really make this shine even more and come with the sweep, or is it going to be different this time?
Yeah, and I think the really interesting thing with this sort of clash is that the fact that Nonverbal, they have the Vice, they're starting on the attack side, and if the Vice gets on site, those vines can be an extremely big problem on the retakes, right? The pulse band utility, the vines kind of interrupting the flow of the retakes, something that we've seen Shopify Rebellion Black rely on, especially with the Neon trying to get out on the choke points. So that's going to be something that we're going to be looking forward to. And of course, the Yoru on their attack side as well is going to be able to bypass a lot of that Cypher utility and a lot of the counter utility. And he's one of the only ages in the game that can do that. Also having a really strong ult that can pretty much, I mean, it's basically a free round win at this point. It's one of the most converted ults in the game. It's a very strong ult. So I think overall, Non-Verbal are in a good side on this map for them to combat SRB, the former winners.
I mean, to get to this point for Non-Verbal, we did not necessarily expect a map 3, but now definitely in a position where this is winnable. This can be the upset for their Challengers debut. Can Shopify Rebellion Black rally back? Or if this is going to be Non-Verbal for the upset to end off the day. So time to head into Haven and over to your casters, Nerds and Lemon, to get us started.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, we are going to another map 3. And I mean, Nerds, we were just talking like during the break how kind of expected like the big 3, you know, Shopify Rebellion Black and Winthrop to take more of decisive wins today. But man, these newcomers are really showing up.
I'm not gonna lie, I would love nothing more than to see Non-Verbal win here, just because we have Ambrosia taking down M80 and then Non-Verbal taking down SRB, and it's like, oh my god, what a topsy-turvy start to the split. How crazy is that? While the playoffs were happening, all these other teams were grinding and researching and getting nerdy and really thinking about all the ins and outs, and that makes me really excited. Now, we're getting into Haven. 2 seconds till it starts. I'm already starting to see a little bit of this setup. Seems like a nice little slow play out of Non-Verbal.
So many Yorus, so little time. Now, it's forcing BCJ out of the site, or at least take a step back to be able to drone and just realize, okay, there's someone in sewers. Non-Verbal. It's really just their Yoru that's been faking and keeps the attention of those initiators on the right side. Meanwhile, Non-Verbal are trying for a B plan off a pistol, and Payne is just gonna snuff the life out of Corrupt before the plant could be accomplished, even with the smoke and all the protection. Non-Verbal will have to try again. And SRB definitely alerted that the spike was dropped, and we're not able to prevent Non-Verbal from grabbing it again. Enemy's lurk not going to be successful, but Non-Verbal is still committed on C, and Payne is just painting the floor with the 4K off pistol. Holy cow.
SRB was just like, all right, nerds. Come on. We're still Shopify Rebellion Black. And yeah, I mean, they are. 4 for Pate off the start, really showcasing how to pilot that agent of Neon, and just individually, right, having that timeout, you know, talking probably to the team. Vapin was there. They really kind of recollected. It's like, hey, have that confidence, have the firepower. Not to mention just denying that plant towards the B site was huge, because it stumbled Non-Verbal's plant. It made it really difficult for Non-Verbal to figure out what to do.
Yeah, Non-Verbal just going for the B plant right away was such a risk. And especially having still 5 alive from the defense, so there'll still be a garage play as Non-Verbal got that pretty much for free. SRB leave trips. Hoping to leave some bodies behind as they kind of watch this garage approach, and what the hell is going on with Fate? And Non-Verbal are going to be set even further behind. The spike is down. This round is cooked, but this is the same strong start that SRB had before. So it's not how they start, it's how they finish that I'm worried about. True.
Now, I mean, just to kind of highlight Non-Verbal, this is a team that, like, if you ask anyone in the community, when they played under the Funhaver banner, everyone expected them, like, start of stage 1 to already be in it. They lost out to SRG. That was their storyline getting into here. And now they're, like, here to prove that we are a team that deserves to be here. Honestly, I think the performances that they've had so far have proved it, but this round 3, they hopefully convert. They deny Shopify Rebellion the 3rd round bonus conversion. They can start picking up a steamroll. That would really solidify Non-Verbal and be like, hey, we are a force to be reckoned with. We should have been here from the start, but now that we're here, we're ready to rumble.
Okay, the Tejo drone catching this Astra. Okay. He's spotting that out, but somehow there's just the first blood on an early peek from Monsi and A Short. So Non-Verbal definitely happy with that when you don't have to worry about a fault line and flashes that could be hitting you as you walk into A, which still waiting to see what the game plan is for Nonverbal when it comes to A. They even are going to have a game plan because now there's a play from Paint and he's been having an insane performance this map.
It's round 3, and I believe Paint's already over 10 kills. If my math is mathing, 4, 2, 2, not slightly under, but still. Like, they already have their ultimate. They already have the pressure built up here. The flank was insane out of Paint.
Oh, now he's on the site too. You got to worry if you're not verbal. Still got a flash from Corrupt, and they try to just overpower SRB, but they're just so well drilled. I think that after the SRB were able to forget about Fracture, they've had some kind of funny rounds lost there. The break between maps, I think, has really helped them stabilize mentally.
I mean, 3 rounds, 9-1-0 in terms of Paint. They've just decided to, you know, resubscribe here to the Paint delivery service, or the Pain delivery service, because like look at this flank, right? It was so well timed, and even setting up the, like, talking about the micro, Paint sent the wall when they rotated out. They sent the wall to kind of keep Pancakes alive even longer into it, which is huge. I see early aggression out of A main. I think they're just gonna try and run up into it. Sheriff's in hand.
Yeah, usually BCJ is just droning up, so for him to actually peek, got caught by some salvos, but he's okay. Now you have Monty in position for fault line and any kind of reaction, where SRB have been really well stacked on this side. Even having Pancakes, who was huge, playing around the corner, watching A short. This time he's all tripped up in garage with his duelist. Nonverbal could be walking into a trap if they're not careful.
Have it set up. They're just waiting for the timing, but this drone's really gonna give them info on where they're going. Considering you have 3 players already towards the C side of the map, I mean, try to take it there. Big Achilles heel is the fact that Paint is up and ready. They have an outlaw. And this is the SRB we expected.
You have Monty just perma holding the fall line as soon as there's any contact. Monty throws it out. Kumi tries to react, and hey, a good trade from Tim. So the Sheriff's still hurt. You're hoping to just deny any of these weapons out of SRB, but wait, Tim's good for 2, actually. And Kumi managed to escape and has to avenge his fallen brethren, but can't do so. It's just Pyro left and hoping to just go down with the ship at this point.
10 seconds left.
Very strong lead for SRB. And for Paint to dominate as much as he has is definitely scary.
Yeah, Paint specifically looking really good here at the start. Now, something you mentioned earlier, Lemon, was the fact, now, well, I guess to sour the situation, is that a strong start is Shopify. They've done this before, but they haven't really finished strong. Nonverbal converts really well. 6-1, 6-1. If history continues to repeat itself, it'll be done by the time we get to the halfway mark. For me, it's just the fact that Paint really popping off here. And honestly, I want to get your opinions on that, Lemon.
I mean, I thought we were going to get to see more Outlaw, more Ops, and no, it's Pancakes. It's going to give a Paint impression. Paint cakes, maybe? I don't know. But it's the SRB that are going to be closer into garage. Usually they've left this open, so Nonverbal, or so obviously you have to always assume someone's in here. Check every corner, but not with your forehead. Kumi down. Follow-up ensues, but the threat has now faded into the shadows.
Oh, they know. Blast has to back out of here and get some support, but realistically, this is a timing that needs to get caught.
Pain is able to escape every single time. Like, Nonverbal just have to kind of pick things up a little bit, play a bit faster, because they're just not able to trade any of these picks from SRB and even try to make this close. 2 versus 4. And it's Paint watching the front door, and Nonverbal don't really have the time to go elsewhere, so they just gotta do what they can. Blast opens it up. Paint looks for the ace. He has the overdrive, and he's whipping out the ult just to show him who's boss.
5-0 start. Patented way. I didn't even know that was on Haven. Patented start for Shopify Rebellion. A timeout out of Nonverbal. Now, where have I seen this before? I wonder.
Not the 6-1 start for SRB, right? Not again, bro.
Not again. What's it called? Well, the Gompers was talking about the therapy's not free. I mean, for real. For any of the non-verbal fans out there, that's really the stressor. But I do want to give you a line of hope. There's 2 ultimates on the board, as well as a potential buy up here, a force up out of non-verbal. The thing that's, again, the big highlight, I sound like a broken record, is that Paint's getting really active here. If you're non-verbal, you really need to counter how Paint has been just finding and capitalizing not only on timings, but just this raw, unadulterated aggression.
Yeah, 17-1 for Paint. Like, no one else needs to play for SRB right now. He's kind of, this is his playground. And this is an SRB that look way more confident, way more in control of situations in comparison to Fracture, which is going to be more chaotic when there's 75 smokes and brimstones and omens everywhere. Or not the omens, but the brims everywhere. Now non-verbal can't get these 1v1 duels. At least if they can get a catch on BCJ, that would make things different. But it's actually Paint, the final boss, that gets right out of the gates, all up in non-verbal's face.
Oh, man. And it's a broken buyout of non-verbal as well, so it seems like they're just going to be trying to find something, but realistically, they're not going to get much, and it's going to be a matter of the next round afterwards. The one kind of change of pace in the 6-1 is that usually non-verbal within those 6 picks won, so it's not 6 in a row that Shopify Rebellion gets, and that's, I think, a key difference in terms of, I guess, the pacing of non-verbal.
Yeah. Shout out to Sierra to pointing out that Pain has more kills in 5 rounds than he did all of Fracture. Like, talk about a step-up performance from Paint and SRB. Don't hit me with the 6-1 curse. Oh my God! Not 2 aces in like 1 half. Don't do it to me. Don't do it to them, actually. They're the victims.
I feel so bad. It just feels so bad, Lemon.
He can't get an ace if you hide. Corrupt.
Left.
Time to hide. Uh-oh.
Oh, look who's hunting.
Uh-oh. Okay, now Corrupt just got fault line, so Matsu's like, all right, screw your ace. You already got 1.
Is anyone else here like, I don't...
Yeah,
the moment Paint started running, it's just like, immediately, it's like the music start. Where did the boss music start? When did the boss music start playing? Oh, man. But hey, they had a broken bye previously. I'm still holding out a little bit of hope for a tighter game between these 2 teams, because this is not the showing we saw of non-verbal. Where's the Fracture non-verbal? Where's the non-verbal that, 10, 13, right? That's my big question here. And it hasn't been answered. Non-verbal hasn't even found the answer themselves yet either.
I mean, even when you try to outnumber Pain, he kind of just treats you like an aim trainer. Just pops 3. And now it's Pancakes with the op, who gets the spike down and sets non-verbal, and it's a bad scenario. But I like where Blast is inserted. Could have maybe had a response, because I don't think SRB expected him to be inserted there. But now non-verbal will have to worry about a flank, because then you have Paint randomly skipping through C long and backstabbing them. So
off your feet!
And off this, they probably know.
Good dive and dodge. Okay, non-verbal, they rolling thunder in. That's something, it's a good ultimate to use when you're at such a deficit, just to really guarantee a good gunfight if someone were to still be there. But Neon wall's out. Okay, Kumi reads. Neon isn't actually present. So a lot for SRB to try and retake with. And now Paint is on the high ground. Now all up in your face. And what does he have, like 20 kills at this point? I'm scared. I can't do girl. It's girl math, so it's probably not right. So it's 7-0 though. We don't have to calculate too hard for that one.
I was about to say, does the kill count matter?
Remember,
when you are 7-0, the timeout has been demolished. I was about to say, homie's about to drop a 30 bomb within the first 10 rounds and a half. I mean, at this point, it's less of strategy and outplay and just more of Paint is doing a really, really good job. Whatever Vapin's pep talk was, I want that. Like, in my times of need, I want that. because the resilience we've seen out of Paint, Paint has more kills than I think anyone in the lobby combined, like total cumulatively.
Yeah, welcome to the Paint show, guys. We're just gonna be hyping him up until he gets killed. But Nonverbal gotta really show up. They force the overtime dimensional drift from Kumi and just gotta do more than get a flash hour. The CC out in time. You got the steel guard and overdrive from Paint. Finally stopped in his tracks. It took teamwork. And Nonverbal can make the dream work. They actually picked up the Vandal 2 for Pyro, so heading into A. SRB alive and well around the corner, and Nonverbal don't take a single W in all those 1v1s on all those angles. SRB still flawless.
Raid boss down, taunt on me, taunt on me, taunt on me, throw healing potions, where are the heals? And that's what it feels like. It honestly feels like we're playing an entirely different game, forcing a second time out, 8 in a row here. Mind you, round 7 was the first time, I think in this, first time that we saw a plant go down, meaning that they haven't even entered onto the site. That's beyond insane with how they're playing here. And at this point, even I'm thinking to myself, like, they've done so much for Nonverbal. I do want to give Nonverbal a lot of credit with what they've been doing, how they've tried to change the pace. Round 7 was a good show of force that they could get onto the sites. They had the protocols. But when you're having a player like this who's just firing back at you so strongly, it takes a lot. You have to be taking them down. I mean, the rest of the team is there, though. Like, they did take them down. They took Paint down. He was gone off the server, and yet they still could not capitalize.
There's a reason that Yoru is usually in a double duelist setup, kind of like what Gompers was alluding to on the desk, is you kind of need someone to entry, someone to take that space, and Yoru does it a lot slower. It has a lot more tricks to it. And SRB know they can play at this blazing fast pace, activate their neon, and just let Paint go crazy. And Nonverbal just don't have like someone to double dash in, like a Waylay, a Jet, or even their own Neon, or someone to help enable this Yoru. So if Nonverbal can somehow get this game to a slow enough pace, kill the raid boss, I guess, they have a chance here.
I think that is what they need to try and flush out Paint first. They're in a position to do so, though. Okay. Oh, they don't know.
Oh, you just caught him meditating. Oh, the rest are just gonna cower. And of course, you have the paranoia from Spaz to make Paint look great. And this is gonna be a game for the record books for sure for Paint and SRB. And to even be in a map 3 scenario is surprising. And I think we were all really stoked to see Nonverbal and how far they were able to take this, but you gotta hope for some kind of reset in the next couple rounds, because this is now getting to a lead that is insurmountable.
I see a Haven and I want to paint it red. With how many bodies are left on the ground, I mean, yeah.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds on the clock. What are you really going to be able to do? There's no utility. Armageddon's not online. There's no ultimates. And the X factor for Nonverbal just doesn't exist unless they could take these fights. But even then, they fractured trust in all of us.
Yeah, not having smoke, so you can't
10
even
seconds left.
cover your bases. You're worried about C long. And jumping out, Kumi gets a big surprise. Is that another ace for Paint? He almost got 3, by the way. This will be his second before Monty denied his other ace. But almost 3 aces in a game. I'm starting to need a PC check. Are we going to peel Paint's face off and it's going to be like a cyborg? What is up with him today?
I love our producer just saying, nah, he's crazy. Can we have a more biased desk right now? Like, so unironically, Shopify Rebellion have just proven, and like I said, he's gonna drop a 30 bomb before 10. There it is.
Yeah, they're definitely proving, like, with this type of map performance, they are proving why they're #1. But there are also cracks in that armor, a fracture not going their way and having uncharacteristic slip-ups. So Nonverbal have been the team to expose those weaknesses, but they also need a duelist that can fight back at Paint. Kumi has been picked off and isn't having the same support, but also doesn't have the same kit that Neon does to be self-sufficient, or at least as much as Neon can. Now you got a defense with an early fault line, an Armageddon trap, and, well, SRB are letting it rain, that's for sure.
Even with Paint down here, look at everyone that's still alive for the SRB squad. Like, that was such a good trap laid out. Like, you can tell SRB was just like, okay, guys, let's show them how it's done. We really need to respect them. And I want to bring that up because SRB isn't doing this like a disservice. They're not like trolling or having fun. They're actually doing really solid stuff. You see the Armageddon, the rest of the team's utility being compiled, and then sure, you lose one of your key components, but everyone else is still firing on all cylinders.
Non-verbal positions revealed.
30 seconds
Knowing
left.
there's some SRB members to the right. Don't know if they're there to the left. You have no garage vision, so you don't know if they could be wrapping through B main. B is a really tough site to hold when you don't have smokes, but thankfully the defense will help you out with that. And that's now non-verbal that can use that to hide in. Blast want to play out of sight because Motzi rolling thunder, fall line flashes. Gonna start with the paranoia for SRB. Clears the back sight, covering every angle, just deathballing in. Pyro's playing time. Blast with a good win in the 1v1. Pyro's good for 1-2. Let's with the 1 versus 2 for Blast, and he's gonna get aftershock. That's tough.
And in the closest round that we've seen between these two teams, it still comes down to like massive levels of control on SRB's part, of just having map control and player control throughout it all. Lemon, so genuinely, I'm like, what? I can analyze, like, yes, they had a really good retake towards B. They used their utility in tandem, and then they just unfortunately took control of this entire map. In the replays, you can even see what I'm talking about. Like, look at this trap setup that they have out of main. They set up Paint for success, and it's just a repeat round after round of what they've been doing with non-verbal. Just unable to find a solution.
And non-verbal got bulldozed by a trap play and still made that like down to a 2v2. So mad respect for how resilient non-verbal have been. If just throwing out some coke there, I just want to give respect to a team that came through promo relegation, were the team to beat SRG to get to this point. And SRB are being pushed to map 3 to get this revenge. But wait, a first blood finally in non-verbal's way. Smoke got backside. You can see pancakes emerging and off the rolling thunder from Monsi. This is the moment. But somehow the rolling thunder doesn't affect Pyro. So a big double kill tilts the scales in non-verbal's favor. And they're gonna need many more rounds like this to catch up to SRB, who are just already setting a blazing fast pace for this Haven map.
I mean, 10-2 still is an intense scoreline here. Spaz is just playing for some exits. Finally, we see an exec work. They enter onto the site beautifully, working together, taking Paint down. And I think that, I mean, it wasn't like they did something so insanely crazy. Oh my God, Spaz. Spaz is still gonna find it.
Just acing. Are they gonna ace again? Stop.
There's
no time. There's only 4 in attack, right?
I was about to say, there we go. There's no time. There's no time. And non-verbal's gonna win.
Last round before the switch.
Anyways, round number 12, and we're finally starting to see some counterplay. Non-verbal has really good ultimates to boot. I'd like to see this dimensional drift be put to use alongside the Armageddon. The dimensional Armageddon, whatever kind of combo you want to call it here. One-piece meal deal to try and get them a second round, or maybe a second meal deal. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Hopefully these guys know what they're gonna do here. Look at the setup. We have 2 towards C and 3 towards A. They're playing it slow yet again.
And Kumi also has a dimensional drift, so this is, he had a big round, a big opening for non-verbal last time. Has to be the one that breaks open C. At least tries to get eyes on the back of the site, because SRB love to play in cover until they have the advantage, and then they stand and deliver. You have Paint with the op 2. That'll be watching over B, so options are going to be really limited for non-verbal, and that's actually the dimensional drift, the teleport into garage, so that Kumi can maximize all the time, and the flash will get the catch on Spaz. The Armageddon at the back site. Non-verbal cleaning house. there is still one pesky player, Pancakes, in the corner. Gets flashed, doesn't matter. He's good for one. And Nonverbal feeling like they have to use the Rolling Thunder, which doesn't even hit BCJ. A lot of panic ensues to make sure that SRB cannot pull off a clutch again. And wait a minute, it's BCJ. Maybe I'm understanding the Rolling Thunder, but it is a 10-2 half again.
Oh gosh, oh, the pit dropped in my stomach when I saw BCJ get that first one, send the utility out, and was swinging for another, because it looked like it was primed and ready for Shopify Rebellion Black to do some devious stuff. the Fracture 1v5. But no, it's gonna be committed here. C seems to be that weaker site for Shopify Rebellion. Nonverbal exploiting it near the end. Yeah, it was 10 in a row. They brought it back by 2, and that does show a lot out of Nonverbal in terms of not only their competitiveness to keep up into it, but also potential here on the defensive side. Looking at their setup, A is going to be swarming with utility. Vice setup for it. I feel like, honestly, I think Kumi's going to be way better on this attacking side, defensive side than the attacking.
Uh-oh, Paint. Oh, it's just an obstacle course, but he just got damaged so much by the salvos. The Paint just goes down after 1. Follow up from BCJ. Layers after layers for SRB, and to push the spike carrier at the back of A is definitely a choice. And now Monsi at least has scared the heck out of Nonverbal, but this is such a weird pistol for SRB.
I really liked what SRB started, but like I kind of was alluding to, this is also a moment where it's like, maybe it's also defense side haven, where teams just are better on the defensive side. They set up for it. Nonverbal did look really good in that game. They kind of let the frags come to them, like, hey, if we can't get the big bad Paint out of the server, let's have the Paint come to us, and, you know, express delivery system, because they played that really fast, and Nonverbal seemed sort of ready for it.
Yeah, SRB are so tunneled on kills. We got to get Paint to his 40 bomb. And like, kind of forgot who was actually holding the spike. And oh yeah, this is kind of an objective base mode too. So all good. SRB have more than enough cushion in terms of the score to work with, to have a little fun. But it is Nonverbal with the pistol. I bought up some Guardian and Outlaw. There's a lot of garage members here for Nonverbal, and have to address Pancakes, who is shifted to a different corner, and he's getting hosed down with bullets. And he may even do more damage if Nonverbal are going to stagger out 1 by 1. That should have been a lot more decisive from Nonverbal. SRB playing with their food at times on the post plan. It's just BCJ. Salvo's gone.
The timing.
He's really going for the flank. Oh, he's really doing it. Oh, they're really holding the defuse.
That's fair. Honestly, from a round that was unwinnable, BCJ is kind of just seeing what value they can find, and not being able to capitalize on it means that now we have 10-4, and it's becoming a really interesting game to talk about now. Nonverbal, is it just defense side haven? Like, is it just defense haven? I don't think so, because Shopify Rebellion did really good by taking down a good chunk of players out of the Nonverbal squad, right? Look at this garage play. It really worked in Shopify Rebellion's favor, even though Nonverbal was the team that had the weapon advantage.
And Nonverbal kind of staggered in there. Kind of got decent because of the smoke thrown out, but hey, maybe it is just defense-sided haven. Maybe it's SRB having a bit too much fun, but I think they're done playing around. Just post it up, putting Pyro and Tim 6 feet under, and the spike will continue on its way, but Corrupt with no util could be in a precarious spot. Kumi will be there to support, and they both get hit by a fault line from SRB, so it's easy pickings for SRB to get up to 11.
Like, we just need to get our weapons back up in order, and now we just, you know, send Paint out. Paint go kill. I mean, yeah, that was a pretty solid round out of them, though. Nonverbal did have an eco. They had a lower buy. So now we're getting into the real rifle rounds between them. Nonverbal still looking to prove, hey, we are a team that should have been here before. At Shopify Rebellion, on the other hand, just 2 rounds away from saying, hey, there was a little bit of a fluke towards Fracture, and now we are here towards Haven, and we are having a good time.
I am, especially. Just to know that even Prosperity and Nonverbal forcing map 3, regardless of what this end result is, shows that the competition is just getting really tight in North America. And I'm excited to see, just with many more weeks going by, how different these teams are going to look too. And also for teams that are, quote, favored, like your number 1 of SRB, number 3 of Winthrop, how slow or how quick of a start they're going to have in seasons like this. And it shows how much work people have done in the off season. Meanwhile, SRB are making work towards A with just a ton of Vise util awaiting them.
Set up for it. They have the 2-3 split. No key ultimates, and Kumi Op is going to be interesting for Nonverbal retake.
Okay. Nonverbal, no. There's action close by. I need to decide if you want to play within the site or not, as Blast just delaying, wants to be around. The Thorns have been activated, the Flash as well, and just with the crack and the smoke was hoping to catch some foreheads. Nonverbal are now getting hit by flashes, but somehow Corrupt delivers on 3 huge kills to salvage this round for the defense when it felt like SRB were hounding them with util.
Okay, good read out of Nonverbal, stacking up towards the A site. They had Blast almost on an island, but they really regrouped all together. And now they're really proving how, you know, this A site is not going to be left open for Shopify Rebellion Black to run on into. I think Vice is going to set up back towards A. They're going towards there on the mini map. And honestly, that should kind of dissuade Shopify Rebellion Black off the start, considering Blast is 1 away from their ultimate. They're pulling up towards short.
Thorns down.
Okay, SRB are not gonna press too much into Nonverbal, especially with just how A broke down, realizing all that Vise util was there. Kumi just playing front and center in Garage with the op too. And the Taylor drone kind of distracted them and gives an edge to Paint in that regard. Now SRB will hope to converge into C, and looking through both sides over his shoulder is Corrupt and has to pick his angle well and goes for the swing. Can't beat Paint. I don't think anyone can beat Paint at this point. And you got the Armageddon from BCJ just to really flush out the site well. LBSRB planning soon in a 5 versus 2, and well, just Blast. At least he upgraded to a Vandal.
Free upgrades, folks. Come find them. But seems like Blast is going to be the one that's found, and Spaz is going to be the one to pick up an upgrade of their own. They're just going skin shopping.
Match point.
And Nonverbal did put up a good fight. They had a really nice setup towards A. They really worked their way through. They have, 4 ultimates on the board, 3 off of Corrupt, but SRB just have them 7 rounds up. It's 1 away from tying it and making it a 13-5, 13x, whatever you want to insert there. And considering that we're coming into like a really tumultuous round for Nonverbal, they just lost, and realistically, all it takes is 1 good C hit if C is going to be the weaker side, and SRB win, then kind of locked out there, locked in.
Kumi teleports out in time, and Tim kind of off tempo, off sync, or trying to go for a solo play. Not having your smokes is really going to hurt. But Kumi, when he does have the dimensional drift, that's been a huge edge, a huge boon for Nonverbal to play around, because that means they can play at a bit of a faster pace once he can get the information for the team, once he can get behind them. But Nonverbal are smoked off from all the action, and SRB 1 round away from closing out the series with all the members around to see it happen. Almost.
Dimensional drift, okay.
Guys, they're everywhere. They're all over the site.
They're playing the Crazy Flat.
Oh, Kumi Corrupt. Doing what they can. They're on the site. They're already fault line. 1, 2. Wait, Corrupt is something else. He swung around last time, but still SRB are a different beast. The final boss to Challengers have overcome their opponents. Shopify Rebellion Black will take the series in 3.
Wow, and what a third map. They were like, all right, it's getting towards the end of the day. All right, it's called. We've submitted our 9 to 5, our 8-hour shift is over. We got to get going. But Shopify Rebellion Black locking it in, dominant Haven map. And, you know, I was talking about how, you know, nonverbal, they're doing really good. There's a chance for them to upset here. And I think all of that kind of fell through because now I gotta, you know, I gotta concede. I have this. It'd be, I don't know. I just got gifted this. I got gifted this one watching the Game Changers finals. So I just had that, I guess, thanks Shopify. Oh, yeah. But huge congrats to them. They proved that they are the best. Yeah, it was a little tumultuous, but regardless, they managed to showcase a really good, I guess, show of force. I know Paint definitely feels good about that game. And whatever Vapin told Paint, I would like to know. Please, dude, DM me. I would like to. Yeah, I need to see that when the times are down. When I'm feeling down, I really want to see what Vapin said. What was the uplifting speech?
Yeah, what Vapin said, what Paint's doing to warm up, to share all the secrets. But is it going to take Paint dropping like 40 kills to win a map that decisively? Like, I want to see how good SRB are going to look throughout the season and as a team. But man, huge. That's got it. We're still checking the records to see if Paint broke something in the first half. But we'll check in with the numbers, guys. But we also want to check in with the desk. So we'll see you after.
really like to give up, and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to Ascent. We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
What a map 3 in this series. I am still lost for words, but have to say before we get into anything, if you are not a fan of Paint, you might as well just get out of this stream, get out of this broadcast right now. There's about to be a lot of good talk about Paint. And I see nobody's leaving. All right, set. But like, Roy, like just what was Paint on? Genuinely, I have not seen anyone in Challengers so far have the type of performance he just did.
Yeah, I think we all just literally witnessed one of the best performances we've seen in VCL, period. Like, I quite literally cannot recall a time where I was watching something and my eyes were just wide open the entire time from beginning all the way to end. And I think there was only like 3 rounds where he didn't get kills. And I think that might have ruined his world record, if I'm not mistaken. That was just absolutely insane to watch. I mean, I'm just speechless. I don't know what else to say.
It was crazy. No records, unfortunately, this time around. There's still an entire split of Valorant ahead of us for that. But I mean, such a strong start to the map. Not even strong, just dominant beginning to this map, Gompers. And any questions about Shopify Rebellion Black, anything that was left hanging after that map of Fracture, quickly put to dust to take the series. It was for the content. It was for the content. We needed this map, okay?
It's for the script. It was for the script. Yeah. I think, you know, kind of running off, again, like from the beginning, they knew the mistakes they made in the last map, and Paint knew that they were better. Paint had that understanding that, you know what, I can literally just run in and shoot. I'm going to take this Neon. We're not going to change the strat. We're going to keep the mental high. And in fact, you know what? I'm going to go 21-1 on round 6. And we're going to just keep vibing from here on out. And I think that was immaculate, right? Starting off 12-1 off of the first 4 rounds, Paint was making a comeback. And I think that momentum that started shifting there from Shopify was the reason why they were able to just take that game and run away with it, right? Imagine, like, your mental breaks down so quickly when you're already 21-1 on round 6 and it's 6-0 and, you know, nonverbal. Now they have to fight back against someone who is unstoppable.
Really living up to the namesake for that match. That was just like, Paint was just incredible all the way through. And it was something that, like, yeah, maybe at the end you don't quite get those last couple of kills for the record there, Roy. But like throughout the beginning, it's like, okay, surely he doesn't keep getting away with this. Oh, here's an ace. Here's another almost ace. Here's a second ace. Like, just what? There was absolutely no window of opportunity for nonverbal to get anywhere close into this match. And even if they shut down Paint, oh, well, okay, there's still the rest of the team. No,
I kid you not. It was like round 6. They showed the score, and I was like, is that a bug? Like, people on his team only have 2 kills. Like, that was just absolute madness. And I kind of feel bad because this honestly was a really good showing from nonverbal, right? We got to see a lot of, you know, we didn't really know what to expect coming into this tournament, coming into this match. We did. We liked what we saw. They had a great showing in the first map, and they took down SRB on one of their best maps of Fracture on the second map. And honestly, there was a world where this was a 2-0 if nonverbal was able to close out the first map, and we'd be having an entirely different conversation. But I think Paint heard what we said in the second map. He heard we said he got Neon diffed, and he just said, nah. Let me put an end to this real quick. And he's completely steered the conversation back into why SRB is such a powerhouse.
We showed the head-to-head of Paint and Kumi and was like, yeah, Kumi just outclassed Paint on this map. And Paint took that personally. Like, looking more at this performance and looking a little bit deeper into these stats before we get into the interview with none other than Paint himself, like, we have to be looking at these stats just a little bit more in depth. Because what Paint did here, like, again, when Gomps, you're looking at someone who's putting up this type of performance, like, you need to highlight it to the moon and back. Crazy.
Dude. Listen, the numbers speak for themselves. I'm not a mathematician, but I think those numbers looking really high. And in my defense, I don't even know. 524 ACS is insane, dude. Overall, right? Like, Paint was a demon on site. There was no doubt about it. There was no recovering from the difficulty that they pushed towards nonverbal, right? Like, again, 2 aces is absolutely insane just to follow up with a loss, right? On your end. Like, I don't even know what to say.
You know what's actually crazy is if his damage per round was his ACS, that still would have been a good performance. Like, his damage is 325 per round. That is crazy. I don't think we've ever seen numbers like that. And I think I'm getting some early confirmation that this actually might have been the tier 2 kill record. 30 kills in 1 half. I don't think we've seen anything like this before.
It's just jaw-dropping. And the fact that this could have been more, this could have been a 3rd ace, like, there is the potential, I think they got out lucky on the other end that you just end the map at 13-5 because this is someone who could have gone for 40, could have gone for 50. I mean, just right through and through, this was just insane. And deserving too, like we had talked going into this, like, yeah, he was the MVP coming out from playoffs and everything else. And yeah, you get to see exactly why here, you know, if it wasn't already clear enough.
Yeah, and I think the scary thing is when Paint's really popping off, you can see that a lot of his teammates know how to play around it too. It's like they know how to capitalize off the pressure. They know that Paint's running and he's going to draw a lot of attention. So they're, you know, they're pushing this way or they're getting value from over here. Like they're forcing the team to react into an operator. It's just so crazy to see this level of play. And this is kind of what we were expecting from SRB, not from one player to put up this kind of performance, but we were expecting a dominant performance from SRB. And on this 3rd map, we really saw that.
We really, really did. Again, for the content, right? Got to bring us to a map 3. But it's time for just a little bit more content on the day. And we have our post-match interview lined up with none other than Paint, deservingly so after that type of performance. What happened? That Haven, you get 2 aces, almost a 3rd. You 1.5 million kills. Paint, what's going on?
I mean, I'm going to be honest. After the first... the second map on Fracture, it was kind of like, oh damn, you know, like we kind of lost our map. And then like throughout the entire series before then, we were just kind of like, oh, we're still afraid to lose. You know what I mean? So once we lost the second map, like we really were like, okay, guys, we really need to like let go of like that fear of like the loss being important. Because I mean, we lost the first time beforehand when we came into last split, and we still ended up winning the split in general. So I mean, after what's it called? Vapornet said that to us. We I mean, for me at least, I kind of just like let go of that excess, like whatever negative energy I was feeling, and I just like played my game, honestly.
I mean, keep playing your game because that was by far the best performance we've seen in VCL so far. That was incredible. I got to know too, when you get your double aces here, you're going for kill records, etc. Is there a point with the team too where it kind of, okay, like let Paint get the kills, etc., or is it still just like super serious over there on the tops?
So it was like, I think like when I got like the close to like the other ace I got, like I think when Monty killed the guy front B, everyone was like, let him get the ace, let him get the ace. And then I was like, it's fine. I don't really care. I just want to win the game, you know? It's fine. So I don't know, like everyone was kind of like laughing and shit because I was just like, oh, sorry for swearing, my bad. I gotta really fix that. I'm sorry, but everyone was just really like laughing and giggling because, you know, like I'm like just killing everyone. So yeah, I think it definitely got less like serious, but that's kind of what we needed. We were really fucking tense. Oh my. Okay, all right, that's the last one. I'm very sorry. All right, anyway, we were really tense and it kind of got like really I don't know, it just got tense, and now we started loosening up on that last map, so it was really good.
Definitely tell about the loosening up over there. It's okay when you drop like 35 kills, you're allowed to, you know, a couple in the interview, but no more else. They're gonna get me in trouble too.
Yeah, I gotta stop. I'm sorry. I gotta keep it in mind.
All right, let's talk about like that shift in mentality and kind of going forward for the split too, because you talked about that being afraid to lose. Obviously for SRB, a lot more expectations heading into this split because not only are you backed by this great aura, you have all these talented players, but you won the stage 1 playoffs. Is that something too that is a little different heading into things this time around?
Honestly, not really. For us at least, like we view the goal being ascension, and like these are just stepping stones that kind of help us like calculate where we are in the progress right now, and or the process. Sorry. So I mean, we were happy that we won, but we're not happy to the point to where we are getting complacent. We still want to win, and we need to make ascension. And that's like the main goal for us currently.
The light at the end of the tunnel through all this.
Yeah.
Love that. Last but not least, I mean, we got to see you guys play at such a high peak throughout stage 1. And when you kind of look back at it, you guys played up against M80 3 times, but all these other top teams in this league, we kind of saw you guys avoid at some point. Now you're winning this first match. There's a strong possibility of going up against this NV or TSM or Qbert Academy. So how are you feeling about the chance to maybe finally match up against them?
Honestly, great, because for us at least, like we were kind of bummed out when we only really played them 83 times throughout the playoffs. So we're really excited, or I mean, we're ready to play those teams. Like we want to. So it's going to help us understand where we at again and where we need to be for the future when we play those teams, wherever the outcome is.
I definitely have my fingers crossed that we get to see you match up against one of them for the next round. But Paint, congratulations yet again on this performance. Go get your rest. You deserved it. Thank you so much for chatting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Back over to the desk. That is like, first off, he's always so nice, so funny. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. But I mean, being able to hear the insight from this fracture, a map, them being afraid to lose, and then the shift going into the second map and just what they were able to accomplish off of that, Roy, I just think that's fantastic. And obviously faring so well for the team. It took a third map, but that's a statement game 3 to get them the win in this first week.
Yeah, I actually absolutely love when players are really open in the interviews, because it really gives an insight into their psychology, right? Like what he's experiencing is not something that's new, right? When people win, when they're champions, there's a different level of expectations placed on you, and you hold yourself and you hold your team to a higher standard, and you feel like whenever you're making mistakes, like the frustration is just like setting in, because like I feel like I'm supposed to be the specific team, but we're not this team, and there's like this level of like psychology where you're battling the ghosts, right? But I think I'll go into that third map, you know, Vapin obviously talk some sense into them and just let them know, like, dude, we cannot be afraid of making mistakes. And as you saw, as soon as he let go of the fear, as soon as he's really locked in, he had an insane performance, and they completely swept on the third map. So I mean, I'm not surprised. It's just cool to see.
Yeah, I like the mindset of, you know, letting go of the negative energy and just playing the game. I think that was definitely like an insight, like Roy said, into the mind of the player, Paint. And you could see it. Like there was really no fear, which was a complete switch up from before, where again, like the mental was crushed. You keep losing these 1v1s, you're afraid of losing. And it comes to the point where now your whole entire game is completely ruined. So yeah, I honestly give them kudos for a team that's at the top, that, you know, the ego is not on them, and the humbleness has definitely not lost them. So I definitely think this is a team to keep watching out for.
And yeah, with performance like that, I feel like it's safe to say we'll see Paint in T1 next year. And hopefully with the rest of the SRB roster. And they're looking in great form to do so, pulling up this bracket, the run they have ahead of them. I mean, Stage 1 champions. I like the little callback to the first week of Stage 1. They took a loss, Roy. But this time they're going to be ending off strong. And we have all of their first round matches now complete. Even if a couple things got a little weird along the way, I feel like when we were looking at our winning teams, a lot of these are kind of what we expected. And if anybody's looking at who's matched up in the bars, this is just to resemble which teams are here. These are not the matchups that'll be confirmed a little bit later, but they'll all be seated up against each other somehow.
Yeah, this is a super interesting matchup in the 1-0 section, right? We're seeing Ambrosia versus Winthrop University. We're seeing Envy versus the new Trust and Plug. TSM versus SRB. I mean, that one is just a straight up banger. And then we're seeing Cuber versus Core for that fourth match as well. I mean, these are all just insane 1-0 matches.
Yeah, again,
these are not confirmed. These are not confirmed.
How to tell that Ray does not listen to anything that I say, as I just say that it wasn't confirmed. Gosh darn it, Roy. Man. All right, that's how we're going to end this day. That's been so great otherwise. That's absolutely crazy. But hey, it's been a long day, so you're forgiven this time. Only because we're Canadians, so I have to forgive, right?
The cultural forgiveness. I love it.
I got to. But
thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. But even if that's it for Valorant today, of course, there's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow. Those matches are going to be decided shortly, and surely whatever comes out of those winning matches is going to be absolutely amazing. But thank you all, everyone, so much for tuning in. It's been a hell of a day, and we'll see you back here tomorrow for some more Valorant Challengers.
I think maybe not as lethal. We'll see. Nasi catches the slide. Ali with 2 at the beginning, and this is just Ascent all over. The lurk is gone. The Prosperity were already pretty decided on B's, but the jig is up. Winthrop, no, they're there, but not that Vantic was in this position. That's what a backstep, and it's 3. A big win for Prosperity, leaving Nasi all on his own and ace potential. Or maybe, you know, teammates may be stealing at. It all depends on where Nasi is going to creep up from. Prosperity have really flipped this map on his head when Winthrop were going for flawless rounds. Prosperity sure still got some gas in the tank. There we go. Yeah. Winthrop still have 2, and Infiltrator has to pull off the impossible. 1, 2, Toadaloo! The Pros work within this corner and still surprises Winthrop on the entry before Infiltrator steps up and does exactly that to Yuki. Now the spike is left, and you hear this off. It's starting to worry you. It's the first time we've seen Prosperity really show up with this, a dimensional drip at an awkward time. And now you're giving it the... Also playing time. Now the smoke is gone. Corrupt is out in the open, and SRB are all over the site and somehow have not spotted Corrupt. They have not spotted Corrupt. How did he get away with that? SRB, though, used their eyes this time. It's a 1v1 for Paint. Can he use his gun? He's going to try and get the defuse halfway. Knows he's running out of time. Pyro with flashes. And are one step closer to beating SRB on a map. And one of their best ones at that, but not before you take care of BCJ. 1v4. Location reveal. Does not have time to take out the dart. He's getting stunned up, but he's safe for now. BCJ has already claimed 2. 3 more to go. No util for Tim. Blast. Or wait, the ace. No way. Keep the shades on. It's time to shade the other team. 1v1 against Tim, who's taken some damage. One at a time. No, and no way. 2 versus 4. And it's Paint watching the front door. Verbal don't really have the time to go elsewhere, so they just gotta do what they can. Blast opens it up. Paint looks for the ace. He has the overdraft, and he's whipping out the ult. Just a
4th round here.